Chapter 151, Ridiculously Expensive. 157. It took more than an hour for Yu Hai to find the address on the note. This is another alley with no street lights. The alley is dark and damp, full of garbage bags everywhere, and black shadows can be seen from time to time. Those black shadows should be Pokemon hidden in the city, some wild Pokemon, and some Pokemon abandoned by trainers. Yu Hai stepped into the alley, stepped on the puddles on the ground, and came to a wooden door with an orange light. The address on the note was this wooden door. Dong dong dong. After confirming that it was here, Yu Hai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After waiting for half a minute, there was a response from inside the door. "Who are you looking for?" "The old captain introduced me here." Yu Hai could only say this, otherwise the people inside might not see him. Bang! The door opened, and an old man with messy hair and round-framed glasses poked out from the door. After seeing Yu Hai, he did not speak, but looked around the alley. When he did not see anyone else, he shouted to Yu Hai, "Enter the house." Yu Hai did not speak, but followed the old man into the house, followed only by a round silk spider. When he came to the city, he put away the mosquito-repellent frog, the butterfly, the big-mouthed gull. Entering the house, the old man with glasses closed the wooden door, walked ahead by himself, and asked Yu Hai without turning his head, "What did the old man ask you to do?" "Take a photo of the ID card," Yu Hai responded quickly and answered the old man with glasses truthfully. He followed the old man with glasses and looked at the messy room. Under the dim light, he couldn't see it very clearly. There were bookshelves, tables, chairs, benches, a bed, many books, and many manuscripts on one side of the room. There were white manuscripts everywhere on the floor, table, and bed, with some messy things drawn on them, which he couldn't understand. On the other side of the room, there were some electromechanical equipment. He only knew the printer, and the others were things he had never seen before. They should be things for making fake certificates. Put the front of the ID card on the black groove of the machine, and sit on that stool. After following the old man with glasses here, Yu Hai heard the old man with glasses speak, and immediately did as he was told, put the ID card in place, and sat on the stool. Then the old man with glasses left, and Yu Hai was stunned. Everyone was gone. Who would operate the machine? "Take off your hat, put down your scarf, meow, go turn on the light, turn on the machine." Meow, meow. Suddenly, a meow with milky white hair jumped out of the darkness and pressed a switch. A white light lit up where Yu Hai was sitting. Yu Hai raised his hand to block it, and the old man with glasses reminded again. "Take off your hat, put down your scarf, reprint and add another 1,000. Yu Hai turned his head to look at the voice and saw that the old man was writing and drawing with his head down, not paying attention to him at all. He hurriedly took off his hood, put down his scarf, sat up straight, and looked at the machine. Then Meow pressed the machine switch and started the machine. He thought to himself, "It turns out that it is operated by the elf. It doesn't want to see my appearance." As the machine made a buzzing sound, it sounded for half a minute and then completely calmed down. Meow Meow also turned off the white light that illuminated Yu Hai, and Yu Hai pulled up the scarf again and put on the hood. At this time, the old man's voice came again, "Take the ID card, put the money on the table, you can go." In response, Yu Hai took the ID card from the machine, and saw that his head photo had been printed on the ID card, so he put the ID card in his arms, and when he pulled his hand out, he took out 1,000 alliance coins, put them on the table, opened the door and left the room. Bang! After he left, the wooden door slammed shut instantly, and it was the Meow Meow who closed the door. During the whole process of taking pictures, the old man with glasses focused on the wooden table in front of him, and did not pay attention to him, nor did he see his appearance. It is estimated that he was afraid of subsequent troubles, so he did not look at the person's appearance throughout the process. The only one who had seen his appearance was the Meow Meow who turned on the light. But the elves can't speak, and it is not impossible to make an elf speak. But what is the price? Did he kill Miss Joy, Miss Junsha, or the mayor of this city? Just to check the fake ID, did he invite a divine beast or a telepathic psychic elf to catch him? Don't be ridiculous, no one would be so bored to track down every fake ID without any crime. And the old man said that the fake ID has been entered into the Alliance system, which is the real ID card. Although it is from the orphanage, it also shows that there is a loophole in the Alliance system here, so there is such a loophole. When the Alliance suddenly cracks down and upgrades the ID card system, it will be difficult to make a fake ID. Unless it is a force like the rockets, it is not so easy to create someone out of nothing. After perfecting the fake ID, Yu Hai wanted to try it out and see if it was useful. He was a little impatient. The old man said that he could try it out at the Pokemon Center. He knew it could be used, but he would not go there. Uncertain things are like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. He would not believe a word of the old fox. If he wanted to try it, he would go to a place that was not so strict. He had thought about such a place. It was not only the Pokemon Center that accepted ID cards, but also hotels. He only needed to go to the hotel to book a room and see if the ID card could be used. He did it as he thought. After leaving the alley, he went straight to the nearest hotel. He was now in the south of the city, not in the east of the Pokemon Center. Don't even think about the hotels over there. According to the popularity of Pokemon battles, the hotels over there must be full. Even the hotels here were full when he asked the first one, and there was no vacancy until the third one he asked. He immediately took out his freshly made ID card, handed it to the receptionist, and said, "Open a room." "Sir, we have ordinary single rooms here, 6,000 Alliance coins per night, deluxe single rooms, 12,000 Alliance coins per night, owner's suites, 30,000 Alliance coins per night, and king suites, 70,000 Alliance coins per night. What kind of room do you need?" Ordinary single room. Yu Hai wanted to refuse the other party, but he couldn't say it, otherwise it would be very embarrassing, the kind of embarrassing that would make him pick his feet. But the hotel is too expensive, the most ordinary one costs 6,000, he might as well sleep in a tent. If there is no Pokemon Center, staying in a hotel will make him poor. "How long do you plan to stay?" One night, Yu Hai wanted to complain, "Is there any need to ask this? One night is unbearable, and staying for more nights will be emptied out, not even a dregs are left." "Sir, we have booked a single room for you. The room is on the 8th floor, and the room number is 8012. Here is the key to your room. Here is your ID, please keep it." "Okay, thank you." Yu Hai took the room key and was about to go upstairs to take a look, but he heard the receptionist ask again. "Sir, can you pay first?" Yu Hai, who had just picked up the key, suddenly froze in his arms. He really forgot to pay and almost made a fool of himself. He immediately reached into his shirt pocket, took out 6,000 Alliance coins, and handed them to the receptionist. Then he heard the receptionist ask, "Sir, if you need any help, you can contact us at any time." "Okay, I got it," Yu Hai nodded to show that he knew. "Sir, if you need wine, beverages, fruit snacks, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you can use the landline phone at the bedside to notify the front desk, and the waiter will deliver the food to the room." In response, Yu Hai just nodded and went upstairs. As soon as he went upstairs, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this was much more stressful than robbery, and robbery was easier. Well, he was just talking nonsense. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, no one knew that he was socially anxious. With the key, Yu Hai went up to the 8th floor in one breath, found the number 8012, and opened the room with the key. As soon as he opened the door, a snow-white bed came into view. Apart from this bed, the furniture in an ordinary single room was pitifully few, only a bed, 2 bedside tables, a table, a TV, an air conditioner, a toilet. There were some small things for washing and a large window, and then nothing else. That was basically it. He just opened it casually to play around and verify whether the ID card was usable, and he spent 6,000 alliance coins. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. But this soft big bed is really comfortable, much more comfortable than a tent sleeping bag, and this money can be said to be spent on the blade. Next, Yu Hai went to the toilet to check. It was well cleaned. The toilet was a glass partition, very clean, and had no odor. He planned to take a shower first, and then investigate the prices of elves in the city. See which side has better prices, the black market or the city, and buy things there. Let's take a shower first. Before taking a shower, he released the mosquito-repellent frog, let the round silk spider leave his shoulder, jumped onto the bed, and told the two little ones, "Don't run around, don't touch things in the room, you have to pay for it if you break it." Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog became much more restrained when he heard that he had to pay for it, and didn't dare to touch anything in the room at all. Yu Hai took off his black jacket and entered the bathroom. As the shower head was turned on, the sound of running water flowed down from the top of his head. Yu Hai accidentally noticed that his handsome face had turned black in the bathroom mirror. It was not visible on the ID card, but he had turned so dark, all because of sun exposure on the deserted island. However, the fisherman is dark to begin with, and it doesn't matter if he gets darker, as it is a good camouflage color at night. As long as he is no longer exposed to the sun directly, the tanned skin will gradually turn white, and the skin needs a period of metabolism to relieve the symptoms of darkening. Besides, he is not a girl, and he doesn't care much about his skin color or appearance. After all, he is lying flat, and he won't show his true face here. And there is a saying in the previous life that the rich, rich and handsome are ranked first. In the previous life, the value of money has long been the most important. As long as you have money, you can get everything. As for what you can't get, it's because you don't invest enough. This is also the case in this world. He has seen the 3 water-based families starting at tens of millions. After he washed from head to toe, he finally felt much fresher, and rubbed out a lot of black mud. After washing, after taking a shower and leaving the bathroom, the mosquito frog was still sitting on the carpet and the orb spider was lying on the mattress, not going anywhere. Yu Hai, who had just finished taking a shower, saw that the 2 elves were so well behaved, so he put on his jacket again, which made his body sore. He would definitely buy a few sets of clothes to change into later, and he would not wear the elf hunter's clothes. After all, they were the things of a dead person, and he killed them with his own hands. It's okay to wear them, but of course you have to change into new clothes when you have the conditions. After he put on his clothes, he did not take back the mosquito frog and the orb spider, but let the orb spider lie on his shoulder. Orb spider, come on your shoulder, mosquito frog, let's go out for a walk. Eee! The orb spider immediately jumped onto Yu Hai's shoulder and rubbed Yu Hai's cheek. It has been Yu Hai's personal bodyguard these days. Yobo Yobo, the mosquito frog followed Yu Hai immediately when he saw that he was about to go out. It was also Yu Hai's bodyguard. With it around, Yu Hai would never get hurt. Yu Hai didn't know the psychological activities of the 2 little guys. This time he learned his lesson. Instead of taking the stairs, he found the elevator and took it downstairs. When he came to the hotel lobby, Yu Hai pulled up the black hood to cover his head, but he didn't wear a face scarf again, because there was no need. He was now a good citizen, not an illegal resident, so why would he wear a face scarf? In the lobby, he saw the receptionist again, but he didn't go up to say hello. They were just passers-by. Soon he left the hotel and prepared to go to the commercial street of the Elf Center to investigate the prices there. Just after walking 2 steps, he saw a motorcycle with red and blue police lights flashing. Although he was now a good citizen, he was not afraid of Miss Juncha's questioning. But he couldn't help feeling a little scared. If the fake certificate was exposed, he would be in trouble. The ID card can evade the hotel's real name system, but it may not withstand Miss Juncha's investigation. Just when he turned around and prepared to change his route, Miss Juncha also noticed him, a suspicious man in black, who was very similar to the robber described by the victim a few nights ago. Seeing this, Miss Juncha rode her small motorcycle and drove towards Yuhai, followed by a handsome orange-yellow caterpie. Thanks swimming, 500 book coins. Thanks for everyone's votes, now more than 900, everyone keep it. 158 Chapter 152, is a good person. 158. Please stop, young trainer, I am Juncha from this city, please show your ID. Yuhai's 2 legs are not faster than the 2 wheels of the motorcycle after all. He was blocked by Miss Juncha before he walked out of the hotel. What he has to do now is to take out his ID quickly, instead of running away. He heard Miss Juncha ask him to show his ID, which is why he couldn't run away. Once he ran away, it would confirm his guilty conscience, and he must be a suspect with a criminal record. If he was a good citizen, why would he run away? Why would a good citizen who had not committed any crime run away? Miss Juncha was just asking him a routine question, and she didn't want to investigate him. She just didn't want to check his ID. There must be something wrong with this kind of person, and there was no need to doubt him at all. Yuhai. Juncha read out the name on Yuhai's ID card and looked at Yuhai's clothes. He was wearing black clothes and black pants, a hood, a round silk spider on his shoulder, and a mosquito-repellent frog following behind him. While Miss Juncha was looking at Yuhai, the image of a man in black appeared in her mind. He was about 70% similar to the robber who robbed many children a few days ago. She had begun to suspect that the guy in front of her was the suspect of the robbery 2 days ago, but the black-clothed man who robbed did not have a mosquito-repellent frog next to him, but there was a mosquito-repellent frog here. However, it is not strange for a trainer to have multiple Pokémon. She can't catch a bad guy by mistake, nor will she wrongly accuse a good guy. Young trainer, raise your head, let me see. Miss Juncha saw that Yuhai had been lowering his head, so she wanted to compare the photo on the ID card with the real person. When he heard that he had to raise his head, Yuhai gritted his teeth, raised his head and looked at Miss Juncha for a few breaths, then looked away. But it was Yuhai's looking away that increased Miss Juncha's suspicion of Yuhai. Why don't you dare to look at me? Miss Juncha asked. Because people with guilty consciences dare not look directly at law enforcers, this is their compulsory course. Yuhai was directly asked by this question. If he didn't answer well, he would definitely be locked up in the police station, but he didn't want to go in, so he replied, "You are very beautiful." What? Are you teasing the police officer? Miss Juncha thought she had heard it wrong and thought Yuhai was changing the subject. Fuck, is this guy's head a mess? Yuhai didn't say this out loud, but just complained in his heart, and then immediately corrected the other party's question. Ms. Juncha, I am a loner and introverted, and I don't like to look at beautiful women for a long time. Excuse me, Miss Juncha, from which word, which pronunciation, which sentence did you hear that I was disrespectful to Miss Juncha? Ahem, Miss Juncha saw Yuhai looking at her, but she didn't dare to look at Yuhai, and hurriedly looked away, using coughing to cover up the embarrassment just now. Young trainer, I'm sorry, because there have been black-clothed people blocking the road and robbing people these days. If my inquiry has caused you trouble, it is my dereliction of duty. You can leave after I verify your identity. Miss Juncha bowed slightly, apologized to Yuhai, and started to make phone calls to ask colleagues in the bureau to help check whether the personal number on Yuhai's ID card is true. Because they have found many fake certificates before, they are all fake certificates that have not been entered into the system, and the personal numbers are all empty numbers. The system does not have this person. Using the system to query Yuhai's personal ID number is also a routine matter. Juncha, this number was entered into the system yesterday. The address is the West City Walking Grass Orphanage. There is no trainer registration record for this number, and there is no previous identity information record for this person. There is only an orphanage registration record, which is a record from 10 years ago. Okay, I got it. Miss Juncha hung up the phone, and the embarrassment just now was swept away. She instantly became extremely capable and re-examined Yu Hai in front of her, because there were too many suspicious points on Yu Hai's ID card. It was only entered into the system yesterday. There is no trainer registration record in the orphanage in the west of the city. Except for the record of the orphanage's arrival, the rest of the records are blank. It is hard not to suspect that the identity of this teenager is likely to be a fake certificate. Young trainer? Why don't you have a trainer registration record? Miss Juncha immediately launched a fierce offensive and questioned Yu Hai harshly. As long as Yu Hai couldn't answer, she would detain Yu Hai as a suspect. Yu Hai was asked again. Why are Miss Juncha's questions so tricky? Each one hits the point directly. If you answer it wrong, you will go to the police station. You are a child who grew up in the orphanage in the west of the city. Don't you know that trainers cannot take a Pokémon that has not been registered at the Pokémon Center to the street? No, Yu Hai thought of how to answer Jun Sha when he heard this. I know, why don't you go to the Pokémon Center to register your Pokémon and bring your Pokémon with you? Miss Jun Sha pressed on, questioning Yu Hai. I don't have money, I don't dare to go to the Pokémon Center, I'm afraid that others will laugh at me, I will be unable to help but beat them, I will lose money, I don't have money. Yu Hai said this with his head buried very low. He was just pretending to be pitiful in front of Miss Jun Sha, and the second I don't have money made his sobbing worse, his shoulders couldn't help shaking, his hands were clenched, and tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. The character of the orphanage, plus the Pokémon Center reminded him that the place was a gold-consuming cave. It's not the place where an orphan like him who came from an orphanage, an uncertified rookie trainer, should go. It was a perfect excuse, perfectly fitting with the introversion. This Miss Juncha couldn't answer, completely blocking the next question. She could see that Yu Hai's mood was not right, he must be crying. An orphan, helpless, without a father or mother, introverted, fragile and sensitive, can only rely on his own spirit, struggling to survive in this cold city. She actually wanted to make things difficult for such a boy? Miss Juncha felt like a big villain, a big bad guy who specifically bullied orphans without a father or mother. She was like that, and those who laughed at this boy. What's the difference between a bully and a bully? Seeing Juncha hesitate, this is exactly what Yu Hai wants. He took advantage of the fact that women are particularly emotional, always rely on their feelings to do things, and are prone to act impulsively. Coupled with some miserable life experiences, it often wins the sympathy of women, especially Miss Juncha, who has a strong sense of justice and is kind-hearted. Sniff, Miss Juncha couldn't help sniffing when she saw Yu Hai crying because of her bullying. She felt sour in her nose. It's really not easy for this child to grow up so big and finally find his own elf partner to accompany the lonely self. She actually is unforgivable. If she wronged this poor boy, she could not forgive herself. How could she become such a cruel person? She did not believe that this was something she could do. But there were too many doubts about the boy's identity. It was not possible not to question him. This violated the duties of the city Juncha. She still had to ask, but she was no longer as aggressive as before. Instead, she asked the other party in a soft voice, trying not to reveal the scars deep in the other party's heart, and not to touch the sad memories deep in the other party's heart. Xiao Hai, I will call you like this. You only got your ID card yesterday. Why? You have been in the orphanage for 10 years. Why did you want to get an ID card yesterday? Miss Juncha no longer wanted to investigate why the other party had no trainer registration record and why the identity record was blank since the age of 5. The file was probably always in the orphanage and the identity information was not updated in the system. And the orphanage was a corner that the Alliance had not yet radiated. After returning this time, she would report to the higher authorities and increase the help for the orphans on the edge of the city. I'm leaving this city, making a lot of money, sending it to the brothers and sisters in the orphanage, and buying them new clothes. I'm going to become a strong trainer and a role model for them, telling them that even if we are orphans, we can do it. We are no worse than others, we can also stand on the battlefield and command our own Pokémon to defeat all opponents. Those who laugh at us, those who alienate us, tomorrow's them, are us today. Okay, Ziohei, stop talking, Ziohei, I know everything, go, go. Miss Juncha was really unable to help after being said by Yuhai, waved her hand and turned her back. Because she could not bear it any longer, she quickly took out 2 tissues from her pocket and wiped the tears that flowed from her nostrils. When he heard that Miss Juncha let him go and handed him the ID card, he secretly glanced at Miss Juncha when he took the ID card. Seeing that Miss Juncha was so moved that she kept wiping her tears, he thanked her, "Thank you, I'll leave first." Let's go, let's go." Miss Juncha didn't have the face to look at Yuhai at all, she just waved her hand and let Yuhai leave. In Juncha's heart, how could such a polite child be a robber? She didn't believe that the other party was a robber. Seeing this, Yuhai lowered his head, raised his hand to wipe his tears, and walked past Miss Juncha. After all, he had to do a full performance. He couldn't get carried away at the last moment because he had deceived Juncha, revealing his flaws and being arrested by Miss Juncha. Many villains fail at this step. An experienced person who has watched countless movies will not make such a low-level mistake. By the way, Xiao Hai. Hearing Miss Juncha's shout, Yu Hai's body suddenly stopped, and he stiffened, then relaxed instantly, turning to ask Miss Juncha, "Miss Juncha, is there anything else?" Miss Juncha could never see through him, absolutely impossible, because he didn't reveal any flaws at all. How could she see through him? Only the elves registered at the elf center can be brought with you. Since you are leaving, you must also go to the elf center to register the elves before you can take them out on the street. I know, Miss Juncha, thank you for your reminder, I will go to the elf center right away. Yu Hai bowed to Miss Juncha sincerely to express his gratitude. If someone could see his eyes, all they could see at this moment was clarity and purity, but some sand had entered. After bowing to express his gratitude, Yu Hai turned around and called Frog to leave. "Frog, let's go to the Pokemon Center first." Yobo Yobo, Frog bumped his fists, feeling that Yu Hai just now was so strange, not like Yu Hai at all, but still Yu Hai. No matter what Yu Hai becomes, it is Yu Hai's Pokemon, always, Yobo. Miss Juncha saw that Yu Hai and Frog were partners who trusted each other, and they should have a deep bond. Just like her and her own Growlithe, and this boy, is still a very gentle person. Right? Growlithe. Woof, woof woof, Growlithe nodded, shook its tail, and agreed with Juncha's statement. However, Juncha didn't know that she actually let go of Yu Hai, who she felt was lonely, introverted, hard-working, strong, gentle, and a good person. She actually let the robber go with her own hands. In fact, it was not a release, but the robber's superb acting skills deceived Juncha and slipped away from Juncha's nose. It is enough to show that this robber is very cunning, very insidious and cunning, and knows how to take advantage of the loopholes in people's hearts. He performed a desperate situation and turned danger into safety. Another important information was obtained, that is, the fake ID has been entered into the Alliance system, and the identity record has been from the age of 5. The old man in the tavern did not lie to him. This ID card looks like a fake ID. As long as he wants to verify this fake ID, then this ID card is real, and it cannot be fake. But there is a condition, that is, he must go to the orphanage on the ID card, thoroughly verify this identity, find the director of the orphanage to get familiar with him, let the director remember him, and personally admit that he is a child who grew up in the orphanage. Suddenly, he thought of the message on the note. It turned out that the old man's reminder was not aimless, but paving the way for verifying the ID card. However, even without the old man's reminder, he would go to the orphanage. After all, the cow has been blown out, and he can't not go to the orphanage, he must go. But before going to the orphanage, they have to go to the Pokemon Center and register as a rookie trainer. This trainer is not a rookie trainer certified by the league. It is an ordinary rookie trainer who is between wild trainers and rookie trainers certified by the league. You can already do the points task of the Pokemon Center. There will be a patch later. Why don't Pokemon hunters rob the easier rookie starter Pokemon, but steal the more risky Pidgeot cubs? I calculated that 10 million is only 500,000 RMB, which is so rare. This business is not easy to do. For 500,000, you will be killed by the League or Pidgeot. 159 Chapter 153, Pokemon Center. 159. At the East City Pokemon Center, Yu Hai, who came here for the third time, finally dared to walk into this building openly. When he first came to the Pokemon Center, this medical building full of League characteristics, he did not attract the attention of any trainer. As I said before, Hasa City is a tourist city, with all kinds of tourists, trainers, and Pokemon. Trainers wearing hoods and trainers carrying Pokemon and orb spinner are still very common in this tourist city. If it were the 3 starter Pokemons, they might still attract the attention of the crowd, but Pokemon and orb spinner are very common Pokemon. These 2 Pokemons are not as attractive as the beautiful Miss Joy. After entering the Pokemon Center, the clean and simple hall furnishings also attracted Yu Hai's attention. He also lined up with the trainers. There were trainers coming and going with various Pokemons or Pokeballs, as well as professional nurses, and Jigglypuff pushing a medical cart, these medical Pokemon. Because many trainers came in enter the Pokemon Center to treat your Pokemon. The medical staff here are very busy. As expected of the most important subordinate institution of the Alliance, the doctors and Pokemons here are busy, but they still do things in an orderly manner. The trainers who come here are also of good quality. Unless they encounter an emergency, they will line up and wait for treatment. There are many Miss Joy in this Pokemon Center. In addition to Miss Joy standing behind the counter, there are 2 Miss Joys, and the rest are ordinary nurses. Perhaps because it is a port city, the Pokemon Center here is relatively busy. The Alliance has arranged 3 Miss Joys to be in charge of the Pokemon Center here. The Pokemon Center is also the embodiment of the highest medical level of the Alliance. It is the Alliance's expansion of its influence and the welfare and guarantee for the majority of Alliance-certified trainers. Only trainers certified by the Alliance can enjoy free medical treatment in the Pokemon Center. Wild trainers like him who have not even registered can forget about it unless they pay for it themselves. Even so, trainers in the Pokemon Center are still endless, because only here can they provide their Pokemon with the most comprehensive and reassuring medical services. After waiting in line for a long time, he finally got to see Miss Joy's true face up close. There is no doubt that Miss Joy is a great beauty. Oval face, fair skin, beautiful appearance, slim figure, it couldn't be more appropriate to describe Miss Joy. She was wearing a pink nurse uniform, her hair was red, and as for her face, well, it's hard to describe. It's not that she's ugly, but he can't tell the difference between Miss Joy. There are 3 Miss Joys in this Pokemon Center, and they look 99% similar. Faced with different Miss Joys, it's estimated that only one person can tell the subtle differences between Miss Joys. After it was his turn, he used the Pokeball to take back the frog and the orb, and also took out the Pokeball of the owl and his ID card, and gave them all to Miss Joy. Miss Joy, I want to register these 3 Pokemons. Please wait. The registration will be completed soon. Miss Joy picked up the ID card and 3 Pokeballs on the counter, put them on the computer in front of her, and began to register Yu Hai's trainer identity information. If Miss Juncha's place is the household registration management for ordinary people, the Pokemon Center is the household registration management for trainers. The police station where Miss Juncha works and the Pokemon Center where Miss Joy works are the 2 most important institutions under the Alliance. In addition to the contribution points, free food and accommodation, and free medical care mentioned earlier, the Pokemon Center also registers a lot of trainers' household registration information, such as the trainer's initial Pokemon, the number of Pokemon, health status, where they have been. Notifications, wanted bounties, and other information will be issued regularly. Most of those wanted are extremely vicious fugitives. For example, he was wanted, and the wanted poster described him as a man in black with a round silk spider on his shoulder. Don't ask why he didn't attract the attention of other trainers when he was dressed like this, but they didn't believe that the robbers dared to come to the Pokémon Center. There is also a wanted poster on the wall, which is not a task that children can do, but a task for elite trainers or senior trainers. Children cannot accept such tasks. Just registering 3 Pokémon and the identity of the trainer, Miss Joy quickly completed the registration, and returned the ID card and 3 Pokeballs to Yu-Hai again. Trainer Yu-Hai, your registration has been completed. You can freely enter and leave the city with your Pokémon and participate in Pokémon battles on the street. Thank you. Yu-Hai took the 3 Pokeballs, put away his ID card, and did not release the Pokémon. Miss Joy saw that Yu-Hai was a little reserved, probably because it was his first time here. Although she was very tired and had visible dark circles on her rosy face, she still kept a gentle smile and asked Yu-Hai, "Do you need to check the Pokémon's body?" Excuse me, Yu-Hai wanted to ask about the cost of the checkup, but before he could ask, the impatient person in the queue saw that Yu-Hai was dawdling for a long time. In fact, it was only 2 minutes, but for some people who were itching for trouble, it was 2 centuries. Originally, Yu-Hai wanted to ask further about how much it would cost to check the Pokémon's whole body, but the person behind him urged him, so he shut up. This matter could be done another day. Anyway, he had been here for so many days, so it was okay to wait a few more days. He just wanted to check if the Pokémon had any hidden injuries after training. He knew the terribleness of hidden injuries. Referring to the professional athletes in his previous life, once hidden injuries occurred, it meant that most of his career was gone. Although it was not visible at ordinary times, the accumulated hidden injuries would become more and more, which would form terrible hidden diseases, which would affect the combat of the elves at the least, and reduce the potential of the elves at the worst, or even cause death. These are things that a trainer must pay attention to at all times and need to pay attention to frequently. He must not be careless or sloppy. If there is a hidden injury, it is better to treat it as soon as possible, but you have to have money first. For non-league certified rookie trainers, it costs money to treat elves at the Elf Center. He planned to deal with the relics of the elf hunters first, and then come to the Elf Center to give the elves a comprehensive examination. At that time, the money would not matter. He just wanted the elves to grow up healthily. As for technological strength, he dared not say anything about other aspects, but he dared to say that in terms of medical technology no one doubts that the Alliance is the best. Even the rockets cannot match the Alliance in medical technology. The Alliance, which has opened so many Pokémon centers, must have a wealth of clinical experience in treating Pokémons. He still trusts the reputation of the Alliance, and he believes in the medical technology of the Alliance. Before leaving, Yu-Hai also smiled back, said goodbye to Miss Joy, and left the Pokémon Center silently. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and the nightlife had just begun. Most shops were not closed. The 6 large battle venues more than 100 meters away were very lively every night. From such a distance, he could feel the cheers from the other side, which formed a wave of sound and rushed towards him. He would not watch the Pokémon battle over there. The ones that were too bad were boring, and the ones with high popularity could not squeeze into the battle venue. Besides, he came here with a mission tonight, which was to investigate the price situation of Pokémon-related goods here. Before the investigation, he had already guessed that things related to Pokémons must be very expensive. First, there is no doubt that things related to Pokémon are expensive, because trainers are so popular. Second, this is an island tourist city. Referring to the tourist cities in the previous life, the hospitable merchants probably wore out their whetstones and waited to rip off the trainers who came from afar. Therefore, he did not have much hope for the prices here, and just looked around. If he wanted to understand the prices here, he only needed to go to one place, that is, the department store between the Pokémon Center and the battlefield, which had everything. Before entering the department store, he released the orb spinner on his shoulder, but did not release the frog. He was afraid that there would be too many people later, and there were too many things that the frog had never seen before, and it would be a headache if it got lost. The orb spinner did not have this worry, and it was always lying on his shoulder, moving with him. After getting ready, he stepped into the department store. Most of the first floor was clothing stores, so he started shopping from the clothing stores. Next is the price. If you point out any unreasonable things, I will refer to them. The things on the market are much more expensive than those on the black market. After all, you have to pay taxes. I have had herpes on my hands recently, which is very itchy and uncomfortable. I will try to post 2 chapters, and write as much as I can. 160 Chapter 154, The First Floor of the Department Store. 160. The things sold on the first floor of the department store are all clothes that trainers like. He also saw a space backpack. Entering the backpack store, I saw that the space backpack is divided into 3 types. 10 cubic meters, 50 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters, and the largest space backpack is only 100 cubic meters. The space backpack of the same size as the one on my back is sold at 15,000 alliance coins in the store, 8,000 alliance coins for 50 cubic meters, and 2,000 alliance coins for 10 cubic meters. Due to the different colors, shapes, and decorations of the space backpack, the price will fluctuate from 100 to 1,000 alliance coins, and the price fluctuation is not very large. Sir, we have many different styles of space backpacks here: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, all kinds of colors, and different types of straps. Do you need me to introduce the space backpacks here? No, Yu Hai immediately waved his hand, interrupting the shopping guide's next words. He didn't know the price of space backpacks on the black market, but he had thought it through. This kind of thing can't be bought on the black market. Even if it's a bit expensive in the store, it's better to buy it in the store. Who knows if the things on the black market are stolen goods, just like the space backpack behind him. Even if you want to deal with the space backpack of the elf hunter, you have to go to the black market to deal with it. Even if the department store recycles the second-hand space backpack, the price is estimated to be cut in half. This is normal operation, so he might as well go to the black market to sell the second-hand backpack. I want this black space backpack. Yu Hai took a fancy to an all-black backpack. The appearance of the space backpack is not too fancy, it looks very simple and plain. For a pragmatist, he likes such a space backpack. He reached out and touched the fabric of the space backpack. The fabric felt very comfortable, cool, and refreshing. The breathability of the backpack should be good, and the backpack is not reflective. This is exactly what he needs. It is just right to carry it at night and not so conspicuous. Okay, sir, do you need to pack it for you? Seeing that she met such a straightforward customer again, the shopping guide stopped talking nonsense and took the space backpack off the wall to pack it. No need, just calculate the price directly. Yu Hai waved his hand and started to pay. Okay, sir. This all-black backpack with a space capacity of 100 cubic meters is priced at 16,000 alliance coins. Would you like to pay in cash or by credit card? Cash. Yu Hai took out 2 10,000 yuan bills and asked the saleslady as he was about to hand them to her, "Do you have any discounts?" "Sorry, sir, we can't offer discounts in this store, but we will give you a small gift for you to choose freely." "Where is the small gift?" Yu Hai felt a little disappointed when he heard that there was no discount, but the space backpack was not a consumable item, so he would only buy it once, so there would be no discount. "Sir, please follow me." As the saleslady led the way, Yu Hai followed and saw a whole wall of backpack pendants. It turned out that the small gift the saleslady was talking about was this thing. If he didn't ask, would there be no small gift? He turned his head to look at the saleslady, who was still keeping her job. A professional smile. He couldn't tell whether the saleslady didn't want to say it, or if he didn't ask, she wouldn't say it, and then she would put it in her pocket and put it on his account. Looking at the wall full of elf pendants, he didn't worry too much, After all, they were all exquisite little toys. Then he began to look for small pendants, and at first glance he found the elf pendants he had conquered, such as the mosquito-repellent frog, the butterfly, the big-mouthed gull, the big-clawed crab, the round silk spider and other elf pendants. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the saleslady and asked her, "Can I ask you a question?" "Sir, please ask." "Can I take one more?" Yu Hai asked. "No, sir," the saleslady's answer was expected. "Let me put it another way. If I choose 2 pendants, I will buy this space backpack. If not, I will go to another store to buy a space backpack." Yu Hai didn't force anyone. Anyway, there is more than one store selling space backpacks, so he can buy it anywhere. "Yes, sir," the saleslady agreed to Yu Hai's request without thinking. After all, a small pendant is nothing compared to the 16,000 yuan backpack commission. Pendants are small gifts that are originally given to customers and can also be sold separately. Although the store stipulates that you can only take one small gift when buying a backpack, the rules are fixed and people are alive. If the customer wants to take one more, she can pay for it from the commission, at least she can make a little profit. "I want these 2, the mosquito-repellent frog and the butterfly." Yu Hai took off the pendants of the mosquito-repellent frog and the butterfly and hung them on the newly bought backpack. These 2 small pendants are made of rubber, which are equivalent to 2 elf dolls that have been shrunk many times. They look cute and are soft to pinch. "Please wait, sir," the saleslady took Yu Hai's 20,000 alliance coins and went to find change. Finally, Yu Hai left the store selling space backpacks with 4,000 alliance coins in his hand, a backpack and 2 small pendants. As for why he chose Frog and Butterfree, these 2 elves were his first partners. Their status in his heart could not be replaced by anyone, so of course they were his first choice. After leaving the backpack store, he went to the clothing store again, ready to buy some new clothes, and the elf hunter clothes could be thrown away. After entering the clothing store, the shopping guide also appeared and wanted to introduce clothes to Yu Hai, but Yu Hai refused. He found a black jacket and asked the shopping guide, "Is this clothing stab-proof?" "Sir, this clothing is not stab-proof. All the clothes here are not stab-proof. They are just ordinary clothes." Hearing this, Yu Hai immediately lost interest. The clothes here are pretty, but he doesn't need clothes that are not stab-proof. And the price of this clothing is 8,800 alliance coins. If it's just for the sake of appearance, he won't spend this money in vain. "Excuse me, are there any stab-proof clothes for sale here?" Yu Hai put down the clothes. Instead of looking for it himself, he might as well ask the locals in the department store. "Yes, sir, you can see it if you go further in. It's an outdoor goods store," the saleslady pointed to the building, indicating that there was the stab-proof clothing that Yu Hai wanted. "Okay, thank you." Yu Hai thanked her, left the clothing store, and continued to walk into the mall, and finally saw the clothing store that the saleslady mentioned. The owner is a white-bearded old man, no longer a saleslady. In addition to clothing, there are many outdoor goods sold here. For example, tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, folding tables and chairs, various cooking utensils, flashlights, telescopes, fire starters, daggers, shovels, inflatable kayaks. 161 Chapter 155, Almost Becoming a Fat Sheep. 161. There are many kinds of things in the outdoor goods store, more than the outdoor goods in his space backpack, and there are many things he doesn't have. "Young man, what do you want to buy? Are you going to sea or mountain climbing? Or cave exploration? Boss, do you have stab-proof clothing?" Yu Hai retracted his gaze from the outdoor products on the wall and turned his gaze to the old man. He didn't know if there were any stab-proof clothing in the store. "Young man, you have come to the right place. Stab-proof jackets, trousers, long-sleeved t-shirts, shorts, backpacks, full-body stab-proof clothing, whatever kind of stab-proof clothing you want, we have them here. Take a set first, black, 1.7 meter tall clothes and pants. Yu Hai only saw a few sample clothes on the wall, none of which were black, and he didn't know if there were any black stab-proof clothing in the store. Young man, do you want the best or slightly inferior goods? Of course the best. Yu Hai would not be stingy with money on such matters, after all, it was something that could save lives. If the quality was too poor and it was cut by a knife, he would only remember it at that time. He shouldn't have saved money, and everything would be too late. Okay, wait a minute, young man. The white-bearded old man turned around, squatted down and started searching, and soon took out a set of black jackets, including a long-sleeved t-shirt, long pants, and underwear, all black, and they would not reflect light under the light. Seeing this black stab-proof suit, Yu Hai immediately touched it. The fabric felt cold to him, and it should be very cool to wear in summer. The long-sleeved t-shirt is also designed to fit the body. It feels soft and comfortable, and it can absorb sweat. It should have good breathability. The collar is still a V-neck. He likes this suit. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is stab protection. Yu Hai felt the clothes with his hands, pulled out the dagger on his belt, and scared the boss. The white-bearded old man jumped back, hugged his arms and shouted, "Young man, what are you going to do, what? If you rob, you will be arrested by Miss Junsha." "Boss, didn't you say that the clothes are stab-proof? If they are, I will buy them. If they are not, I will report you to Miss Junsha for selling fakes." Yu Hai saw the old man's look and sneered in his heart. "He is already old, who are you pretending for? Do you really think that only you can be called Junsha and I can't be called Junsha? Oh, young man, it won't work. If you want to try this set of clothes." The white-bearded old man knew that he couldn't fool the young man, so he hurried forward and grabbed the four-piece suit on the counter. He took a new set of stab-proof clothes from under the counter and said to Yu Hai, "Young man, this time it's the real thing. You can stab it as you like. If you can pierce it, you don't have to pay." "Boss, you said it, you can't go back on your word." Yu Hai smiled at the old man, holding the dagger tightly in his hand. "I definitely won't go back on my word, but after you stab the clothes, you must buy this set of clothes." The white-bearded boss immediately blew his beard and glared at Yu Hai, who dared to question his character. He was not an old man who could be bullied casually. "You can buy clothes, but if you ask for millions, I can't afford it." Yu Hai joked with the old man and reached out to touch the long-sleeved t-shirt again. This time, the moment he touched the long-sleeved t-shirt, he felt the touch was different. Because he had felt this kind of prickly feeling on the skin of the megalodon. Then he touched the inside of the long-sleeved t-shirt, and there was no prickly feeling. Then he touched the jacket and pants, which were both very soft and waterproof, and the material inside could not be seen. However, we will know if it can be thorn-proof after trying it later. If it can really be thorn-proof, it means that this clothing is made of material similar to the rough skin of the megalodon. This boss is something. He can even get this kind of thing, and he can sell it openly. Isn't he afraid of being investigated by Junsha? Yu Hai just thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. Seeing the change in Yu Hai's eyes, the white-bearded old man guessed that Yu Hai might have found out, and the other party was also a trainer with experience in outdoor survival. Next, he must be careful not to anger the other party. "Young man, this four-piece suit is all soft stab-proof clothing, which can only prevent stabs but not impacts, and can't absorb shock. A coat outside costs 10,000 alliance coins. I will sell you 70,000 alliance coins for this four-piece suit. What do you think?" "Boss, you have to try it to know, what if it's a fake again?" Yu Hai narrowed his eyes, not believing the old man. The first set was obviously used to trick him. If he hadn't pulled out the dagger, he would have been fooled by the other party. Okay, wait until you try it first." The white-bearded old man waved his hand, no longer arguing with Yu Hai, and let Yu Hai try it casually. Then Yu Hai raised the dagger and stabbed all the coats, trousers, long-sleeved t-shirts, and underwear placed on the counter one by one. He stabbed every place once, for fear that the clothes were cut corners. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. After he stabbed the clothes, he took off the coats, trousers, long-sleeved t-shirts on the wooden counter one by one. T-shirts, there was no knife tip on the wooden counter, only under the underwear at the end, the knife tip was seen. The knife tip was very subtle. It is called a knife tip, but it is more appropriate to say that it is a groove, which is the groove caused by the heavy blow of the dagger. The clothes were not pierced, but the rainproof layer was damaged. But these are minor problems. The main function of this set of clothes is to prevent stabs. Getting this result, Yu Hai nodded with satisfaction and said to the old man, "The clothes are okay, but 70,000 is a bit expensive. If it was 30,000, I would buy it." Next, it was time for the bargaining session that everyone likes to see. After he became a social bull in his previous life, his favorite thing to do was to bargain. "That won't work, young man, this is a stab-proof suit. You can't buy a set of ordinary clothes outside for 30,000. At least 66,000, this is the lowest price. And this clothes has been stabbed like this by you, I can't sell it." "Boss, I'll buy it for 60,000, but you have to add 2 more pieces, a short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of shorts." Yu Hai thought about it and felt that the old man was right. In the clothing store outside, the jacket I just saw was priced at 8,800, almost 10,000. Although clothes like t-shirts can be cheaper, this is stab-proof, including the boxer briefs. "Young man, how about adding another 4,000, 64,000, and add a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, and I'll sell it to you." The white-bearded old man wanted to make more money and was arguing with Yu Hai. At most 1,000, Yu Hai gave a thumbs up. He only accepted 1,000, which is 61,000. "How about 63,000 yuan, and I will help you patch the hole you just made, so that I can earn some hard-earned money." "Young man, I am an old man and can only sell clothes to support my family. Fix the hole." Yu Hai waved his hand and stopped arguing with the old man. 10,000 yuan for a piece of clothing, including the shorts, 63,000 yuan, 6 sets of clothes and pants. Including a jacket, trousers, shorts, long-sleeved t-shirt, short-sleeved t-shirt, boxer briefs, these 6 pieces of clothes and pants. It's 10,000 alliance coins for a pair of underwear. Even if it's stab-proof, the underwear is not worth this money. After all, the material used in the underwear is definitely not as much as other clothes. However, the price can't be bargained down anymore, plus he also liked this set of clothes, so it was okay to buy them together. "Young man, your clothes have been mended, see if you are satisfied." The old man stepped on the sewing machine in front of Yu Hai, and handed the clothes to Yu Hai after mending. Yu Hai looked at the place where the old man had just mended. The mending was not bad, it was mended with black thread and black cloth, and a lot of black thread was mended at the hole to seal the hole. If you don't look carefully, you might think it's a pattern, you can't see it at all. "Okay, you bring the remaining 2 clothes, here are 63,000 alliance coins." Yu Hai took out 63,000 and put it on the counter. "By the way, put the old man's mended clothes into the newly bought space backpack, and it won't be too late to change into new clothes when you return to the hotel later." "Okay, young man, wait a minute." The old man turned around and searched for a while, and found shorts and short-sleeved shirts and put them on the counter. But when the old man saw Yu Hai took the clothes and wanted to stab with the dagger, he hurriedly pulled back the short-sleeved shorts and laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, young man, I'm old and my memory is not good. I found the wrong one." Wait. Seeing Yu Hai so cautious, the old man turned around and continued to search. This time he found the real thing and handed it to Yu Hai. Then Yu Hai used the dagger again to stab the short-sleeved shorts. After checking that the 2 clothes were not pierced, he took the clothes, put out the backpack, and released the 63,000 alliance coins on the counter. "Boss, aren't you afraid of meeting a bad-tempered trainer?" Yu Hai was very curious. Is this old guy afraid of walking at night? He actually lied to him again and again. Even with his good temper, he couldn't help but want to hit him. Fortunately, he did not relax his vigilance throughout the whole process. He would be skeptical about everything. He would not believe it unless he tried it himself. It's that simple. Ahem, young man, you are joking. I have outdoor supplies here. See if you need anything else. The white-bearded old man just laughed awkwardly and did not admit what happened just now. However, his palms were sweating secretly, and he sighed that this kid was too cautious. He thought that the other party would not care the second time and thought that he could not be cheating. Unexpectedly, the other party also poked at the last two clothes. What a cautious boy! But he still greeted Yu-Hai with a smile, and did not let Yu-Hai, a big customer, go because his little thoughts were exposed and the embarrassment just now. As long as the other party is still spending money here, he is his customer and his bread and butter. Stab-proof backpack, stab-proof gloves, bring them out, I want black ones. Yu-Hai did not care about what happened just now, but stretched out his hand to knock on the counter. How this old man behaves is none of his business. Anyway, he just needs to be more careful. This old man often sells things like this, and he will be defeated sooner or later. Okay, please wait a moment. The old man with white beard moved quickly this time. He did not use fake things to fool Yu-Hai, but directly used real things. How much are the backpack and gloves? Yu-Hai took the backpack. The texture was similar to the space backpack he bought just now, but this one was stab-proof. The space backpack is 100 cubic meters and the price is 40,000. The stab-proof fingerless gloves are priced at 5,000. Well. Yu-Hai looked at the backpack for a while and returned it to the old man. Boss, I don't want the backpack anymore, but you can consider the gloves for 2,000. This backpack is pretty good. If you don't like this style, I have other styles of backpacks. The old man with white beard tried his best to promote his products. This trainer was generous, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity to sell things. Is the backpack sold for 20,000? Yu-Hai asked instead of answering. A young man, at least 30,000, this is the lowest price. The old man earns all the hard-earned money, so don't embarrass the old man. The old man with white beard took the initiative to lower the price. He saw that Yu-Hai was carrying 2 space backpacks on his back, and he didn't have a strong demand for backpacks, so he lowered the price. If you don't want the backpack, you don't have to worry about it. Let's talk about this pair of gloves. Yu-Hai liked this pair of black fingerless gloves very much. Only the thumb and index finger were exposed. There were also protective plates on the back of the gloves, covering the back of the hand. Just now, he poked it with a dagger, and the gloves were indeed stab-proof and cut-proof. It should be the same super strong and high-density fiber as the stab-proof fabric used to make the 6 clothes. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was very strong anyway. But he could probably guess that it was made of the material on the elves. Okay, young man, the white-bearded old man sighed softly and put away the stab-proof backpack. He couldn't sell the stab-proof backpack for 20,000. This thing can be used as a shield, and it is not the same price as an ordinary space backpack. For stab-proof gloves, just give me 3,000. Old man, the price is 2,500, I'll take it. Yu-Hai didn't want to continue arguing with the old man because of a few hundred yuan. If it was in the previous life, he would definitely bargain to death. Alliance coins are similar to the daily currency of the previous life. 100 alliance coins are equivalent to 5 RMB in the previous life, and 500 is 25. What's there to argue about? Okay, take it. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and didn't want to argue anymore. This price was still within his psychological expectations and acceptable. Then Yu-Hai took out another 2,500 alliance coins and put them on the old man's counter, and he said goodbye and left the outdoor goods store. In fact, he wanted to buy 2 sets of stab-proof clothing, but the boss here was too rip-off, and he didn't have much money left, so he couldn't support him to buy a second set. He needed to save some money for backup. When he finishes dealing with the elf hunter's black goods, he should become a rich man, and then he will definitely buy the department store. Then he walked around this floor again. There was no need for him to continue wandering around this floor. He didn't like some ordinary clothes. In addition to clothing stores for men, women, old and young, there are also some gold jewelry stores, cosmetics stores, bicycle stores, furniture and appliances, toy stores, watch stores, fishing rod stores, glasses stores, leather goods stores. The first floor is basically all about clothing, family, and life. There is nothing to see. He plans to go to the second floor of the department store. Stores selling elf food and other elf food are all on the second floor. 162 Chapter 156, The second floor of the department store. 162. When he came to the second floor, he went straight to the elf food store. He was eager to know the price of energy cubes. If it is cheap, he can buy some to let the elves taste it. If it is very expensive, he needs to replan how to go in the future and whether to take out some too advanced things to bring huge benefits to himself. And benefits are often accompanied by huge risks, even life-threatening. I just want to do a business that makes a lot of money. Unless there is a monopoly, it will only be robbery. We just found a nearby elf food store. Yu-Hai and the orb spider just walked into the store. The shopping guide saw the orb spider on Yu-Hai's shoulder and immediately greeted him enthusiastically, "Sir, what type of elf food do you need?" Yu-Hai looked at it and saw so many foods reflecting colorful light under the light. The colorful light really made people addicted to it and couldn't extricate themselves. There were a wide variety of elf foods on the shelves, including elf snacks with strange appearances and energy foods with various attributes marked. There were also various drinks neatly arranged on the entire shelf. The most famous milk was Moo Moo milk produced in the Johto area. This thing was mentioned when playing the game. In addition to Moo Moo milk, there are some other ordinary milks, which are either placed very high or at the bottom, not as easy to get as Moo Moo milk. From this point, it can be seen that Moo Moo milk must be the most expensive, otherwise it would not be placed like this. This thing also has some psychological effect. When people go shopping in the supermarket, they often take away what is most convenient for them. I want to see the energy cubes. Yu-Hai quickly retracted his gaze. His flat wallet did not allow him to be confused by the many products. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated the purpose of entering the store. "Yes, sir, please look here," the shopping guide lady guided Yu-Hai beside him. Yu-Hai turned around and saw that the shelves behind him were filled with colorful and crystal clear energy cubes. The energy cubes here are packed in boxes, and the number is marked on the box packaging, 10. "Sir, are you looking for insect energy cubes or energy cubes of other attributes?" "Just insect." Yu-Hai noticed that the little eyes of the round silk spider were staring at the energy cubes, and the saliva in his mouth flowed out. Seeing this, Yu-Hai raised his hand and patted the little guy on his shoulder, reminding the round silk spider to keep it back and not to make fun of it as if it had never seen the world. "Sir, if it is a young bug-type Pokemon, I recommend you to look at this emerald green high-purity bug-type energy block, which is specially developed for the taste of bug-type Pokemon. This energy block is called emerald green, which combines a variety of tree fruits that bug-type Pokemon like. The emerald green block crystal contains almost no visible impurities. Sir, you can feed the Pokemon with confidence. The energy crystal contains extremely high bug-type energy. If a young bug-type Pokemon eats it, only one piece is needed at a time to fill the stomach, and only 3 pieces are needed a day. If you need to double the training, just feed 2 more energy blocks." After listening to the introduction of the shopping guide, Yu-Hai secretly admired that energy blocks are indeed a good thing for cultivating Pokemon. Each energy block contains a kind of attribute energy, but there are differences in purity. I don't know who invented this Pokemon food. For trainers, it is really the greatest invention. This thing is delicious and beautiful, and it is also very tempting to Pokemon, but what about the price? The most important thing is the price. If you can't afford it, no matter how good it looks and how high its nutritional value is, it's useless. What's the price? Yu-Hai looked at the emerald green energy cubes. The high-purity emerald green energy cubes recommended by the shopping guide were almost free of any impurities. The crystal-clear emerald green color really looked like a pure and flawless emerald. Not only was he fascinated by it, but even the round silk spider on his shoulder wanted to jump onto the shelf, tear open the packaging bag immediately, and then start eating. But with Yu-Hai's warning, the round silk spider could only swallow its saliva secretly and suppress the desire of its mouth, so it didn't jump onto the shelf. The price of the exquisite emerald green energy cubes in our store is 5,000 alliance coins per box. If you buy a large number, our store can offer a discount of 4,500 per box. Hearing this offer, Yu-Hai secretly calculated that 5,000 per box was enough for 3 days. In other words, the food expenses of 1,600 per day are outrageous. This is not eating, this is eating gold again. According to this way of eating, 100 yuan can't even buy 3 dishes and 1 soup. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a tourist city, and the prices are comparable to those of first-tier cities in the previous life. And this is the normal diet for young Pokemons. If they want to train, they need to eat 1 more, which means 3,000 yuan of food a day. But if it is an adult Pokemon, and the trainer has not only 1 Pokemon, but 6 Pokemon. This, don't count, I can't afford it at all. Each premium energy cube, which costs 500 alliance coins, is more expensive than a poke ball. Is this the legendary energy cube? As if she saw his embarrassment, the shopping guide continued to introduce, Sir, our store also has 2 low-purity emerald energy cubes, which are also very good Pokemon food. The low-purity one costs only 700 per box, and the medium-purity one costs only 1,500 per box. These 2 emerald energy cubes are very suitable for bug Pokemon to eat. Long-term consumption can improve the overall ability of Pokemon. Although the concentration of bug Pokemon energy is not as high as that of premium energy cubes, you need to eat 2. But if you insist on eating these 2 foods, when bug Pokemon develop and use their own bug energy, they will also get a small improvement, but the improvement is not as large as that of premium ones, which is beneficial to the Pokemon itself. For new trainers, these 2 emerald energy cubes are much more cost-effective and are the first choice for many new trainers. The shopping guide pointed to the other 2 boxes of energy cubes and introduced their cost-effectiveness to Yu-Hai. Low purity, medium purity, Yu-Hai looked down at the 2 energy cubes. One was okay, but there were some minor impurities. The other was unbearable to look at. It had been expelled from the emerald green category and became the black-green category. It was simply unbearable to look at. 700 and 1,005 respectively. Then Yu-Hai calculated again. The 2 energy cubes were 71 and 151 respectively. If you calculate it this way, it is acceptable. If you eat 3 medium purity emerald green energy cubes a day, the price is equivalent to 1 fine energy cube. But the account is not calculated this way. The insect energy contained in 1 high purity and impurity-free fine energy cube should be equivalent to 2 medium purity ones. In other words, the energy and price comparison of the energy cube is: energy, fine emerald green energy cube, 1 equals 2, medium emerald green energy cube. Price, fine emerald green energy cube, 1 equals 3, medium emerald green energy cube. As for the lowest purity black-green energy cube, this thing is not considered. In this way, buying medium purity emerald green energy cube is the most cost-effective. If you choose to buy medium energy cubes, it is acceptable to eat them with other elf food. There is no need to eat energy cubes for 3 meals a day. Well, to be honest, I can't afford high-end products. The impurity-free energy cubes look very beautiful. If the low purity is not 2 impurities, the emerald green color cannot be seen at all. The whole crystal is full of impurities. The emerald green energy cube also turned black-green, otherwise he would not consider the medium emerald green energy cube. The medium emerald green energy cube can see some impurities with the naked eye. Although it is not as stunning as the high purity energy cube, crystal clear without impurities, the whole crystal is still emerald green. Even if there are impurities, it is a good product selected from the high purity fine products, not the low purity kind of inferior products. After eating the low purity black stuff, he was afraid that his elves would be poisoned by food. Although the store guaranteed that the elves would not die, after all, it was a store, but he didn't want to try it. After determining the purchase target, Yu Hai decided to buy a box of good quality emerald green energy cubes to test the waters. He didn't dare to buy more before going to the black market, but he was embarrassed not to buy, so he took a box of good quality emerald green energy cubes. Take a box of this. Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed to the good quality emerald green energy cubes, and then came to the shelf of Moo Moo milk and looked at the price of Moo Moo milk. A bottle of 550 ml, which is only 1.1 kilograms, is sold here for 800 yuan per bottle, which is almost the same as the 700 yuan per box of energy cubes. It is worthy of being a tourist city. However, there is also ordinary milk to choose from. Ordinary milk is 300 yuan per bottle. It is the same size as Moo Moo milk, but the price is almost 3 times that of Moo Moo milk. The big milk can is not squeezed with milk, but gold. Then he took another bottle of Moo Moo milk and a bottle of ordinary milk. These are food for elf cubs, so they are probably more expensive. With these 2 bottles of milk, Yu Hai also wanted the elves to try which milk tastes better. In terms of nutritional value, it must be Moo Moo milk, but this thing is too expensive and a bit unaffordable. In addition to these 2 types of milk, there is also a kind of fruit juice milk. Can this thing also supplement vitamin C? He did not take the fruit juice milk. When he was on the deserted island, the little guys ate a lot of tree fruits, so they were not short of vitamin C for the time being. Calculate how much these 3 things cost. Yu Hai handed all the things to the shopping guide and prepared to pay. The sales lady packed a box of good quality emerald green energy cubes and 2 bottles of milk, and told Yu Hai, "Sir, the total is 2,600 alliance coins. May I ask if it's cash or?" "Cash." Yu Hai took out the cash and handed it to the sales lady before the sales lady finished speaking, and took the elf food packed by the sales lady and left the elf food store. In fact, there are many other energy foods in the store, not just energy cubes, such as honey, sweet tree sap, and various tree fruits. After leaving this store, he also saw other elf food stores selling various fast foods, elf candies, elf snacks, and various nutritional supplements. There are also large packages of elf-exclusive food, similar to the elf food in the elf hunter's backpack, which is large and full. This kind of elf food should be very cheap. But he didn't ask, and he was too lazy to ask again. In the future, the elves' diet will definitely be mainly energy blocks, supplemented by other foods. It's impossible to go back to the situation of eating whatever you want on a deserted island, because you need to pay for eating elves. The days of crab freedom are gone forever. After a round of the 2nd floor, there are all elf food stores. The food sold is basically the same, and the prices are similar without asking. Among the many foods, not all are elf food, there are also human food. He is ready to leave the 2nd floor and go to the 3rd floor. As soon as he arrived at the 3rd floor, Yu Hai saw the elf ball at first sight. Then this floor should be the elf props floor, and there will probably be various elf props. 163 Chapter 157, Waterstone. 163. From outside the poke ball shop, he could see that the poke ball placed in the most conspicuous position was the most common red and white poke ball, which was sold for 200 alliance coins, a very normal price. He finally saw something familiar to him. This floor was almost all prop shops. He first entered the poke ball store. There were many poke balls of various kinds in the store, such as the super ball, which could increase the probability of capturing Pokémons: the advanced ball, the hunting ball, the catching ball, the diving ball, the nest ball. They were all Pokeballs that could increase the success rate of capturing Pokémons, but he felt that they were useless. If they were stunned, they would be 100% captured, and there was almost no possibility of escape. He entered the store and only wanted to buy a few special Pokeballs to make the Pokémons feel comfortable in the balls and give them a new home. "Welcome, what kind of Pokeballs do you want to buy?" It was the shopping guide's question again. Most of the shops in this building were female shopping guides, and he was used to it. "I want a Pokeball that is more comfortable for water Pokemon and bug Pokemon, as well as a healing ball." "Do you have a healing ball?" Yu-Hai also wanted to ask about the price. If it's not expensive, he would give all the Pokemons a new home. "Yes, I recommend you look at these two models, the diving ball and the catching ball. Both are very suitable for water Pokemon and bug Pokemon. The diving ball increases the humidity requirement of the water Pokemon, and the catching ball increases the forest environment requirement of the bug Pokemon. At the same time, these two Pokeballs can also increase the probability of catching water Pokemon and bug Pokemon." Price. Yu-Hai looked at the water blue Pokeball and the dark green Pokeball with a black grid pattern pointed out by the shopping guide, which were the diving ball and the catching ball respectively. "The price of these two Pokeballs is 1,000 alliance coins each. Sir, the healing ball you need is here. The healing ball can slowly restore the Pokemon's physical strength, suppress the Pokemon's abnormal state, control the Pokemon's injuries, prevent the injuries from continuing to worsen, and buy time to go to the Pokemon Center. The price is 10,000 alliance coins each. Healing ball, a somewhat gentle ball that can restore the Pokemon's physical strength, suppress the Pokemon's abnormal state, and control the Pokemon's injuries, durability 98.91%. Using the panel to display the durability of the healing ball, Yu-Hai also saw the introduction of the Poke Ball. The shopping guide lady did not lie. The healing ball does have the effects that the other party said, and she did not exaggerate the effects of the Poke Ball. In this case, one diving ball, one catching ball, and one healing ball each. He did not bargain, and this thing could not be bargained. Just like seeing a doctor in the previous life, the medicine is the same price anyway, you can buy it or not. "What should I do if I don't have medicine to take? I can only endure it silently and wait for death. The tennis ball and diving ball are not expensive, but the healing ball is very expensive. The ability to slowly restore physical strength, suppress abnormal conditions from recurring, and control the injuries of elves is worth the price. Sir, 3 elf balls, a total of 12,000 alliance coins, you want cash?" "Cash." Yu-Hai took out the alliance coins and handed them over before the sales lady finished speaking. After taking the elf ball from the sales lady, Yu-Hai threw it into his backpack, and left the elf ball store with the gentle voice of the sales lady. He turned a corner and went to the medicine spray store, where there are all kinds of medicine sprays, antidotes, paralysis sprays, sleep sprays, burns, thawing. There are also Chinese medicines, various insect repellent sprays, insect-attracting perfumes, and perfumes that attract insect elves. Since there are insect repellents, there must be insect-attracting ones. Most of the trainers who buy them are trainers who want to capture insect elves. The price of these medicines is not expensive, similar to the price of red and white poke balls, ranging from 100 to 300 alliance coins. Ordinary medicines are indeed priced at this price. If you want better medicines, the price is similar to the price of low-purity black charcoal energy blocks, and it costs 800 to 900 per bottle of medicine spray. If you want better ones, it will be even more expensive, basically thousands of alliance coins. There is no sales lady in the medicine shop. The shopkeeper is a middle-aged uncle. He asked Yu-Hai to choose the medicine he wanted and pay directly at the counter. In fact, Yu-Hai came to see the prices. He still had medicines in his backpack, and more than 10 bottles of various medicine sprays for Pokemon hunters were not enough. After walking around the medicine shop, he left the medicine shop and went to the evolution stone shop. The sales lady here was very enthusiastic, but there was also a trainer security guard outside the shop. The reason is simple. Evolution stones are very expensive, and the security is just to prevent theft and robbery happened. Sir, what kind of evolution stone do you need? The products in these stores are relatively simple, so the customers who enter the store have a strong purpose. The shopping guide will also get straight to the point and introduce the products in the store to customers. Look at the water stone. Yu Hai came to the store just to see how expensive the evolution stone of the mosquito-repellent frog is. Sir, there are only two types of water stones in this store, one is ordinary water stone, and the other is high-grade water stone. Yu Hai looked at the blue stone pointed by the shopping guide, which was dull and lifeless, like a stone painted with blue paint. The other water stone was much more beautiful, with a deep blue color as a whole, and there were also lighter bubbles in it. The water stone lay quietly in the dark blue silk brocade box. The color was azure and translucent, as if it had been washed with clean water, giving people a feeling of tranquility, dampness, and coolness, like a morning at the seaside. Combined with the warm lighting in the store, the water stone exudes a pure blue color, shining blue under the light, and just lying quietly is very attractive and eye-catching. The contrast between the two water stones is too great, and Yu Hai's attention is all attracted by the beautiful water stone. At the same time, he also noticed the price of this water stone, 5 million alliance coins. Seeing this price, Yu Hai took a breath of cold air. This price is really outrageous. If he has two water stones, can he exchange it for a water-type starter Pokémon? Then he looked at the other water stone, the dull water stone, which was sold for 2 million, and took a breath of cold air again. Such differential treatment, and dare to mark the price at 2 million. No wonder there are trainers outside the door for security. Yu Hai looked up and saw that there were more than 10 evolution stones of various attributes in the store. In other words, the goods in this store are estimated to be tens of millions, and they may have been worth hundreds of millions. Sir, do you need me to introduce these two evolution stones to you? No, Yu Hai waved his hand to refuse, and then asked, are you allowed to touch the water stone? Yes, sir, but you can't pick it up. The sales lady was used to seeing trainers who were surprised after seeing the price of the evolution stone, so she was not surprised and did not refuse Yu Hai's request. Because some trainers come to the store specifically to touch the evolution stone, but they can't take it away. There are trainers hired by the boss to guard the door, so she is not worried that Yu Hai will take the fossil away. Hearing that the sales lady allowed to touch, Yu Hai immediately stretched out his finger and gently touched the water stone on the silk, and the panel of the water stone was also swiped out by him. Water stone, a magical stone that can evolve certain Pokémon, purity 47.72%. Only 47 purity, a bit low, Yu Hai secretly complained, and dared to ask for 5 million for this. This is probably not a black shop. He thought that a high-level water stone must have a purity of more than 60 to be called high-level, and 47 purity would be fine. Then he touched the dull water stone again and swiped out the panel. Water stone, a magical stone that can evolve certain elves, purity 17.52%. Wow, he was shocked. No wonder it looked dull, it turned out to be so low in purity. Using this water stone to evolve elves, let alone success, failure, or even damage to the foundation is good, and there is a possibility of loss of potential. A good evolution stone, especially the highest purity evolution stone, is not just as simple as allowing elves to evolve. The top purity evolution stone can develop the physical potential of a specific elf to the maximum. Even after evolution, it can greatly improve the potential of the elf. This is the evolution stone that the mosquito-repellent frog should use. The potential of the mosquito-repellent frog is not high. If it still uses this kind of crappy evolution stone, the future will be clear at a glance, and there is no hope of breaking through the king. However, the mosquito-scented frog is not in a hurry to evolve now. The mosquito-scented frog has just evolved not long ago, and it still needs to lay a solid foundation, take steady steps, and tap all the moves that should be mastered and the potential that should be tapped. When the mosquito-scented frog has no more progress, he will consider letting the mosquito-scented frog evolve, and he must use the top-level water stone. This is the key to the mosquito-scented frog breaking through the heavenly king level. From the gift of the divine beast, it can be seen that if you want to break through the heavenly king, you must be born as a heavenly king. Otherwise, you can only break the restrictions of race through evolution and be promoted to a heavenly king level elf. The mosquito-scented frog still has one last chance to evolve, and it is also the chance for the mosquito-scented frog to break through the heavenly king. This opportunity is very important to the mosquito-scented frog, to him, and to everyone. So he does not allow failure, and can only use the top-level water stone to evolve, and he does not accept other water stones. But judging from the price in the store, the top-level water stone is likely to be priceless, and even if it has a price, it starts at tens of millions. After all, the 47th purity is sold at 5 million, and the top purity is definitely out of stock. Even if there is, it is estimated to be tens of millions. Take your time, he is not in a hurry, because he knows that there are many places where evolution stones are buried in the animation. If he really can't find it, even if he spends tens of millions to buy a top-level water stone, he will get a top-level water stone. Finally, he took his finger away from the 2 million water stone, shook his head at the shopping guide, and said goodbye and left the store. Sorry, I need to think about it. Yu-Hai left the evolution stone shop and walked into the move disc shop. What is sold here are move discs, which are similar to teaching videos. You can only buy them and learn them yourself. He finally knew what a move learning device is. Herpes has appeared on my hands and feet. I have been suffering for more than a week. The dense pinhole blisters look like many small eyes. I get goosebumps when I stare at them, it's so scary. Alas, the monthly ticket has dropped by another 1,000 alas. 164 Chapter 158, Met a Good Person. 164. In addition to move discs, the boss also accepts move teaching tasks. If the boss can't teach, he will introduce the students to other trainers. This can also be regarded as the boss's network of relationships. Move discs are not very expensive. After all, they are replaceable things, but they only explain the moves. As for whether the Pokémon can learn new moves and in what environment they can learn this new move, it depends on the trainer himself. If you really can't learn it, you can also pay someone to teach you one-on-one on the spot, but this is much more expensive. The move disc in the store is 1,000 alliance coins. If you hire someone to teach you on the spot, it will start at tens of thousands. At least 10,000 alliance coins, and the price of learning new moves will continue to increase according to the difficulty of the moves, the supporting resources and equipment for learning, which depends on what moves the trainer's Pokémon wants to learn. These are the prices of learning new moves that Yu-Hai got from asking the store owner. In addition to selling move discs, Pokémon breeding books are also sold here. He randomly took out a book about Psyduck and looked at it. The title of the book is Psyduck Getting Started Manual. The content of the book introduces how to breed Psyduck, which is basically some beginner knowledge. For example, what kind of food Psyduck likes, what kind of environment it hates, what kind of environment it is comfortable to live in, what kind of environment it sleeps in, what kind of water temperature it likes, what kind of weather it likes. How to comb Psyduck's hair to make it comfortable, what part of the body language it should be massaged to make it comfortable, the interpretation of Psyduck's body language expression, the secret of Psyduck's evolution, and other related knowledge about elves. But after reading the whole book, there is no explanation of how to evolve Psyduck, just some conjectures and guesses, and then nothing else. Then he turned to other books, including those about electric, grass, and bug. Basically, they are all elves without side effects, and they are all elves beginner books prepared for new trainers who go to the breeding house on the 4th floor and buy elves. The training methods in the book are mostly gentle, which is very suitable for trainers who have just obtained the initial elves. After all, the only thing missing is to explain that they have to play happily with the elves. But the training is very slow, and children probably don't have much patience and will throw it away before reading the first page. He was not in a hurry to cultivate knowledge. He would slowly study it after he settled down and found a place to live. Putting down the book, he also left the move disc store and entered the prop store, where he saw a dazzling array of various elf props, including mysterious water drops and magnets. At a glance, there were too many elf props here, at least 30 or 40 elf props, even water gems and evolution stones. Little brother, what elf props do you like? A middle-aged uncle in cool clothes came over, followed by a tall fast-swimming frog. Seeing that Yu-Hai was shocked by the many props and was reluctant to speak, the uncle asked Yu-Hai first. I want to see the mysterious water drops. Yu-Hai only needs to know one prop, and the price of other props can basically be guessed. Even if the price fluctuates, it is based on the attributes of the elves. For example, electric elves and fighting elves are very popular here, and the price will naturally be much more expensive. When asking about the mysterious water drop, Yu-Hai also noticed the fast-swimming frog next to the boss. His eyes were sharp, his muscles were tight, and his explosive power must be very strong. Just from the momentum he exuded, he should not be underestimated. He felt that this fast-swimming frog had at least the strength of a gym leader, and it was even possible that he had the strength of a quasi-king. No wonder there were so many things here, but there was no trainer to protect them. This boss was the strongest security. A quasi-king guarding tens of millions is like the overlord Pidgeot guarding his cubs. If you want to rob them, you have to call more experts. Mysterious water drops. The middle-aged uncle fumbled with the stubble on his chin, took down 2 blue boxes on the shelf, put them on the counter and opened them. There were 2 mysterious water drops inside. Little brother, come and take a look at these 2 rookie items and elite items. They are suitable for rookie trainers and elite trainers respectively. Which one do you want? Rookie items? Elite items? Yu-Hai came to the counter and asked the boss, can I touch these 2 items? Sure, touch them at will, the middle-aged boss said straightforwardly, and pushed the item box to Yu-Hai. After getting permission, Yu-Hai touched them directly and swiped out the panels of the 2 items. Mysterious water drop. The Pokemon carrying this item can increase the power of water-based moves, enhancement 20%. Level 18%. Mysterious water drop. The Pokemon carrying this item can increase the power of water-based moves, enhancement 19%. Level 35%. He also saw the levels of the 2 mysterious water drops on the panel, which were 18 and 35 respectively. The boss was not lying. They were indeed rookie items and elite items. Because most of the second stage of evolution of the Pokemon are between level 18 and 20, except for a few insect Pokemon, it's all like this. That's why the second stage of evolution is called an elite Pokemon, and trainers can only begin to enter the threshold of trainers. Boss, what are the prices of these 2 items? Yu-Hai asked the boss after looking at the panel, and he didn't know how much the mysterious water drop in his hand was worth. Rookie items, 1.5 million, elite items, 3.5 million. After Yu-Hai heard the boss's offer, his 2 elite items could be sold for 7 million alliance coins. It seems that Pokemon hunters are not poor, but they just spend all their money on Pokemon. By the way, what kind of water Pokemon is yours? Do you need a water stone? I also have a water stone here, which is much cheaper than the water stone next door, which is just a low-quality product. The middle-aged uncle boss said, and took out 2 blue boxes, 2 water stones respectively, and whispered to Yu-Hai in a low voice. Little brother, I see you came from that side. Did you see these 2 water stones? In fact, ordinary water stones cost 1.5 million, and this high-quality one costs 3.5 million. To tell you the truth, little brother, this is not a high-quality water stone at all, but a medium-quality water stone. The neighbor is just selling medium-quality water stones as high-quality goods. Hearing this kind of business secret, Yu Hai secretly sighed that this boss is a good person, but it is not to gain his trust, so that he can curse the neighbor, thinking that this boss is still a good person. They have a common enemy. Then under the boss's persuasion, the two slowly drew closer, as if they had become family members. After all, the business secrets were revealed, and the sense of belonging, favorability, and trust were all maxed out. If it was an immature young trainer, he would definitely be indignant by what the boss said, and finally the trainer would pay for the Pokemon props. These are all sales routines, so he said that socializing is really tiring, and he refused to socialize. After all, there are too many traps. Just like a robber who refuses to negotiate, he can only attack by force. Boss, can I touch the evolution stone? Yu Hai didn't just rely on the boss's words. He had to touch it to know. Feel free to touch it, little brother, the boss agreed very readily, and generously let Yu Hai touch the goods again. Then Yu Hai reached out and touched the water stone. The purity of the water stone was water stone, a magical stone that can evolve certain elves, purity 15.41%. Water stone, a magical stone that can evolve certain elves, purity 44.12%. Seeing these two purities, Yu Hai sighed that the source of goods of this boss was not as high quality as the one next door, and the purity was a few % lower than that of the one next door. However, it was more than 1 million cheaper here. Although the boss also made a profit, he was much more conscientious than the one next door. Boss, the things are all good, but I need to think carefully before making a decision about things worth millions. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly, rejected the boss, and said he would not buy it now. Even if this boss had a conscience, this 44 purity evolution stone did not suit his taste, and he didn't know if there were any evolution stones with higher purity on the black market. Okay, little brother, you can come to me when you have considered it. I promise to give you the most affordable price in the entire department store. The boss saw Yu Hai's refusal and put away the mysterious water drop and the water stone. However, he did not give up Yu Hai. This was a potential customer for a transaction worth millions, and he had to maintain a relationship with the other party. The cheapest price is the best way to get closer. Boss, do you have real high-end goods here? Seeing that the boss was so easy to talk to, Yu Hai wanted to ask him about the rarity of high-end evolution stones, which was related to the evolution of the mosquito-repellent frog. High-end goods. The boss paused for a moment, then returned to his natural state, and persuaded, brother, high-end goods are not something we can touch. They all start at tens of millions. Every time one is produced, it will be bought by rich people at a high price. Even I can't compete with that group of people. It's better not to participate. If it's just evolution, medium-level water stones are enough. Thank you for your reminder, boss. Yu Hai finally knew the rarity of high-end goods. It turned out that they were scarce items that would not appear on the market. Once they appear, they will be sold at a premium. It seems that someone is hoarding high-end water stones. I don't know why they hoard so many water stones. After leaving the prop store, Yu Hai recalled what the boss said just now. He also knew what enough meant, which means almost the same. But he didn't want to leave regrets, and didn't want Mosquito Frog to leave regrets and be completely stuck at the threshold of the Quasi King. In fact, trainers like him who pursue top-level evolution stones only account for a very small part, and most of them are rich people who pursue perfection. Most ordinary trainers, like the boss said, would not invest too many resources in a Pokemon. Trainers without money, like the boss said, have enough, just about enough. This is the common phenomenon, which reminds him of a TV series he had watched in his previous life, where the protagonists did everything just about enough, but at the critical moment, they were always just a little bit short, just a little bit short. He didn't want to be like this, using almost the same evolution stones, almost the same cultivation, almost the same training, almost the same investment, and getting almost the same Pokemon. In the end, he was just about the same, and had a similar frog, so why did he travel through time? Did he travel through time just to be an extra? A villain? A background? He traveled through time. He is the protagonist, okay? Since he is the protagonist, of course he has to use the best. It is not time to lie down yet, so it is too early to say that it is almost done. At least fight first. If you can't get the best, you can settle for the second best, but you can only lower the requirements of evolution stones when you can't get the best. When he came to the stairs, he had almost finished browsing the third floor. I heard that the fourth floor is a breeding house and there are elf eggs. He just wanted to buy an incubator and take a look at the potential of the elf cubs on it. I don't know if I can find a loophole and brush out 1 or 2 high-potential elf cubs. 165 Chapter 159, Circle and Charge. 165. The breeding house on the 4th floor is basically a store selling elf cubs and elf eggs, but each store has different focuses. After arriving at the 4th floor, it is obviously much more lively here. Most of them are adults with children, coming to choose their children's initial elves. Some choose to buy elf eggs. If it is a blind box elf egg, it will be cheaper. Some directly choose to buy elf cubs. As the child's first initial elf, this thing is more expensive. After all, many ordinary elves are free elves resources if they are captured in the wild. If they are collected here and charged, isn't that a rip-off? Most people choose to come here instead of wild elves because wild elves are difficult to tame. There is also the adjustment period with children. Whether the wildness will hurt the children is something that parents are very worried about. In order to avoid the children from being hurt, many parents will choose elves that have been trained by breeders as their children's first starting elves. These elves have been taught by breeders, who have taught them how to get along with human cubs. So the elves that children get here can quickly get along with each other and complete the capture of the first starting elves by the new trainer. Among so many breeding houses, the starting elves with the most traffic are grass elves and water elves. Because water elves are very common here, and grass elves can restrain the common water elves, this is almost the first choice for most parents for their children's starting elves. There are also breeding houses that specialize in selling grass-type elves, most of which are ordinary elves such as walking grass, trumpet buds, eggs, shuttlecock grass, sun seeds, lotus leaf boys, mushrooms, etc. Seeing that the most people entered these 2 stores, Yu-Hai also quietly followed them in. The storefront of the grass-type breeding house is very spacious, with grasslands and forests, almost simulating the living environment of grass-type elves. He first passed the grass-type elf egg area. Most of the elf eggs were eggshells with white backgrounds and green patterns, which were undoubtedly grass-type elves. The elf egg area is divided into 2 parts. There are grass-type elf eggs with clear prices, and the type of grass-type elf they are will be explained. The elf eggs piled together randomly are unknown grass-type elf eggs, which are sold as blind boxes. It is said that it is a blind box, although it is unclear what kind of elf eggs it is, but it is still possible to guess what potential elf eggs are, and the price is much cheaper. The elf eggs with clear prices range from hundreds of thousands to millions, and blind box elf eggs can be purchased for 100,000. Pokemon eggs are like opening a blind box. You don't know what the potential of the Pokemon is, and you can only rely on luck. But most of them are of very bad potential. He doesn't believe in luck, because Pokemon eggs can't see potential. However, you can see who the Pokemon's parents are, what their potential is, what their talents are, and whether they have inherited moves, and you can probably tell the potential of the Pokemon eggs. The Pokemon eggs that are thrown out and randomly selected must have poor potential from their parents, otherwise how could you buy Pokemon eggs produced by the breeding house for 100,000 each? Yu-Hai entered the breeding house, passed by the egg area, and followed the flow of people to the first artificial ecological area. In this ecological area, you can feed Pokemon and observe Pokemon. If you like a Pokemon, you can directly use the Pokeball in the store to capture and buy it. If you don't want it, just put it back. The price of grass-type Pokemon cubs here is mostly over 1 million, especially eggs with superpowers, and mushrooms with fighting attributes after evolution. These two Pokémons cannot be negotiated without millions, but the prices of other grass Pokémon cubs can be negotiated, and they can be taken within a million. After all, they are all ordinary Pokémons, and there are plenty of wild grass Pokémons in the forest. The mushroom can also be sold at a good price, also because of the underground fighting arena, as well as the large and small fighting arenas in the city, which makes the fighting Pokémons sell very well here, almost on par with the electric Pokémon cubs. Yu-Hai used Pokeballs to capture 4 grass Pokémon cubs here, looked at the panels of the 4 grass Pokémon cubs, and put the grass Pokémon cubs back. The potentials of the 4 grass Pokémon cubs are: the potential of the egg is 35, the potential of the mushroom is 36, and the moves are very ordinary, without any special inherited moves. The price is 2 to 3 million. The potential of the trumpet bud is 37, and the potential of the shuttlecock grass is 36. The moves are also very ordinary, without any inherited moves, and the price is more than 1 million. After seeing the potential of the Pokémons and comparing the prices, Yu-Hai thought that the breeding house was really ripping off customers. These Pokémons were common Pokémons, but they could be sold for 1 or 2 million. In addition to selling a service, new trainers get besides being able to subdue them as soon as they arrive. He really didn't know what services the breeding house provided. The elf cubs were actually worth this price. It was probably just a service. If it were him, he would definitely not spend this money to buy these worthless elf cubs. However, the grass-type elf cubs in the second ecological zone were still worth buying. Next, he followed the guidance of the shopping guide and came to the second artificial ecological zone. The elves here were still the same grass-type elves, but the difference was that they would have some inherited moves and their talent potential was also stronger. For example, walking grass would inherit a certain move, such as grass field, parasitic seeds, photosynthesis, and other grass-type moves. Grass-type elves such as trumpet buds and shuttlecock grass were in a similar situation. Eggs and mushrooms were similar, one looked at telekinesis talent, and the other looked at fighting talent. The price of the elf cubs here was also higher, basically starting at 3 or 4 million. 3 million was for other grass types, and 4 million was for eggs and mushrooms. He also used the Pokeball to check the potential of the grass-type Pokémon here. Most of them have a potential of more than 40. There are grass-type Pokémons with 2 stages of evolution. If they are well cultivated, they can at least be on par with gym leader level Pokémons, and there is no problem in becoming a senior trainer. It is not impossible to step into the Quasi King, which depends on whether the trainer is willing to invest a lot of resources. Then he came to the third artificial ecological area. There were only a few grass-type Pokémons here, all of which were the treasures of this breeding house. There was no need to look at the price. Listening to the discussions of the customers around him, Yu-Hai also heard the price, which was 7 to 8 million alliance coins. He also looked at the potential of the grass-type Pokémons. Most of them have a potential of more than 50, and there is also a mushroom with a potential of 49. The genetic moves are also richer than the second ecological area. If the first ecological area is a blank, the second ecological area will have 1 genetic move. The third ecological area will have 2 or 3 genetic moves, and the parents' talents are also relatively strong. They are all the Pokémons produced by Quasi King parents. I don't know which trainer's Pokémon was taken to the breeding house for breeding. It seems that the owner of this breeding house is a connoisseur of goods. He picked out all the high-potential grass Pokémon cubs and put them here to attract customers. If you want to find a bargain, you can only go to the second artificial ecological area. The potential of the grass Pokémon cubs there is above 40, and there is a chance to find a grass Pokémon cub with 50 potential. It is basically impossible to find the rest, unless you are lucky enough to hatch them from Pokémon eggs, or go to the wild to try your luck and catch them yourself. After walking around the grass Pokémon breeding house, Yu-Hai came to the water Pokémon breeding house, which is basically arranged in the same way. Next door is the forest, and this side is the aquarium. The Pokemon egg area at the door is also divided into two parts, and blind box eggs are also sold here. Unlike the next door, the Pokemon eggs here have all kinds of patterns, and the price is cheaper than the grass Pokemon eggs next door, and there are more water Pokemon cubs to choose from than the grass Pokemon eggs next door. After all, in an island environment like the Orange Islands, it is normal that there are more water-type elves than grass-type elves. This place is also divided into 3 ecological zones, but the popular elves are different. The water-type elves here include Seduck, Slowpoke, Sea Lion, Shellfish, Crab, Seahorse, Goldfish, Starfish, Magikarp, Lolili, Wooper, Lotus Leaf Boy, Squirtle, Ugly Fish. The most popular water-type elves are Seduck, Slowpoke, and Starfish. They are probably more popular because they have superpowers. The next ones are Sea Lion, Lolili, Wooper, Squirtle, Crab, Seahorse, Slowpoke, and Lotus Leaf Boy. The remaining water-type Pokemon cubs, such as the Shelder that needs an evolution stone, the relatively weak Goldfish, Magikarp, and Smelt. These water-type Pokemon cubs are relatively rare, and the evolution of Magikarp and Smelt is even more of a mystery. Others don't know, but he knows that the evolution of Smelt is related to beauty and confidence. This Pokemon is very beautiful after evolution, and he can keep one in the future. But their role here is just to be ornamental fish, and they will not be sold to the public. After all, no one will buy these 3 stupid things. After coming here and taking a look around, he found that Seduck's popularity was so high, which he didn't expect. This stupid thing can actually be on par with Slowpoke and Starfish, which is really beyond his expectation. And the popularity of the tadpole is not as high as that of Wooper and Squirrel. He guessed that it should be related to the evolution stone. Although there are many frogs on the street, most of them are frogs, and there are no swimmers. He had only seen 3 fast-swimming frogs, 2 on the street and 1 at the prop shop owner's place. If it weren't for the second stage evolution of the mosquito coil, the black seahorse and the lotus leaf boy, they would probably have been in jail and would be listed as the least popular water elf cubs together with the stupid thing Magikarp. If it was his own mosquito coil tadpole here, it would also be the lowest price, and you could buy a mosquito coil tadpole for only 1 million. Converted to the purchasing power of the previous life, it would be 50,000 per mosquito coil tadpole, which is the price of a water elf cub with 30 potential. Of course, you can also catch free ones in the wild. All elves can be captured in the wild. This is just the price of the breeding house. Just like many free scenic spots in the previous life were fenced off and charged, what if there really was a fool willing to pay for it? There is no loss in the breeding house, and it is also profitable to sell it at a low price. Overall, the price of water-type elves is generally cheaper than that of grass-type elves. It is probably because there are more water-type elves here, so the price is not as high as that of grass-type elves. Only the 3 most popular elves, such as Seduck, can be comparable to the price of the grass-type treasures next door. If you release your own crab, with 59% potential, you can directly crush those water-type treasures. This potential is already very close to the king level. As long as it evolves, it will be a king level elf. If it is sold for 10 million, someone will grab it. According to this calculation, he has 4 quasi-king elves in his hands, so he is a walking tens of millions of cash machine. However, no one knows that his elf potential is so high. As long as others don't know, he is not an cash machine, but safe. It seems that before growing up, you can't show too much of the elf's talent, otherwise it will be targeted by people with ulterior motives. After secretly noting this warning, Yu-Hai entered the electric breeding house again. The popularity of electric Pokemons is not inferior to that of grass and water Pokemons. Here, let me say that the positioning of the senior level needs to be changed. The name remains the same, Elite Youth, Senior Adult. What has been changed is that senior level strength equals gym master level strength. Also, some adults who do not have senior level strength will also call themselves senior level. So sometimes, Don't think that senior level is too bad, they all get promoted by working hard. After all, as long as you are an adult, you can call yourself senior level. There is no reference value as high as Gym Master level. 166 Chapter 160, Scyther. 166. The reason why there are few people in the electric breeding house is just because the price is relatively expensive. From the price of Pokemon eggs, it can be seen that electric Pokemon eggs are more expensive than grass Pokemon eggs. Pokemon eggs are not worth more than 100,000 yuan at all, and blind box eggs start at 500,000 alliance coins. Eggshell patterns, mostly light yellow and dark yellow. There are many popular electric-type Pokemon in the breeding house, such as Piku, Electabuzz, Melee, Thunderbeast, Positive and Negative Electric. Except for Magnetron, ordinary electric-type Pokemon on the market are very popular here. There is no Thunderball here, because this guy is prone to self-destruction and is an unstable factor. This branch does not sell it, and only the main store breeding base has this kind of electric Pokemon. The layout of the electric breeding house is similar to the previous two. Electric Pokemon with potentials of more than 20 to more than 30 are placed together. Pokemon with potentials of more than 40 and genetic moves are placed together, and treasures of the store with potentials of more than 50 are placed together. After all, there are not many high-potential Pokemon cubs, and their parents are those quasi-kings, and the cubs produced are easy to distinguish. However, the price of electric Pokemon cubs here is much more expensive than that of grass-type Pokemon. The price of each ecological zone is more than 1 million more expensive than the grass-type Pokemon cub, and the treasure of the store has even exceeded the 10 million mark. He feels that it can be more expensive, but the third stage of the evolution of the electric monster has not yet been discovered, and there are also the super evolutions of the Melee Sheep and the Thunder Beast. If all of them are studied, he thinks it is unlikely to buy the high potential cubs of these three Pokemon for 10 million. The super evolution of the Melee Sheep has dragon attributes and is an electric dragon. There are also electric shock monsters and super thunder beasts, especially electric shock monsters. Just looking at the size, you can tell that it is a very powerful electric Pokemon. After a casual stroll in the electric breeding house, he left the electric breeding house and came to the fighting breeding house. When he entered here, he felt that this place did not look like a breeding house, but more like a gym, with many arenas. The price of the fighting Pokemon eggs here is comparable to that of the electric Pokemon eggs. Because there is another kind of fighting culture besides Pokemon battles here, fighting battles, fighting competitions. Whether it is the underground fighting arena or the fighting arena on the ground, the residents and trainers of this city are very enthusiastic about fighting competitions, which has driven up the price of fighting-type Pokemon cubs. As a result, the fighting-type Pokemon has no attribute restraint advantage over the electric type here, but its price can be equal to or even higher than that of the electric-type Pokemon cubs. It seems that in order to develop the city and to drain the Pokemon fighting culture, the city managers have actually moved the fighting competition into the city. I don't know if the gorgeous competition will become popular, but it will probably be moved here when the time comes. After walking around the fighting breeding house, Yu-Hai left. Fighting-type Pokemon cubs are very expensive, and the most expensive one is a fighting-type plus psychic Pokemon, Maizena. The remaining fighting-type Pokemon cubs are Monkey, Arm, Fearless, and Parasaurolophus. The evolved types in the store are Infernape, Frog, Gory, Flying Leg, Flying Punch, Copper, Blaziken, and Charm. There is no fighting-type Heracross here, probably because this fighting-type Pokemon is more like a bug type. He actually saw Frog and Blaziken here, two fighting-type Pokemon that have fighting attributes after evolution. It turns out that it is not that Poliwag is not good, but that the Water Stone is too expensive. There is only one Frog here, and it is still a fighting Pokemon. If it is just for the fighting type, someone would still be willing to use the Water Stone to evolve a Poliwag to fight in the ring. He actually did not see Monkey King, Lucario, Poliwag, and Alito, which are all very strong fighting type Pokemon. It is estimated that they have not been spread yet. These Pokemon are Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. When these fighting-type Pokemons came over, especially Monkey King's Fiery Fire, Lucario's Wave, Alito's Psychic Power, and Poison Frog's Poison attribute, they can really crush all the fighting Pokemons here. After leaving the fighting breeding house, there were still 3 breeding houses left. Yu-Hai went to the flying breeding house, which was full of flying Pokemons. Flying Pokemons are also the 5th most popular Pokemon type in addition to electric Pokemons, fighting Pokemons, grass Pokemons, and water Pokemons. In an environment with many islands like the Orange Islands, flying Pokemons are a fast and convenient means of transportation between islands. The best-selling flying Pokemon cubs in the store are mainly Pidgeot, Longwing, and Tijipai. The first 2 flying Pokemon cubs are means of transportation and can also be used for battles. Pidgeot is the most popular flying Pokemon cub, just because Pidgeot is very handsome and it is very cool to ride on it. Many young people like flying Pokemons like Pidgeot. Pidgeot is also the most expensive Pokemon in the store, especially the treasure of the store, Pidgeot. Pokemon is just a pure pet. It's not that it can't fight, but the people who buy it don't like fighting. Pokemon is a Pokemon that noble ladies like, including other cute Pokemon, such as Eevee, Piku, Pokemon, Slowpoke, Psyduck. There are also Spearow, Murkrow, Loki, and Cuckoo. In addition, there are no poisonous Pokemon like Zubat in the store. Pokemon like Scorpio that can only glide and is restrained by water, Pokemon like Farfetch that can only fly by itself, and Pokemon like Toot that can't fly are all sold in the store. Most of the trainers who can buy them are not used as transportation, but for fighting. The price of flying Pokemon cubs is similar to that of water Pokemon cubs, and most of the flying Pokemon are just transportation. After leaving the flying breeding house, there are also general breeding houses and bug breeding houses. There are also many general-type Pokemon cubs, such as Rattata, Meowth, Farfetch, Tootsie, Kentaro, Eevee, Bruiser, Tootsie, Cattail. The Pokemon in the store can be roughly divided into 2 categories, Pokemon raised as pets, and Pokemon for trainers to fight. The ladies prefer Meowth, Tootsie, Eevee, Bruiser, Tootsie, Cattail. These cute Pokemon are sold at a higher price in the store, and can be sold at the price of grass-type Pokemon. The remaining Pokemon, Rattata, Farfetch, Kentaro, can also be bought with the price of water-type Pokemon cubs. Coming out of the general-type breeding house, there is also a breeding house that specializes in selling bug-type Pokemon cubs. The most popular bug-type Pokemon cubs in the store are Scyther, Heracross, and Carapace. The reason is that these 3 bug-type Pokemon are the most handsome, and the Thorntail and Caterpillar are also very beautiful. Because of the 3 bug-type Scythers, the price of bug-type Pokemon cubs has been forced to the same level as that of grass-type Pokemon. Arthropods such as insects are the eternal romance of men. Yu-Hai liked Scythers very much in his previous life and wanted to capture one. I couldn't do it in my previous life. Now that I have traveled through time, I must capture a Scyther, because it is really handsome. Especially after evolving into a giant claw mantis, the handsome red shell is really handsome. Even if I want to capture Scythers, it's not now. It's not stable now. Let's talk about it later. There are no Pokemon with poisonous attributes such as unicorns, orb spiders, and hairballs here. I guess they are afraid of poisoning their children. The grass-type walking grass and bell sprouts are poisonous. It is estimated that the poison attribute has been castrated, so they should not cause harm, otherwise they would not be sold. After leaving the bug-type breeding house, Yu-Hai visited 7 breeding houses before finding a place to sit down and took a breath. After visiting the 7 breeding houses, there was too much information, and he needed to sort it out. After visiting the 7 stores, he didn't see any ugly elves. After all, they were all elves for sale. If they were too ugly, they couldn't be sold. From the prices of these 7 stores, he roughly got the price of elves here. If you have to rank them, the most expensive ones are electric and fighting, and the order is probably like this. Electric equals fighting, grass equals bug equals general, water equals flying. 167 Chapter 161, The Three Great Elves. 167. Yu-Hai also found a problem. There are only young elves here, and no adult elves. They should all be in the breeding base. The biggest role of most adult elves is to breed. If they breed better offspring, the breeding house can also sell them at a good price. And there are no three great elves here, no exclusive medical elves for Miss Joy, and no exclusive elf partner for Miss Junsha. Except for the Blazekton, they should be the boss's own Pokemon. There are so many breeding houses, but there is not a single Pokemon. Are Pokemon really that rare, or do Pokemon have some special meaning? There are so many breeding houses that can't get Pokemon, or the Alliance prohibits breeding houses from selling Pokemon. Then there is only one place to get Pokemon, and only the research institutes under the Alliance have Pokemon. As for the wild ones, you should be able to capture them, but you can't catch and sell, unless it is on the underground black market. After all, the three starter Pokemons are the starting Pokemons for trainers who have made contributions to the League and for their children. The new trainers who can get the three starter Pokemons from the League Research Institute must have made contributions, have connections, or be very rich. He should not even think about it. Many ordinary children should not even think about it, unless they are lucky enough to capture wild three-starter Pokemons in the wild, and their potential is also uneven. Or only if you win the championship or the top 3 in the regional conference, you will have the opportunity to get the three-starter Pokemons of the League. Sometimes the League will give out 3-starter Pokemons, Pokemon props, and evolution stones as rewards for the competition. This is the news he heard accidentally when he was shopping these days. When people talk about the 3-starter Pokemons, they always mention the word champion. Using the 3-starter Pokemons as prizes can not only boost the regional economy and maintain the enthusiasm of trainers, but also open up a channel for ordinary trainers to rise, so that these ordinary trainers can still have a direction to work hard and not do bad things, which is the biggest help to the League. No wonder there are no Pokemons here. If the Alliance prohibits breeding and selling Pokemons, it makes sense. At least it is prohibited on the surface, but it is hard to say behind the scenes. He has seen the Pokemons of the water type, Squirtle, in the breeding house of the underground black market. No wonder the price of the Squirtle in the black market is so high. Ordinary Pokemons are so outrageous. Pokemons are endorsed by the Alliance, so it is reasonable to be more expensive. Perhaps this is the influence of the Pokemons of the Alliance, just like the most popular Pokemon battle of the water type on the night he arrived at the Pokemon Center. This is the popularity of the Pokemons of the Alliance. It also brought up the 3 Pokemons, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. In the absence of quasi-gods, the initial Pokemons specially prepared by the Alliance for new trainers are synonymous with the more powerful among ordinary Pokemons. As for the wild Pokemons, we will see if we can meet them. Their potential is definitely mixed, and others cannot distinguish them. They are definitely not as reliable as the Pokemons from the Research Institute. He could tell the pros and cons, the potential, but he couldn't meet the 3 starters. He knew there was a Squirtle Island in the show, which was full of squirrels, but he didn't know where it was. It's not easy to meet the 3 starters in the wild. The 3 starters in the open have basically been caught by the Alliance, and it's hard to meet the hidden ones. After all, the 3 starters in the Alliance Research Institute are the signature Pokemons in each region of the Alliance. They are not Pokemons that these ordinary breeding houses dare to cultivate, nor are they Pokemons that anyone can get. As for the 3 starters in the animation, don't ask. If you ask, it's arranged by the director. It can be seen from these 7 breeding houses that the 3 starters must be strictly checked. If they dare to be sold on the black market, they should not be the 3 starters in the Alliance Research Institute. After all, this thing is the face of the Alliance. What does a small black market think of the Alliance? It dares to openly sell the 3 starters. It's just like the contraband in the previous life. If a merchant dares to sell it, and sells it in a big way, report it and you will die. The 3 starters on the black market are either wild or bred by merchants themselves. As long as they don't touch the bottom line of the alliance will not block all roads. Why didn't they rob him? He just walked around the breeding house and realized that he was an ATM. How could others not think of it? What's more, they are the smartest group of people in the alliance. They must have thought of the newcomers who have these 3 starters, especially the new trainers who go out at the age of 10. Isn't it more obvious that they are ATMs? If it is a real situation, which parents are so careless that they let their children go to the wild alone at the age of 10? It's very unscientific. If they go, they will probably have bodyguards. The bodyguards here don't just refer to humans, but also Pokemon. The Pokemon hunter actually left such an easy target and robbed the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot. There must be some hidden secrets that he doesn't know. Either they don't go out at the age of 10, or they have bodyguards when they go out, or the 3 starters on the newcomers are worthless. He guessed that it was probably similar to the firearms in his previous life. If you want to know whether hot weapons are useful or not, then they are definitely useful. If you want to know whether anyone has one, in China, ordinary people don't dare to touch it at all, and no one wants it even if it's given away. As long as you have this thing, as long as it's illegal, no matter what the reason, you will go to the police station directly. If it's the same for the 3 beasts, it makes sense. Why don't the elf hunters rob the new 3 beasts, but steal the cubs of Pidgeot? After all, if the 3 beasts are robbed, someone has to dare to take it. If no one dares to take it, it will be smashed in your hands, and you can't use it. Just look at the far-fetched. If there are always people guarding the black market, whoever dares to sell it will be arrested, and the black market merchants will not dare to take such hot things, and they will also be investigated, even if they don't have it. Don't think that no one will be so bored, these people are all walking alliance contributions. He just robbed 20,000 alliance coins, but he was listed as a contribution point and wanted by the Elf Center, not to mention the 3 beasts of the alliance. If they really want to disturb the alliance's base, the bandits who dare to rob the alliance's 3 main families must be people who are not cared about by bandits in both the black and white worlds. Things that cannot be seen in the light can only be used by oneself after being robbed, and cannot be sold. And who dares to use such Pokemon? The trainer who killed the Pokemon in front of the Pokemon dares to use such Pokemon? He can only say that it's awesome. As for Team Rocket, they have all the legendary beasts. Are they a villain organization that lacks 1 or 2 of the 3 main families? Even the 3 main families under their subordinates are rewarded. There are no quasi-gods. How did Team Rocket become so big? Just by making promises, it won't work. To cultivate elves, of course, it is better to choose elves without trainers, which is easier to establish bonds. Elves with traces of trainers, don't even think about cultivating. Elves tamed by trainers are not as good as wild elves, and are often more difficult to be tamed. The time, manpower, and material costs will only be greater, and there is a possibility of backlash. This can be regarded as a reverse curb. Some vicious robbers rely on plundering other people's elves to make money. After all, the risk and income are not proportional at all. This is also one of the reasons why so many elf hunters are keen on wild elves instead of robbing other people's elves. Just like Electabuzz, he must hate Yuhai to death, so he dare not use the elf hunter's elves, and can only find a way to sell them. Will the non-league starter 3 in the black market be robbed? Will the non-league starter 3 bought by rich people be robbed? If there really is such a tough guy, he would only say 2 words, awesome. One more thing, no one would think that the black market is hidden, right? If he can find it, how can the alliance not find it? Don't be funny, there is no reason why the alliance doesn't know about a place that ordinary people know, but the black market has not been eliminated and is still so lively, so its existence is reasonable. And there must be a reason for the existence of the black market. He doesn't know the reason, and he doesn't want to know. According to the movies he watched in his previous life, the truth is too dark. It should be that someone allows the black market to exist, and the black market exists. If it is not allowed, then the conspicuous black market would have been destroyed long ago. But what does this have to do with him? He is just a passerby in this city. After visiting the 4th floor and the breeding house, he also understood the price situation here. He was ready to buy an incubator and return to the hotel. Next, he would go to the black market. I asked about the small incubator just now. It is not very expensive. You can buy an ordinary constant temperature incubator for 1000 alliance coins. It was just an elf egg, a brown patterned elf egg. He saw many similar elf eggs in the general breeding house. This elf egg was probably also a general elf, so there was no need to get a luxury incubator. As for whether to go to the elf egg area to pick up bargains, the panel could not display the attributes of the elf egg. Even if it could, it would only display an egg, not an elf egg. This was why he did not know the type of elf egg in his hand. If you want to know the type of elf egg, you can only tell it apart if you know who its parents are or if you are an experienced breeding house owner. The probability is 50 to 50. He entered a breeding house at random, took out 1000 alliance coins, and bought a yellow incubator. In fact, the incubator is given away when you buy an egg in the breeding house. If you buy it separately like he did, you have to pay extra. After buying the incubator, he left the department store. The 5th and 6th floors were restaurants facing the 6 large battle venues, so he did not need to go up. Alas, looking at the many little eyes on my hand, I poked them, and then wow, there are more little eyes. What a sin, when will this thing be cured? 168 Chapter 162, It is worthy of being a tourist city. 168. It is now 9:47 p.m., and Yu-Hai has been shopping in the department store for almost 2 hours. When he came to the street again, he saw many trainers and elves. People were talking about elves and fighting. Boasting about who won again, who won in a row, and wishing that the trainer on the battlefield was themselves. This is the current situation of most ordinary trainers. Everything is similar. In the end, they are the ones who are similar. The ones on the battlefield are others, and the ones who win are also others. In fact, it is still okay to play amateur battles, but if it is a professional battle, forget it, you will be abused badly. This is almost the life of ordinary trainers and ordinary elves. They can only serve as background or be defeated by the protagonist. 90% of the rookie trainers who cannot obtain the Alliance's 3 main elves will buy their initial elves from the breeding house just now, and only a few will be captured in the wild. Although the initial elves in the breeding house are not as good as those in the research institute, the quality and reputation of the elves in the large breeding house are still guaranteed, and they are much better than the wild elves with uneven potential. Just now I took a walk around, and the treasures of the 7 breeding houses are all very high-quality elves. If you are not short of money, you can buy them all and put together a team of kings, but the cost of buying elves alone will cost 100 million. He did not doubt whether there would be such a rich man. Even if there was, they would pursue the 3 main elves, and the second best would be the treasures of the store here. The breeding house business is really a highly profitable industry, because the price of elves will be considered according to the type of elves, inherited moves, characteristics, talents, potential and other aspects. Even if it is the same kind of elf, the price will vary greatly due to the type of talent. The better the elf cub, the more expensive it will be. The characteristics have been discovered, and some rare characteristics will also affect the price, but only the dominant characteristics of the elves have been discovered, and the recessive characteristics of the elves, that is, the hidden characteristics, have not been discovered. How to produce high-quality elf cubs have become the biggest secret of every breeding house, which is similar to the business secrets of some companies in the previous life. Speaking of this secret, we have to mention the fostering service of the breeding house. In order to produce high-quality elf cubs, some breeding houses will use the excellent elves fostered by trainers in the breeding house to breed with the excellent elves in the breeding house, just to obtain better quality elf cubs. For the trainer elves who are forced to breed, it is definitely a matter of energy and effort. In the end, the elves will not even be interested in fighting, and may even cause excessive physical consumption, thus affecting their future growth potential. As long as they are trainers, they are extremely disgusted with breeding. This kind of thing has long been spread in the trainer circle, so the business of fostering elves in the breeding house basically has no business to do. Now the trainers who dare to foster elves in the breeding house are either acquaintances, or have received money, or don't care. Trainers who know the inside story will not foster elves in the breeding house. In addition to the above, there are no breeding houses dedicated to raising fire, ground, rock, steel, ice, poison, and dark elves. The fire type is purely because it is not popular here. Most of the elves here are water elves. Playing with fire elves is almost completely suppressed. It is easier to play with electric elves. The ground and rock types are the same. They are also suppressed here. There is another reason, that is, they cannot be raised because they are too aggressive. As for the remaining ice, poison, and dark types, ice types do exist, but they are the secondary attributes of elves. If you like ice types, you can choose these elves. The remaining poison and dark types are not suitable as the initial elves of new trainers, because new trainers don't know anything. Poison types can be poisoned and killed if they are not careful. Regular breeding houses will not sell such dangerous elves. There are also evil type Pokémons, most of which are malicious towards humans and look scary. They are not suitable as the starting Pokémons for new trainers. For example, Sharp-Tooth Fish is classified as a vicious Pokémon, and it is possible to have your fingers bitten off. The last Psychic type, Ghost type, Fairy type, Dragon type. The reason why they are not cultivated here is simply because they are too rare, whether it is Psychic type, Ghost type, or Dragon type. Psychic type and Dragon type are very rare, and there is also a Ghost attribute that can absorb human vitality. None of them are the starting Pokémons that ordinary newcomers can capture. Regardless of whether they have the financial resources, Ghost-type Pokémons can take people's lives. There are also Fairy-type Pokémons. He has not heard of this thing. It should be that it has not been discovered yet. The position of Dragon-type is still very stable. Among many attributes, it still sits firmly on the well-deserved title of the strongest Pokémon. After all, in the eyes of most trainers, Dragon-type Pokémons are synonymous with strength. Dragon-type Pokémons are undoubtedly the Pokémons with the strongest initial talents among all Pokémons. The racial values of most Dragon-type Pokémons exceed those of most ordinary Pokémons. Dragon-type elves are not only strong in their young, but also strong in their growth and adult stages. It can be said that they are very strong from the time they are babies, and they can fight all the way until they grow up. This can be seen from the number of quasi-god dragon-type elves in each region. If you can get a dragon-type elf that inherits powerful dragon-type moves, it means that the elf has strong dragon attributes, strong dragon-type blood, and is relatively pure. With such a dragon-type elf, the trainer has already stepped half a foot into the threshold of quasi-king. This is the horror of dragon-type elves. It is a symbol of alliance status like the three great families, and the influence it brings is similar. If it is a dragon-type quasi-god, the status of the king is already reserved. As long as you don't lose the quasi-god, you will be a king trainer. For ordinary people, just think about it. It is impossible to get a dragon-type elf. Some pseudo-dragon-type elves that are slightly stained with dragon-type blood can still be obtained by ordinary people. For example, stupid things, don't look at this guy stupid, this guy can learn dragon-type moves. Just like opening a blind box, using the book from Magikarp to Gyarados, you can open the blind boxes one by one, and you can get it. If you can't get it, it's just a matter of probability, not a stupid thing. This is also the pseudo-dragon Pokémon that he can easily brush up the potential. The other one is the Black Seahorse, but the three-stage evolution of this Pokémon has been discovered. After being detected as a dragon attribute, the price has become very high. Although the evolution conditions are very harsh, it requires evolution items such as dragon scales, which he already has. It depends on whether he can meet a high potential black seahorse. If not, the scales are useless. After leaving the department store, he walked back to the hotel, thinking about what he saw in the department store and his future plans along the way. By the way, I asked about the price of an ordinary single room in the hotel here, which ranges from 8,000 to 10,000 alliance coins. I can only say that it is worthy of being a tourist city. It is even more outrageous than the hotels in the south of the city. This place can be called the city center. I don't know if there is speculation in real estate here. If you can own a property or a shop, it should be enough to live for a lifetime. Complaining about the prices here, he returned to room 8012 of the hotel. Preparing to sort out the things he just bought and the things he will go to the black market to deal with later. Thanks. Drinking the sea, 100 book coins. 5v5, 100 book coins. Akaibaji, 100 book coins. What can I do for you, barbarian, 100 book coins. 5v5, 100 book coins. Jeekson, 500 book coins. Thank you all for your votes. Alas, I didn't make 1,000. 169 Chapter 163, The Struggling Mayfly. 169. After quietly returning to the hotel, Yu Hai closed the door, let the orb spider jump off his shoulder, and then put down the 2 space backpacks on his back. He didn't touch the elf hunter's backpack, but opened the newly bought backpack first, took out the things inside and placed them on the bed one by one. The ID card cost 6,000, and 5,000 was unpaid. I will pay it when I pass by the tavern on the black market later. The hotel cost 6,000, and the incubator cost 1,000. He also took the eggs out of the foam box and put them in the incubator. According to the requirements of the manual, just set the incubation temperature. This incubator uses batteries and will remind you to charge when it runs out of power. The space backpack cost 16,000, the stab-proof fingerless gloves cost 2,500, and the emerald energy cube and milk cost 2,600. The healing ball, diving ball, and catching ball cost 12,000. The last 6-piece stab-proof suit cost 63,000. The above is what he spent in the past few days after arriving at Hasa Island. The money he had was only 5,600 from the Pokemon Hunter, 23,000 from the robbery that night, 21,000 from the strong man, and 100,000 from the old man. The total was 149,600, just short of 150,000 alliance coins. The total cost in the past few days was 109,100, just short of 110,000 alliance coins. He still had 40,500 left, 40,500 alliance coins. After going out for a walk, more than 100,000 were gone. Alas, the profession of trainer is really expensive. It seems that elite trainers, senior trainers, gym owners, quasi-king trainers, and king trainers are all thresholds. Especially the threshold of the king, which has blocked 90% of trainers. They either take risks like Pokemon hunters, save money, or join the alliance to gain experience. Or when they were young, they participated in the regional conference and received the 3 starters awarded by the alliance to the champion. However, there should be many restrictions on this event, such as whether the trainer is a rookie trainer certified by the league, and age. Don't forget the trainer's credibility. Rookie trainers with criminal records cannot participate in the regional conference. However, the Pokemon Hunter chose a path of no return. Logically, with the strength of the Pokemon Hunter Quasi-King. Well, calling him Quasi-King is a bit too high of a Pokemon Hunter. Quasi-King should be at least level 58 or 59, not level 53 or 54. But even with such a strength close to Quasi-King, it should be easy to join the league and get a starter Pokemon. Unless that guy has a criminal record, he is not even a trainer certified by the league, and he cannot get a starter Pokemon from regular channels. The ones he robbed are not obedient, and he can't sell them. He wants to buy Pokemon with high potential but has no money. Unless he robbed the research institute directly. Well, if this guy dares to rob the research institute, he probably won't see the sun the next day. If he has always been law-abiding, has an ordinary family, and has no outside funding, it is not difficult to become a rookie trainer certified by the league. But how should the trainer's road, which requires a lot of money, go, and how to become a king step by step? The consumption of Pokemon food alone is not something that an ordinary job can support, and the Pokemon Center provides free medical care, free food, and accommodation for trainers. No wonder so many trainers want to become trainers certified by the league. Most of the trainers who are stuck are probably because of insufficient resources. It is not illegal. Without subsidies from home and other people's support, it is impossible to raise a team of kings. Just by casually investigating the prices of Pokemon-related items, he understood this point, and others could not fail to understand it. Ordinary rookie trainers grow step by step, and the peak is at most quasi-kings. If it is not illegal, ordinary people cannot get over the hurdle of kings. If there is no hope in the future, and they fall into despair and become crazy, they will be ruthlessly crushed by the league, and nothing will be left. Even the strength of a prop store owner casually revealed is the level of gym leader, and he may even be a quasi-king, and he was advised not to participate in the matter of high-level evolution stones. Alas! Whenever he thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh that the water here is too deep. Elites have just stepped into the threshold of trainers, seniors are qualified to be cannon fodder, and quasi-kings are high-level fighters. Even if you travel through time, you are still a mayfly struggling desperately in the world. As long as you take a wrong step, you will be doomed. When he was irritable, he wanted to have a cigarette. He felt as if he had returned to his previous life. Facing the oppression of fate in a house that he couldn't afford in his lifetime, he finally broke through all the shackles, didn't care about any eyes, and chose to lie down and fish. But after traveling through time and leaving the deserted island, he found that he had to face the cruel reality again. Even if he wanted to lie down, it was impossible. At least he had to become a king trainer first. Just look at the elf hunter. In order to cross the gap between the quasi-king and the king, the elf hunter also paid the price of his life. At the beginning, he was still a little reckless. If he hadn't stacked the weakness buff on the elf hunter and finally attacked the elf hunter, he would be the one who died. Fortunately, the elf hunter had been on guard against Pidgeot, and did not notice him hiding in the dark, so he was attacked by him. Next time, he must not take risks again. Now he knows the price of elf cubs, and he does not know how much the adult elves cost. If he sells them to breeding houses for breeding, he should be able to get a good price. There are also breeding houses on the black market, and he does not know whether they are opened by the department stores. He must be careful. Once the quasi-king is revealed, Pokemons must be disposed of. At the beginning, he could still bluff others by selling quasi-king Pokemons. But if someone exposes his true colors and finds out that he is just a lucky rookie, he will definitely be hunted down. The round spider saw Yu-Hai holding something in a daze, thinking that something happened to Yu-Hai, so he called out softly twice. "I'm fine." Yu-Hai put down the 40,000 alliance coins in his hand, and was hit by the gap he just realized, and fell into a state of confusion. At the same time, he was thinking about how to hide his identity and dispose of the things in his hands. At the beginning, he didn't need to hide, after all, there were not many quasi-king trainers, who would dare to provoke them. Instead, he had to hide his identity after selling the things. He gradually thought of a plan, and he would act according to this plan later. After thinking of the disguise plan, he finally came to his senses. He was just accidentally persuaded to retreat by the difficult road ahead. The road ahead is long, and he will take it as far as he can. Life is the most important thing. He has always been a fisherman who cherishes his life. Then he stopped thinking about the future and dealt with the present first. Took out all the things in the elf hunter's backpack, picked and chose and put them into his newly bought space backpack. Only the 5 elves of the elf hunter and the monkey monster of the strong man were left, and they would be dealt with later. In addition to the elves, the food was also put into his backpack. After all, there were not many left. There were also empty elf balls and stupid things, which were also put into his backpack. There were also the elf hunter's clothes, which he would wear to the black market later. It would not be too late to burn them after leaving the black market. This thing could not be thrown away. If it was picked up, it would be troublesome, and it would be easy to guess his identity. There were also the outdoor supplies of the elf hunter. He carefully checked them one by one, and did not find any traces of the identity left by the elf hunter. He wiped them all with the bathroom towel and put them into his space backpack, including wound medicine, insect repellent spray, lighter, map, folding tables and chairs and other things. He was going to burn the sleeping bag, and some pots and pans, which he had thrown into the sea a long time ago. He only used the other party's pot, and would throw it away and replace it with a new one. He only kept the mysterious water droplets, and would deal with the magnets later. The elite props would at least bring in 2 or 3 million in revenue. He felt that the prices in the department store were inflated, but the electric props and magnets must be very expensive. There are also the 2 cultivation books. These things are rotten in the black market. The side effects of cultivation are too great, and they are basically worthless. Only cultivation books without side effects are valuable. There are also the raw materials for the props sent by the elves, which will be dealt with later. There are not many tree fruits sent that day. They have been eaten up in the past few days. There is still some honey and sweet tree juice left. After picking and choosing for a long time, he finally sorted the things. These are the things he will deal with later. A backpack of 100 cubic meters, 6 Pokémons, Gulus, Gyarados, Electabuzz, Squirtle, Magnetron, and Magneto. Item magnets, item raw materials, black stuff, should be black sludge, and poisonous fangs, all of which are raw materials for poisonous items. According to the strength of Desolate Island Skullflower and Abersnake, even if they can be made into Pokémon props, they are newcomer props and are not worth much money. And the 2 books, he suspected that no one would buy them at all, either they would damage electric Pokémons or they would be flattened by Gyarados, who would want them. The things he selected were all the things he would sell later, and he put them all into the Pokémon hunter's backpack, and he would go to check the prices first and then deal with these things. Then he put the things he bought from the department store into the backpack, including his ID card, incubator, and short-sleeved shirts and shorts. He stuffed the remaining gloves and stab-proof clothes back into his pocket. He had wanted to wear them to the black market, but in order to hide his identity, he wore the clothes of the elf hunter for a while, burned them after leaving the black market, and wore the stab-proof clothes tomorrow. Only the green energy cube and moo moo milk, ordinary milk, were left on the bed. There were also 3 poke balls, a healing ball, a diving ball, and a catching ball. Looking at these things, he took out the poke ball and released Frog and Butterfree. Bang bang! Moo yee yee! Butterfree just came out and flew over to rub against Yu-Hai affectionately. Yobo, Yobo! Frog saw that he was back in the hotel room, so he sat on the carpet in the room to rest. Butterfree, you have been busy these days. You have been bored in the poke ball all the time. Yu-Hai reached out and stroked Butterfree's little head, comforting Butterfree. Butterfree shook its head. It didn't blame Yu-Hai for not letting it follow it. Compared to it flying in the air, the petite orb spinner was more suitable for protecting Yu-Hai. I brought you some delicious food. Try it and see if it tastes good. Yu-Hai took out 6 bowls and poured 3 bowls of moo moo milk and 3 bowls of ordinary milk. The 6 bowls of milk were placed in front of Frog, Butterfree, and Orb Spinner, 2 bowls for each elf. He wanted to see what the 3 elves thought of the 2 kinds of milk. Which one tasted better, and then he would buy that kind of milk in the future. These bowls were also the elf bowls of the elf hunters. They would be thrown away together and replaced with new ones later. Yobo, what is this? It smells so good. Frog picked up the bowl and sniffed it. Suddenly, a strong milky fragrance came out, filling the tip of the nose. It looks delicious just by smelling it. Butterfree also leaned over and sniffed the milk. It was indeed very fragrant. He turned his head to look at the orb spinner. Only the orb spinner followed Yu-Hai. The orb spinner should know what it is. Etu, the orb spinner shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. He was still recalling the emerald energy cube that tempted him just now. Okay, stop talking. You guys try it first to see which milk tastes better. Frog, you go first. Yu-Hai didn't know what the three of them were talking about. If they continued talking, it would be endless. He had to interrupt the three elves. Yobo, Frog was called and took the ordinary milk in his hand and poured it into his mouth. Gudong gudong. Frog finished drinking the milk in the bowl and felt that it tasted good. The milk was sweet and had a strong fragrance. There is another bowl, you try it. Yu-Hai pushed the moo milk and let the mosquito frog try it. Yobo, gulp, the mosquito frog took the bowl and drank it again. 2 bowls of almost half a pound of milk were not much, just enough to quench thirst. But after the mosquito frog finished drinking the moo milk, it excitedly shouted, Yobo Yobo. The milk in his hand was obviously much better than before. After drinking this milk, the mosquito frog felt very warm, all the way to the stomach. The body became much more energetic, and a warm current was always lingering in the abdomen, making it not feel tired. Now it wants to go out for a run. If anyone has a sharp eye and finds that I have made a mistake in the calculation, please remind me if there is any mistake or omission. The main plot is to make money, not fighting. If the investigation is not clear, the protagonist will be cheated, and some people will say that the protagonist has no brains. Hey! The chapters about the island are said to be excessive, which is almost the same. 170 Chapter 164, Entering the Black Market Again. 170. Is this one more delicious? Yu-Hai pointed to moo milk, and saw the mosquito-repellent frog nodded, thinking that it was indeed the case. After all, the price was so much higher. What about you? Yu-Hai looked at Butterfree and Orb Spinner, and asked them to try it too. Butterfree immediately leaned over and took a sip of each milk, and then stretched out his little claws to point at moo milk. Orb Spinner took a sip on both sides, and also raised his claws and pointed at moo milk. I know, you eat first. Yu-Hai secretly noted the reactions of the elves. He would buy moo milk next time. It was a bit expensive, but it was good for the elves. Then he picked up the emerald green energy cube and tore open the paper box. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance rushed into his nose, which also attracted Butterfree and Orb Spinner, who quietly swallowed their saliva. The emerald green energy cube attracted the two little guys with a keen sense of smell as soon as it was opened, but it had no attraction to the mosquito-repellent frog. This is an insect energy cube, specially made for you. Try it and see if it tastes good. Yu-Hai took 2 energy cubes and placed them in front of Butterfree and Orb Spinner to let them taste it. Ito, Orb Spinner finally saw the delicacy he had been thinking about. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and took a bite. The energy cube immediately filled his entire mouth, making his little mouth bulge. As it chewed the energy cube, the orb spider occasionally moaned in satisfaction. Seeing the orb spider so satisfied, Yu-Hai knew whether the energy cube was to his taste. Seeing the orb spider eating so happily, Butterfree stretched out its claws to pick up the emerald green energy cube. The reflection of its red compound eyes was the emerald green of the energy cube. Butterfree, eat quickly. Yu-Hai saw Butterfree staring at the energy cube in a daze, so he reminded Butterfree that it was time to eat. Then Butterfree put it to its mouth and took a small bite. Suddenly, the rich insect energy and the slightly sweet taste of the fruit filled its entire mouth, making it feel the happiness of the orb spider, the happiness of being surrounded by delicious food. Butterfree did not swallow the energy cube in one gulp, but slowly took a small bite from the edge of the energy cube, and paired it with the sweet milk in the bowl. It planned to slowly taste this delicacy. Seeing this, Yu Hai did not disturb the two little guys, but took out another insect energy cube from the box and observed it carefully under the light. He found that the impurities in the energy cube were like the patterns in glass marbles, which were chaotic impurities with no rules, and almost every one of them had them. Energy cube, a colorful energy crystal that can be used to improve the various states of the elves' insect attributes, body and satiety, purity 67.35%, purity 69.81%, purity 54.18%, 0.23%. Yu Hai tried. He had several of them, with different purities. The one with the least impurities had a purity close to 70. I think the purity of the fine energy cube should be at least 80. I don't know what the purity of the top energy cube is, it should be around 90. Alas, it is beautiful, but too expensive. There is nothing he can do about it. He can't afford the impurity-free fine energy cube of 500 yuan per piece, so he can only eat this good product of 151 yuan. I just don't know what the price is on the black market. I hope it will be cheaper. He can still afford it at 100 alliance coins per piece. The main elves are only the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab, as well as the armored rhinoceros. If he only supplies these three, he can still afford it. The training volume of other elves is not as much as these three, so the consumption will not be too much. If other elves also want to train, it depends on whether his wallet allows it. After looking at the panel of the emerald energy block, he threw the emerald energy block to the mosquito frog. Mosquito frog, this is an insect energy block, do you want to try it? We will buy water energy blocks that suit your taste later. Yobo, the mosquito frog caught the emerald energy block. It didn't expect Yu Hai to throw it to it. It sniffed the energy block close to its nose and shook its head immediately. It didn't like the smell of this thing just by smelling it. It was delicious for insect elves, but it might not be delicious for it. It also smelled strange. It threw the energy block to Yu Hai again, shook its head to indicate that it didn't want to eat it. It would not be too late to eat it later when it went to buy water energy blocks. Yu Hai raised his hand to take the energy block and put it back in the box. Since the mosquito frog didn't want to eat it, he didn't force it. After inspecting the black market prices later, he would definitely have to replenish some food. After all, the food in the bag was already empty. Among his 9 elves, 6 are water elves, which saves a lot of trouble. There are also 2 bug elves and 1 ground and rock elves. However, the elves eat stones, that is, rocks rich in minerals, such as iron ore, copper ore, and silver ore, which are all some messy metal ores on the periodic table. In the animation, there is a saying that Kira has to eat a mountain before he can evolve into Banjira, which is very outrageous. I don't know what kind of ore the elves like to eat, so let it choose by itself when the time comes. While Butterfree and the other 2 were eating, Yu Hai put the energy cube into his backpack, picked up the diving ball on the bed, and said to Frog, "Frog, go in and feel which poke ball is more comfortable." Then he put Frog into the diving ball, and let Frog out 2 minutes later, holding 2 poke balls in his hand, 1 ordinary red and white ball, and 1 diving ball, and asked Frog, which poke ball is more comfortable. "Yobo Yobo," Frog hurriedly pointed to the blue diving ball. The humidity inside was very suitable for it, and it felt very comfortable staying in it. "Okay, I will use the diving ball to carry you in the future." Yu Hai put Frog back into the diving ball again, put the healing ball into the backpack, and the ball for catching balls was used to carry Butterfree. "Butterfree, you will change this ball in the future." Yu Hai picked up the ball for catching balls and shook it, and put Butterfree, who had finished eating, into the ball. Then he put away the food and bowls on the bed, the foam box and sleeping bag on the ground, put them into the elf hunter's backpack, and let the orb silk spider jump onto his shoulder. After packing everything, he put on 2 backpacks and checked the time. It was more than 10 o'clock in the evening when he came back. Now it was 11 o'clock in the evening, and the nightlife officially began. He came to the balcony and closed the curtains, leaving the window open, and he would fly back later. Standing on the balcony, he released the gull, sat on the gull, and prepared to go to the beach to throw things first, and then go to the black market. 171 Chapter 165, The Darkness of the World. 171. At the edge of the port, Yu-Hai let the gull land on the sand on the beach. Take out the garbage in the backpack, throw the foam box and sleeping bag on the sand, and light the foam box with a lighter. The fire that ignited instantly also illuminated the beach. Leaving the sleeping bag and foam box burning, Yu-Hai took out the iron pot and the elf rice bowl, as well as some garbage, and put them all in a plastic bag, handed them to the big-mouthed gull, and ordered, "Big-mouthed gull, throw the things into the sea, throw them farther." Bila-Balai, the big-mouthed gull picked up the plastic bag with its mouth and flew to the dark sea. From time to time, some fishing boats with lights on the sea passed by. When the flames on the beach were almost burned, the big-mouthed gull came back. Big-mouthed gull, use the water gun to wash away the traces on the beach. Yu-Hai saw the big-mouthed gull coming back and ordered the big-mouthed gull again. Bila, puff puff puff, the big-mouthed gull's water gun fired 3 times, washing the ashes on the beach into the sea. After seeing that all the traces were washed away, Yu-Hai sat on the big-mouthed gull again and went to the old man's tavern. There was no rush to deal with the clothes on his body now. It would not be too late to burn them after leaving the black market. 10 minutes later, he found the old man's tavern and let the gull land outside the tavern. He was deeply impressed by this place and could not forget it, but he did not go directly into the tavern. Instead, he used the poke ball to collect the gull and the orb silk spider. Then he began to check the things on his body. The one on his wrist, the watch, was taken off, and the elf pendant on the backpack was also taken off. Only the backpack and clothes were left on his body, and there was a black scarf covering his mouth and nose. He would not bring any items that could reveal his identity into the black market, just to prevent others from guessing his identity through these things. After carefully checking that there were only 2 backpacks, a set of black jackets and pants, and a dagger on his body, he put on the black scarf and entered the tavern through the back door. The last time he came here, he saw a back door here, which was closer to the wooden door of the underground black market. But as soon as he opened the door and came in, he was discovered by a waitress. "Welcome, Midnight Bar." Yu-Hai saw that there was a waitress welcoming him, and silently took out 5,000 alliance coins and handed them to the waitress, and said in a hoarse voice, "Leave it to the old man, I won't go over." "You are the waitress," took the 5,000 alliance coins, still a little confused. Why did this mysterious man give money right away? "Are your legs still weak?" Yu-Hai reminded. I know." The waitress heard this and was about to scream, but the sound seemed to be stuck in her throat and she held it back, covering her rosy little mouth with both hands. Yu-Hai saw that the waitress was so sensible, and patted her smooth shoulder when passing by, and whispered, "You are very good, don't make any sound, remember to give the money to the old man." After that, Yu-Hai walked past the waitress, opened the wooden door leading to the underground black market, and entered the underground black market. Other waitresses who heard that there was something wrong here rushed over and found that the waitress who contacted Yu-Hai had been frightened and incontinent, and sat on the ground with weakness. If Yu-Hai knew that he was so scary, he would definitely play the villain. It seems that he is the villain who bullies children. "Are you okay? Why are you sitting on the ground?" A waitress came over to pull the incontinent waitress, but she was too weak to pull her up. After being shaken by her sisters, the incontinent waitress came to her senses and gasped for breath, telling her sisters not to worry. I'm fine, I'm fine. Wait for me to slow down." The incontinent waitress rested for several minutes before she stood up from the ground. With the help of her sisters, she saw the old man who came. "What's going on?" The old man asked his waitress what happened. "He came, he went down, this is the money he gave to the captain," the waitress explained. "Him?" The old man took the money and counted it. He suddenly realized who the waiter was talking about. It turned out to be that guy. Seeing the frightened waitress, the old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and waved his hand to the waitress and said, "You don't have to go to work tonight, go back and have a good rest." Yu Hai, who entered the black market again, didn't care what happened later, and he didn't have the mood to watch the ring match. Instead, he went straight to the trading area. He had to find out the price of the black goods as soon as possible, so as to get rid of the black goods in his hands as soon as possible. The most valuable black goods in his hands are the 3 elves close to the Quasi King, all of which are the things of elf hunters. The remaining prop backpacks can only be regarded as small additions. It doesn't matter whether they can be sold or not. In order to investigate the price of adult elves, he first came to the street stall area. Here, some wild elves that have passed their infancy are sold, and combat elves that can be used as emergency combat power for trainers. Such elves have great flaws. They have no bond with the trainer, but a very clear tool relationship. Once there is a chance, the elves will defect from the trainer, or even take advantage of the trainer's misfortune. These are wild elves who know how to resist, and some tool elves whose wills have been destroyed and have become zombies, only mechanically obeying the trainer's orders. These elves completely obey the trainer's orders, will not disobey the trainer's orders, and will not move without orders. Seeing the darkness of the black market, he secretly sighed that this is the real elf world. The trainers and elves, people and nature outside are just beautiful dreams woven by the Alliance. I don't know when the Alliance will be able to completely implement the beautiful world it promotes to the outside world. To be honest, he also wants to live in such an elf world. It must be a beautiful world. With a sigh, he also found the electric elf being sold on the street stall, a 3-in-1 magneto. The masked stall owner who sells 3-in-1 magnet actually marked the price of 3-in-1 magnet for 4 million, which is a bit outrageous. Could it be that Magnet has inherited moves, strong talent and high potential? Boss, can I pick up this 3-in-1 magnet and have a look? Yu Hai squatted in front of the stall and asked the masked stall owner behind the stall. Sure, the masked stall owner in black had a Venusaur next to him, staring at Yu Hai quietly, and the stall owner nodded and agreed to Yu Hai's request. Don't ask if he will snatch it away, just look at the unfriendly look of the Venusaur and you will know, I'm afraid it has eaten a lot of meat. After getting permission from the masked stall owner, Yu Hai reached out and picked up Magnetron's Pokeball and looked at Magnetron's proficiency panel. 172 Chapter 166, Don't Show Off Your Wealth. 172. Magnetron. Attributes, Electricity plus Steel. Gender, None. Potential, 42%. Level, 35.17%. Features, Strong/17.19%. Mastering the moves. Magnetron's panel is average. It was nothing special, with only 42 potential points, and the moves it mastered were also very ordinary, with no inherited moves. He couldn't figure out why the stall owner would mark such a high price for such a 3-in-1 Magnetron. Although he was confused, he didn't ask, but put down the Pokeball and looked at the yellow patterned Pokemon egg on the stall. It should be an electric Pokemon egg, and the stall owner marked it for 2 million. Seeing this electric Pokemon egg, he seemed to understand something, and quietly got up and left the stall and went to other stalls. People walked by him, and everyone kept a distance and was wary of each other. Everyone was basically a masked man in black clothes and black pants, and it was obvious that they were very taboo to reveal their identities. Some trainers would bring Pokemon with them to show off the Pokemon's military power. Of course, there were a small number of trainers who did not wear masks and showed their true faces directly. These trainers were undoubtedly violent, fierce-looking, and reckless thugs. There were even some wanted criminals among them, which he had seen on the wanted list of the Pokemon Center. For these wanted criminals, all the other masked men chose to stay away, including Yu Hai, who did not want to provoke them. Although he was also a wanted criminal, no one knew he was a wanted criminal. He had an ID card and was a good citizen. After wandering around in the crowd for a while, Yu Hai looked at several stalls selling electric Pokemons, and the results were the same. The prices were much higher than those of the electric breeding houses, and almost all of them raised the prices to the highest. No matter how potential the electric Pokemons have, the stalls will almost always sell them at a higher price than the market price. Even if there are cases of transactions, they will only be sold after many bargainings and the price will be lowered. Hey, your price is a bit outrageous. Even if it is a senior level Pokemon that can be on par with the Pokemon of the gym master, it shouldn't be priced so high, right? Do you really want to do business? Yes, who can afford 10 million? Since you have such strong strength, you might as well sell it to the breeding house for breeding, and you can also sell it for a good price. The breeding house is very black-hearted. He probably asked a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't come here to set up a stall. When Yu Hai passed by a stall, he heard many masked people chattering together, discussing the things on the stall. He also walked over to watch curiously. Seeing a senior-level electric beast being sold on the street stall, the stall owner's price was 10 million alliance coins. Seeing this scene, he was shocked. A senior-level electric beast could actually be sold for 10 million. Then can his 2 senior-level Pokemon, 3 Pokemon close to the king, be sold for 50 million? Of course it's impossible. This stall owner's price is 10 million, and it's impossible to sell it. Unless it is a baby of Electabuzz, it must have the potential of a senior level, have inherited moves, strong talent, and both parents are quasi-king Pokemon. It is not bad to sell it for 10 million, just like the treasure of the electric breeding house. But this Electabuzz has passed the infancy and growth period and entered the mature period. It also has the traces of the trainer, and it is difficult to run in with the next trainer. 2 weak trainers cannot suppress this Electabuzz, and 2 strong trainers look down on this Pokemon, which is an adult Pokemon with no plasticity. It is just bought to fight and serve as a temporary combat Pokemon. There is no need to spend 10 million to buy a trader. After all, the probability of betrayal is greater than the probability of fighting. The best way to deal with this Pokemon, he also heard people around him talking about, is to sell it to the breeding house for breeding. Maybe it can be sold at a good price. Keep an eye on this guy, he's reluctant to sell, we'll help him sell it later. If we sell it to the breeding house, we'll get at least 6 to 7 million, but this guy is too greedy and wants more. Be careful, the trainer who can produce this kind of Pokemon must be at least a senior trainer. Keep an eye on him, I'll call some more people, and each of us will get 1 to 2 million, which will be enough for a long time. Just as Yu Hai was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone loudly conspiring, talking about robbing things without any disguise. Not just 1 or 2, but many masked men said so. In just a moment, he heard 3 groups of people talking about robbing things. In the black market, you really can't show your wealth, otherwise you will be targeted. He saw that the stall owner had a gloomy face, and he had obviously heard those words. Seeing this, he immediately stayed away from the group of black-clothed masked men, especially the masked stall owner with an ugly face. This masked stall owner was in trouble. Although private fights are strictly prohibited in the black market, whether there will be a fight depends on whether the benefits are big enough. If we change to the 3-in-1 Magnetron and the Pokemon eggs just now, that thing is not worth mentioning at all compared to the things on this stall. The 3-in-1 Magnetron dares to ask for 4 million. It can only be said that the stall owner does not want to do business at all. The breeding house directly robs, and the cubs of Magnetron dare not ask for 4 million. The stall owner actually wants 4 million. What is he thinking? After leaving the area where the fight is about to take place, Yu Hai continued to investigate the prices. He has already seen the most expensive electric type. He will go to the electric breeding house later and directly offer 10 million, or more, and then slowly negotiate. The remaining Gulp and Gyarados are much cheaper than the electric type, especially Gyarados. Although it is rare for Magikarp to evolve, there are still many Gyarados. Gyarados also has a bad temper and will attack trainers. Few trainers will capture this kind of Pokemon. Moreover, Gyarados is one of the Pokemons that cannot be brought into the black market, nor on the streets of the city. No battle, otherwise it can only stay in the Pokeball. The prices of Zubat and Gyarados are also much lower than those of electric Pokemon. There is also an injured monkey monster. This little thing can also be worth 1 or 2 million. It is also injured and has not been treated. It must have lost a lot of potential. This is also an excuse for the breeding house to lower the price. After inspecting the prices of Pokemon, he also asked about the backpacks on the street stalls. Second-hand space backpacks are basically around 10,000, and the fluctuation is not very large. There are also electric props magnets, which are sold at street stalls for more than 4 million. He feels that magnets can be sold for about 3 million. The premium of street stalls is too serious, and the reference value is greatly discounted. It seems that in the black market, both buyers and sellers are not stupid. The stall owner wants to sell anything at a high price, and the buyer also wants to buy it cheaply, but that is impossible. It is possible to slowly squat on the street stalls, and it is also possible to follow the stall owner and rob openly. But he doesn't have so much time to squat on the street stalls, and he is also afraid of being targeted by robbers. 173 Chapter 167, A Multi-Million-Dollar Business. 173. Each street vendor basically brings an elf to support the scene, which also means the strength of the vendor. The minions who want to rob have to weigh whether they can beat the vendor. It's like playing landlord. The landlord is famous, and the peasants can only call friends. There are also 2 sets of raw materials for poisonous items, which are only 200,000 or 300,000 in the market, which is very cheap. Although they are poisonous raw materials, they need a lot to make props. The 2 raw materials are too few to make a new prop, so they can only be handled separately. There are also 2 cultivation books with great side effects. Those things are already popular on the street, and the side effects are too great, so they are not worth much at all. If you really cultivate them according to the instructions, losing the cultivated elves is still a small matter, but losing your life will be nothing. In addition to the 2 cultivation books with great side effects, he also saw cultivation books about other elves on the street stalls. For example, poison elves can eat the poison sacs of other poison elves to enhance their own poison properties. The disadvantage is that once they can't bear it, they will die of poison and die suddenly. There are also insect elves. By using the method of raising poison, a group of insect elves can fight each other and break through their physical limits between life and death. After repeated screening, a bug king can be obtained. When the bug king dies of exhaustion while laying eggs, all its insect energy will be transformed into an insect egg, and a bug elf cub with very high potential can be obtained. Some people have used this method to raise a bug king team and a poison king team. However, the lifespan of these elves is often very short, especially the poison elves. When they use the poison sac to break through, they also leave hidden injuries. Maybe in a certain battle or during a battle, they will suddenly develop a hidden disease and die on the spot. Although the side effects of the cultivation method are great, the temptation is also great. After all, this is the fastest shortcut to the king. It's a pity that it is illegal, and the Alliance will crack down on it. If a cultivation base is found, it will be destroyed without mercy. After walking around the whole street stall area, he didn't find any books on cultivation without side effects. Even if there were any, they would take a long time to work, similar to the elf beginner books in department stores, so he gave up looking for them. After all, truly useful knowledge is the most valuable thing. Everyone is a smart person who knows the goods. Just like the premium of electric elves, it is difficult to deceive others. He also found one thing. It seems that there are no elf cubs in the black market. It cannot be said that there are no elf cubs at all, but there are no blank cubs in the breeding house. The cubs that can be sold in the black market basically have some special talents, such as rare species, inherited moves, good characteristics, strong talents, and good potential. The potential here does not refer to the potential he can see, but the strength of the elf cub's parents. There are also many aspects to judge, such as cultivation value, plasticity, health status, psychological problems, etc. The blank elf cubs with poor talents cannot deceive people here. After all, everyone is a smart person, and it is impossible for anyone to spend 1 or 2 million to buy these garbage elves. If you want this kind of elf, the masked people here can capture them in the wild at any time. Only the breeding houses in department stores can deceive ordinary people in public. He felt that this was reasonable. If any elf cub could be sold for 1 or 2 million, everyone would be a millionaire. After investigating here, he had observed almost everything and had chosen a place to deal with elves. The electric breeding houses in the underground black market should be interested in the electric elves in his hands. Now that the target was determined, he checked his body again. After finding nothing that exposed his identity, he entered the electric breeding house store. As for the 2 backpacks left on his body, don't be funny. There are at least 8 black backpacks on the black market. There are many black backpacks of the same style. He just carried one more. It is impossible to identify his fake identity as a quasi-king just by the black backpack. After all, there were only 2 black backpacks, and he didn't know how others would find the fake identity. "Welcome, sir, what do you need?" "Call your manager." Yu-Hai didn't want to talk nonsense with the sales girl at all. Only the manager could handle a business worth tens of millions. "Sir, our manager doesn't." "Don't talk nonsense, don't call me, just go to another store, let your manager miss a big deal, and your manager will sell you out." Yu-Hai didn't want to listen to the sales girl's nonsense. What the manager is not here, it's just an excuse to evade the troublesome customers. Since talking nicely doesn't work, he might as well threaten him. Anyway, he is not a good person and he does things without scruples. The words "sell out" also scared the beautiful salesgirl in black silk uniform. She had never seen such a barbaric customer, and hurried to notify her manager. In fact, she wanted to call security, but she was also afraid that the other party was here to discuss big business. If she let her fat manager miss the big business, he might really sell her out. Such a dangerous and torturous job, she wanted to quit after finishing this order, and never covet the high salary here again, it was too scary. "Manager Jin, is it him who said there is a big business for you?" The sales lady raised her hand and pointed at Yu-Hai, hoping that Yu-Hai could share some of the firepower, so that she would not be scolded too badly for disturbing the fat manager. The sales lady followed a short and fat manager with 2 small mustaches on his face. Because he was ugly and had some business ability, he was sent to manage the underground black market. The mustache manager saw Yu-Hai, who was covered in a black hood and carrying 2 backpacks, and there was nothing special about him, so he subconsciously asked, "Sir, how big is the business?" 10 million, Yu-Hai just said 2 words lightly, he believed that the fat man would understand. "Haha, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." The mustache manager smiled and apologized to Yu-Hai and invited Yu-Hai into the box. He also waved his hand to signal the sales lady to leave first, and smiled at Yu-Hai, "Let's go to a quiet place to talk in detail, what do you think?" "Okay." Yu-Hai nodded and followed the mustache manager into the box. He couldn't find any fault with the mustache manager's reception. It's just that this guy is too ugly. He looks even uglier when he smiles. The fat on his face is squeezed together because of the smile. There is also a big golden front tooth. I really want to punch it out. His smile is too obscene. After Yu-Hai entered the box, the mustache manager leaned over and shouted to the sales girl, "Make 2 cups of tea and send them to the number 1 box." "Okay, Manager Jin," the sales girl hurriedly responded and did it. The mustache manager turned and entered the box. He kept smiling at Yu-Hai, who entered the box first, and stretched out his hand to signal Yu-Hai to sit on the sofa. As soon as the 2 sat down, the sales girl brought 2 cups of steaming green tea. After placing the teacups for Yu-Hai, she gently closed the soundproof door of the box. As the soundproof door closed, the mustache manager asked Yu-Hai, "Excuse me, sir, what is your name?" Whatever, Yu-Hai obviously didn't want to say more, but there was one thing he didn't like, so he had to remind the fat man opposite, "I like serious occasions, please stop smiling." "Okay, sir." The mustache manager didn't expect this mysterious man to have such a habit, so he quickly put down his smile. Meeting the needs of customers is their compulsory course. From this point, he could also see that this mysterious man didn't like nonsense, so he went straight to the point and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what kind of business is the tens of millions of dollars you mentioned? Is the Quasi King's electric beast enough?" Yu-Hai immediately took out the electric beast's poke ball. At this time, the electric beast was so weak that it couldn't curse, and could only lie powerlessly in the poke ball. "Quasi King?" The mustache manager was stunned when he heard Yu-Hai's words. He looked at the poke ball that Yu-Hai took out and re-examined the mysterious man Yu-Hai. Because he instantly realized that the mysterious man in front of him might be a Quasi King trainer. A Quasi King trainer, the mustache manager pursed his cracked lips and pulled his collar. He was sweating. He didn't dare to neglect a Quasi King trainer. He quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Sir, can I test the strength of Electabuzz?" "Okay," Yu-Hai did not refuse. After all, you can't just rely on your mouth to determine the strength of Electabuzz. It's not a forced sale. Then he saw that the mustache manager took out a rectangular instrument from the drawer with a circular groove at the front. The mustache manager put the Electabuzz poke ball in it. Noticing Yu-Hai looking at him, the mustache manager quickly explained, "This instrument can detect the approximate strength, physical condition, health, and healthy development of the Pokémon. Similar to the medical equipment at the Pokémon Center, this is a miniaturized instrument. Its biggest use is to detect the Pokémon's strength. By detecting the level of electrical energy contained in the Pokémon's body, you can roughly determine the Pokémon's strength." The mustache manager felt that he was a bit too much. As a Quasi King trainer, the other party could not be unaware of this. To be honest, Yu-Hai really didn't know this thing. "I'm sorry, sir. After testing, the energy level of this electric beast has not reached the Quasi King level." The mustache manager gently put down the instrument, took out the poke ball and put it back in front of Yu-Hai, and began to think about how to buy this electric beast at a low price. Although this electric beast did not detect the energy level of a Quasi King, it still has the energy level of the senior peak, which is much stronger than the electric beast that came in the evening. And this is a male electric beast. For the breeding base, it is another rare high-quality stallion Pokémon, which should be able to breed more high-quality electric monster babies. However, this electric beast is a little weak and injured, mostly skin injuries, which are minor problems. Dong dong dong! Yu-Hai didn't know what the mustache manager was thinking, but it was definitely not a good thing, so he knocked on the table attracting the smiling mustache manager, and when the mustache manager with big gold teeth looked at him, he asked the mustache manager, "Do you know why the electric shock beast can't measure the energy level of the Quasi King?" 174 Chapter 168, A Phone Call. 174. Why? The mustache manager asked subconsciously, and he regretted it after asking, because he had fallen into Yu-Hai's conversation rhythm. Yu-Hai was very satisfied with the reaction of the mustache manager, smiled and narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, "I beat him." Of course, the mustache manager would not think that it was the mysterious Quasi King trainer in front of him who beat him, but the opponent's Quasi King Pokémon. If the energy level was beaten down, it is not impossible. By the way, I starved it for half a month, it is normal that it can't be measured accurately. Do you want me to let it out, eat something and measure it again? Yu-Hai joked, reaching for the poke ball, really wanting to let the electric shock beast out to eat. "Don't release it, sir, I already know the situation." The mustache manager quickly reached out to stop Yu-Hai's action, not letting Yu-Hai release the Electabuzz. This Electabuzz is obviously not the opponent's Pokémon. He is not afraid of the opponent being a Quasi-King trainer, but he is just an ordinary person. Even if the Electabuzz is not a Quasi-King Pokémon, he can't stand the senior Electabuzz. If the Electabuzz is released, it is likely to kill him together, and he will definitely cry in the toilet. I know the hunter I killed. This Electabuzz is definitely as strong as a Quasi-King. Not only does it have the strength of a Quasi-King, it also inherited the fighting type move Explosion Fist, as well as Flame Fist, Ice Fist, Lightning Fist, Thunder and other powerful moves. Yu-Hai chuckled, looking very relaxed. After all, it is indeed very easy to kill the Pokémon hunter, but the Mustache Manager does not know this. He can also see the proficiency panel of the Electabuzz, which is more accurate than the opponent's bullshit instrument. There is no doubt that the 55 potential Electabuzz has the potential to become a Quasi-King Pokémon. However, Electabuzz, which has lost its Pokémon hunter, will never be able to take the step of becoming a Quasi-King Pokémon, but the Mustache Manager on the opposite side does not know this. Unless Electabuzz undergoes the third stage of evolution and becomes Electabuzz, it may still become a Quasi-King Pokémon, or even a King-level Pokémon. The Mustache Manager was speechless. With trembling fingers, he pulled out the silk scarf from his front pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was too stressful to be in the same room with a Quasi-King Pokémon trainer. He was not sure of the other party's temperament at all. If the other party was unhappy and killed him, the security in the store could not save him. He even had to be cautious when asking the other party about the price of the Electabuzz, for fear of angering the murderer who could kill the Quasi-King Pokémon trainer. "Sir, how much do you plan to sell this Electabuzz for?" 15 million, Yu-Hai asked directly, which was higher than the price offered by the masked stall owner who came to sell Electabuzz before. "Sir, please give a reasonable price. 15 million is too high. Even if this Electabuzz has many powerful moves, our store will not recycle it." The Mustache Manager's fingers stopped shaking when he heard the offer. After all, there is nothing to be afraid of if the deal cannot be negotiated. "Okay, you name a price. How much do you want to spend to buy the Electabuzz?" Yu-Hai spread his hands and lay on the sofa to let the other party name the price at will. After all, it is a business, how can there be no bargaining? The Mustache Manager just felt that the deal could not be reached and was ready to be tough, but he did not expect Yu-Hai to pass the buck. He could only bite the bullet and offer the price, and he did not dare to offer too low, for fear of angering Yu-Hai, the mysterious man. If the price was too high, he would not be able to make any money. "Sir, what do you think of 7 million? Too little." Yu-Hai shook his head and gave the Mustache Manager a look. He believed that the Mustache Manager would understand. But the Mustache Manager spoke calmly and expressed regret to Yu-Hai. "Sir, 7 million is the highest price I can offer. I only have so much authority. I'm sorry, sir." When the Mustache Manager said this, his expression was very sincere, and he didn't smile, which didn't seem fake. Yu-Hai didn't have a good way to deal with this. He couldn't force the other party. Unless he was willing to sell the electric beast for 7 million, he could only leave the electric breeding house. After all, the Mustache Manager had revealed his cards. No matter how he lowered the price, it was useless. He could only accept the Mustache's offer of 7 million. The masked stall owner just now should be facing the same situation as him. Faced with the offer of 7 million, Yu-Hai also fell into deep thought, thinking about whether to accept this offer and sell the electric beast. Once he accepted this offer, other elves would never be worth more than 7 million. The electric beast was the most valuable elf in his hand and also the bargaining chip. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, the soundproof door was knocked, and the Mustache Manager went to open the door. It was the shopping guide from before. The shopping guide said to the Mustache Manager, holding a mobile phone with only buttons, "It's the call from the head office." "Give it to me," the Mustache Manager said as he reached out to take the phone, apologizing to Yu Hai, "Sir, I'm sorry, you can consider it here, or you can leave on your own. I'll go take a call first." After saying that, the mustache manager left without closing the soundproof door to prevent misunderstandings. Watching the mustache manager leave, Yu Hai was still thinking about whether to sell the electric beast. The mustache manager was also asking the head office if they had called. "Come, is there something urgent? Fatty Jin, did you reject a senior-level electric beast today?" A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, General Manager, that person wanted 10 million, so I rejected it," the mustache manager answered the general manager's question truthfully. "Find that person, buy the electric beast in his hand for 10 million. What?" The mustache manager was shocked. Was the general manager replaced, or was it someone else's disguised voice of the general manager? How could the general manager agree to such an outrageous price? "This is the order of the head office, you just do it. The bottom line is 10 million, and the rest is your commission. I have only one request, buy that electric beast." Hearing that there is still a commission, the mustache manager was instantly happy, but suddenly remembered that there was a quasi-king electric beast in the box, and he fell silent again, not knowing whether he should tell the general manager about this. "Why? Don't want it?" The general manager didn't hear the mustache manager's reply for a long time. This fat man is usually very greedy for money, why didn't he speak? "No, general manager," the mustache manager hastily denied, and then hurriedly explained, "It's like this, general manager, in addition to the Electabuzz that was rejected in the afternoon, there is another Electabuzz that is a quasi-king, but I have tested its energy level and it is only at the peak of the senior level." The mysterious person who wants to sell the Electabuzz mentioned that the Electabuzz was starved for half a month, and it was also detected that the spirit was very weak, but it can still measure the energy level of the senior peak, so it should be a quasi-king Electabuzz. The other party also mentioned that this Electabuzz inherited the explosion fist, and also learned the 3 punches of fire, freezing, and lightning, and thunder. According to the energy level measured by the Electabuzz, it can use the thunder trick, but the other party offered 15 million, and I also rejected it. After hearing these words, the general manager on the other end of the phone fell silent, until the general manager took a deep breath, and then cursed, "Stupid, don't let that person go, even if it's 15 million, you have to buy that Electabuzz." The voice on the other end of the phone was shaking because it was too excited. At this critical moment, a quasi-king level Electabuzz appeared, and there was also an Electabuzz with inherited moves. It was impossible not to be excited. A quasi-king level Electabuzz, as long as I get that Electabuzz and evolve it again. It's almost a king level Electabuzz, no, it should be called Electabuzz. Even if it's not a king level, it can be promoted as a king level Electabuzz. Their electric breeding house has the Electabuzz cubs produced by the king level Electabuzz. They are going to get rich. Just the dividends from the breeding house can make me laugh in my dreams at night, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The mustache manager didn't know what the general manager was crazy about. He was cursing just now, and now he is laughing again. Did the ups and downs of life appear at the same time? But no matter whether the general manager is crazy or not, it's a loss to spend 15 million to recycle an Electabuzz. He was also afraid of being blamed, so he decided to ask for clarification, and asked the general manager carefully, General manager, can I ask why? It's okay to tell you, but you have to keep it secret. If you dare to leak it, there will be one more corpse on the seafloor to feed sharks." Yes, I understand," the mustache manager kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead over the phone. He dared to pry into the secrets of the head office. He really didn't know how to live or die. Next time, he must not talk too much, and he must not be rude. Knowing too much will cost his life. He doesn't want to become a cold corpse in the stinking ditch that no one cares about. The evolved form of Electabuzz has been discovered by the Research Institute in the Sinnoh region. This is an opportunity for our electric breeding house, and also an opportunity for you and me. Do you understand? This is already a very obvious hint, just saying that I like you very much. Do you want to follow me? I promise to give you wealth and honor, and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. I understand, General Manager, I will make sure to complete the recycling mission and buy the 2 electric beasts. The mustache manager was very excited when he heard the news and the general manager's appreciation. I didn't expect that the already strong electric beasts would have an evolution. How strong, popular, easy to sell, and valuable would the evolved electric beasts be? He couldn't imagine what it would be like. It was like a dream. This is the rhythm of taking off, promotion and salary increase, hugs left and right, and then he will have a secretary with long legs and curvy figure, all of which are his. The mustache manager was already very happy, and the villain in his mind also laughed, ha 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 ha. The mustache manager's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he would see who would dare to look down on him, and who would dare to call him a fat man or a dwarf behind his back. However, the premise of all this is that he must complete the tasks assigned by the general manager, and he must be perfect, so that the general manager can see his usefulness and his shining points. 10 million and 15 million are the bottom line, the rest are commissions. Buy these 2 electric beasts as soon as possible, and I will come to receive the goods in person. If you can't do it, you will no longer be a manager, and go back to being a breeder. Yes, yes, I will definitely get everything done before you come. Finally, the mustache manager responded repeatedly and hung up. The phone was hung up. 175 Chapter 169, 6 Pokemon. 175. The moment he hung up the phone, the excited smile on the face of the mustache manager could not be hidden. The joy was beyond words, he was really too excited. You should know that the cubs produced by the Quasi King Pokemon and the cubs produced by the King level Pokemon are completely different. If the cubs produced by the Quasi King Pokemon can barely be hyped up to 10 million. The cubs produced by the King level Pokemon are too cheap at 10 million. It is possible to hype up to 300, 400, or even 500 million. Because the cubs of the King level Pokemon will also be kings in the future, this is a foregone conclusion, unless the trainer does not know how to cultivate them. Rich people spend tens of millions more just to buy a guarantee that they can cultivate the cubs to the king. These depend on how the breeding house promotes, how it operates, and how it deceives the rich into falling into the trap. But he can't be too excited because the electric beast is not in his hands yet. If the mysterious Quasi King trainer saw it, he might take the opportunity to ask for a high price. 15 million is the bottom line. Whatever he can negotiate will be his commission, and of course he wants more. However, he needs to return to the box as soon as possible. He hopes that the man is still in the box, which means that 7 million is likely to be sold, and the rest is his. He is so happy. If the man leaves, it is not too late to chase him back. 15 million is the minimum requirement to buy the electric beast. He can complete such an easy task at any time. When the mustache manager came back, he had readjusted his facial expression. The excitement had long been hidden. He had just put on the indifferent professional smile before, but when he thought of the mysterious trainer who didn't like to smile, he suddenly became serious. When he entered the box, the green tea had already cooled down. He didn't close the soundproof door, and Yu-Hai didn't leave. He was still sitting on the sofa. He was ready to ask Yu-Hai. It would be fine if he agreed, or not, but he couldn't leave. Sir, what have you considered? Do you want to sell this Electabuzz? Yu-Hai was still staring at the tea in a daze. When he heard the voice of the mustache manager, he came back to his senses and waved to the mustache manager, standing up and preparing to leave. The price is too low, I won't sell it. I'm going to ask other people. At this moment, Yu-Hai didn't know the content of the mustache manager's call. He said he wanted to ask other people, and he was also trying to trick the mustache manager to see if the other party really didn't care about the Electabuzz. Anyway, he didn't have much to lose. But he didn't want to sell the Electabuzz in his hand at a low price. He still had Gyarados and Zubat. He was going to ask the other two breeding houses. If the price was right, he would sell it. The masked stall owner didn't sell it, so his Electabuzz wasn't in a hurry, and he could wait and see. He didn't believe that the fat man would rob him openly. He was now a quasi-king trainer. Did the other party have thought about offending a quasi-king trainer? Unless he is alone, but unfortunately, this fat manager is not alone. Once he offends a quasi-king trainer, he may be pushed out to calm down his anger and become a discarded child. Seeing that Yu-Hai was leaving, the mustache manager gradually became impatient, but he could not directly express that he wanted the electric beast, otherwise it would expose his true intentions and put him in a disadvantageous situation in the next transaction. But he could not care so much anymore. He had to keep this mysterious man. As long as he stayed, it would be easy to talk. Once he left and invited him back, there would be no room for bargaining. He also had a task to complete. If he failed to complete it, he would be fired. He didn't want to be a breeder. "Sir, please wait a moment, the price can still be negotiated, no need to make a decision now." The mustache manager hurriedly got up to keep Yu-Hai, and pulled Yu-Hai back to the sofa. He also closed the soundproof door again, not letting Yu-Hai have the idea of leaving. It's a bit strange, Yu-Hai was pulled back to the sofa and did not resist, but felt that this mustache manager was a little strange. The other party just looked very regretful, saying that he had tried his best and could only offer 7 million, but now he turned against them. What made the other party change his mind? Was it the phone call just now? But what kind of phone call content could continue to increase the 7 million business? Or increase the price on an electric beast? Could it be? Yu-Hai thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. He needed to cheat the mustache manager to confirm whether it was what he thought of. "Didn't you say the highest is 7 million? Yu-Hai stared at the mustache manager suspiciously and asked the doubts in his heart. "Sir, the price can be negotiated, but 15 million is too high. It would be better if it can be reduced a little bit. 14 million. Yu-Hai tried. "Of course, but it's still too expensive. It would be better if it can be reduced a little bit more." The mustache manager rubbed his hands under the table. It was time for him to get back to the familiar part. He didn't know how much money he could make this time. For every 1 million Yu-Hai reduced, he made a net profit of 1 million, and he felt very happy. "Then do you think this Pokemon can be sold for 10 million? Yu-Hai took out the Pokeball of 3-in-1 Magnetron and put it on the table to test the manager with a mustache. "Of course not, sir, can we talk about the Pokemon of Electabuzz first?" The manager with a mustache saw 3-in-1 Magnetron and had no interest in this Pokemon that was not beautiful and could be evolved to the third stage with the Thunderstone. The third stage of 3-in-1 Magnetron's evolution had long been discovered and its value had long been squeezed out. He only cared about Electabuzz now. But he was so impatient. The look had already been seen through by Yu-Hai. At this moment, Yu-Hai was playing with 2 Pokeballs in his hands, and was looking at the mustache manager with a smile. It seemed that his guess was right, and the third stage of the evolution of Electabuzz had been discovered. The mustache manager, who was still waiting for Yu-Hai to lower the price, had not seen Yu-Hai speak for a long time. When he looked up, he saw Yu-Hai looking at him with a smile. The smile on his face disappeared instantly and had already moved to Yu-Hai's face. The mustache manager looked at the 2 Pokeballs in Yu-Hai's hands, and he knew that his intentions towards Electabuzz had already been seen through by the other party. But he did not believe that Yu-Hai could guess the 3 stages of the evolution of Electabuzz, but guessed that he was very eager to get Electabuzz. As for what he was going to do with Electabuzz, the other party definitely did not know. This was the secret that the general manager told him. This kind of news had not yet spread, and the other party could not know it at all. Even if the other party was a quasi-king trainer, the mustache manager always believed this. But even so, it is still very disadvantageous to him. The initiative of bargaining is completely in the hands of the other party. He has no room for bargaining, unless The mustache manager looked at another electric Pokemon, Magnetron, and had a good idea. "Sir, name a price." The mustache manager didn't want to waste time. In order to avoid delaying the general manager's business, he quickly took this Electabuzz and went to recycle the other one. "Can your store eat these things?" Yu-Hai did not answer the mustache manager's question, but took out 6 Pokeballs, namely Electabuzz, Magnetron, Gyarados, Squirtle, Monkey King, and Magnetron. Seeing these 6 Pokemon, the mustache manager's eyelids jumped. Could it be that these 6 Pokemon are all Quasi-Kings, and the other party killed a Quasi-King trainer who had used all his combat power? The other party is not as simple as a Quasi-King. Although when they take back the Pokemon, they will also be because the Pokemon is not legitimate, it is very likely that they have robbed the Pokemon of a certain force. These elves are often in a hurry to sell. They are well versed in this and will deliberately lower the price when facing these elves. However, these 6 Quasi-King elves also mean the fall of a Quasi-King. The murderer who can easily kill a Quasi-King is sitting in front of him, looking at him with a smile. How dare he lower the price? If he angers the other party, it will be easy to track him and kill him. Don't say such stupid things as backing up the breeding house and the general manager's support. He has been in the black and still can't figure himself out. He has long become a corpse on the roadside that no one cares about. Only when he is alive can he be used and reach the peak of his life. Working in such a place, the dead are the most uncared for people. The second type of people are the living tools. They are also worthless here and are all cheap tools. "Sir, I need to test the energy level of each elf, can I?" The mustache manager asked Yu-Hai carefully. Since they are all elves to be sold, they should be able to be tested. Just a random test. There are only 3 Quasi-King elves, 2 senior elves, and 1 elite elf. Yu-Hai was sure of the other party, and he was not in a hurry to leave. Since the mustache manager wanted Electabuzz, he could also take the opportunity to sell it for a good price. Regardless of whether the other party discovered the 3-stage evolution of Electabuzz, he would assume that the other party had discovered it. But the other party didn't know that he guessed the other party's purpose, and the other party would not guess that he, a time traveler, had long known that Electabuzz could evolve in 3 stages. Don't ask him why he didn't bring up the matter of evolution first. If he really had the strength of a Quasi-King and was a Quasi-King trainer, he would be a guest of honor for many people. If he didn't have the strength of a Quasi-King, what awaited him would be endless imprisonment. It's not that he was too cautious, but he had seen a colleague being deceived into going to Gyazai in his previous life, and since then, the colleague never came back. This is the trust between people. If he didn't want to be Gyazai, unless he directly joined the alliance and started as an intern at the research institute, but who would accept him as a stranger with no education? If he encounters a bad mentor and has no elves as a force, he will still be miserable. Being robbed of his authorship, used as a tool by his mentor, being used by his mentor, having his research results robbed by his mentor, and having to eat the cake drawn by his mentor. He can't stand this kind of bird's air. Only the power in his hands is the most real thing. He won't eat cakes and won't come up with anything too advanced. The evolution of the electric beast will be discovered sooner or later. It's no big deal. Anyway, he can't hide it. If someone monopolizes the evolution of the electric beast, he will directly disclose it anonymously, which is more exciting. Just when he was thinking, the mustache manager also finished testing the 6 elves on the table. 176 Chapter 170, Embarrassing to the point of picking feet. 176. Just as Yu-Hai said, the elves are 3 very weak Quasi-King level, 2 senior level, and 1 fast-evolving elite-level monkey monster, all of which are very good stallion elves. The mustache manager also tested the magnet. It was an elite item. The magnet didn't have much wear and tear on the surface. It could be refurbished and sold as a new one. The mustache manager was very satisfied with the 6 Pokemon that Yu-Hai brought out. He liked the Electabuzz the most, so he asked Yu-Hai. "Sir, I've tested them. Everything is fine. Please name a price. Electabuzz is 15 million, Gyarados and Golbat are 10 million, Magnetron and Magnetron are 7 million, Magnetron is 5 million, Magnetron is 4 million. This is the ideal price in Yu-Hai's mind. He was asking for a high price. He knew that only Electabuzz could be sold at a premium, other Pokémon are unlikely, especially the senior level 3-in-1 Magnetron and Naughty Bullet, it is unlikely to sell for 7 million. Especially the Monkey Monster, whose potential is only 41, his talent is also very ordinary, and his moves are very ordinary. He is just an ordinary fighting Pokémon. Sir, if you want to keep the price of Electabuzz at 15 million, that's fine, the mustache manager interrupted Yu-Hai who was about to speak, and reached out to pick up the 3-in-1 Magnetron and Naughty Bomb on the table and put them together, but don't be in a hurry, listen to me. The mustache manager then picked up Monkey Monster and Magnetron, put them together with 3-in-1 Magnetron, and said to Yu-Hai, Sir, your Pokémon are all very weak Pokémon. We have to spend time and money to treat them after buying them, and we have to recuperate the Pokémon and restore their health. So Naughty Bomb and 3-in-1 Magnetron, these two senior Pokémon, and Monkey Monster, the elite Pokémon, plus Magnetron, each is 3 million. The Quasi King Gyarados and Gulp, each is 7 million, what do you think of this price? This, Yu-Hai looked at the things on the table that were divided into 3 parts, and Electabuzz did not move. Magnemite, Naughty Bomb, Monkey Monster, and Magnetron were divided into a bargaining group. Gyarados and Zubat did not move, and were cut for 3 million. 6 Pokémon, 1 item. Electivire is 15 million. 3-in-1 Magnetron, Naughty Bomb, Monkey King, and Magnetron are 12 million. Gyarados and Zubat are 14 million. The total is 41 million. After calculating the total price, Yu-Hai shouted in his heart, it turns out that a Quasi King trainer is so valuable. Just a few Pokémon sold for tens of millions, is this the value of a big boss? He really wanted to admire that the Quasi King is so terrifying. Although he was shocked by the value of these Pokémon, Yu-Hai was calm on the surface and pondered for a moment. Since the other party did not mention Electivire again, he would not embarrass him. Anyway, they were all stolen Pokémon, and they were injured. It was already very good to sell them for 3 million. Especially the Naughty Bomb and Monkey Monster, both of which were seriously injured. The senior level 40 potential elves could not be sold for 5 million, so he was just shouting 7 million. The mustache manager bargained for 3 million, which he could still accept, including the elite item magnet, which was in line with his psychological expectations. The most important thing was that the price of the electric beast did not change, which made him very satisfied. He was also very satisfied that Gyarados and Zubat could be sold for 7 million. The mustache manager used other elves to force him to make concessions on the electric beast, but he was very satisfied with the offer, so there was no need to make concessions. He nodded to the mustache manager and said that he could accept the other party's offer, deal. Hi, the mustache manager was secretly relieved when he heard these 2 words, and hurriedly stood up and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yu-Hai, smiling, Sir, happy cooperation. When his intention was seen through, other elves became his breakthrough point, and he could make up for some of it from other elves. Especially the 2 Quasi Kings Gyarados and Zubat, they can earn 2 to 3 million after they recover from their injuries and sell them to the other 2 breeding houses. There are also elite props Magnetron and Magna, as well as 2 other senior electric Pokémon. Although the price of the cubs is not as high as that of the Electabuzz due to emotional instability, easy self-explosion, and too ugly, they can also be bought for breeding. Magnemite and Magnetron are only suitable for selling to some battle maniacs who only care about combat power and not the appearance of Pokémons. In general, it is not a loss. Small profits also require follow-up operations. If these Pokémons cannot be controlled and escape, or cause too much damage, they need to bear the maintenance costs. Although the mustache manager made a small profit, Yu-Hai has made a lot of money. This is a big harvest, a real wave of fat. I don't know how long so much money can last. In short, he is also going to take off. Sir, the total price of these 6 elves and 1 item is 41 million. Since it is a 10 million transaction, you will automatically get our gold card. If you use the gold card to consume in our store, you will enjoy a 10% discount. Excuse me, sir, do you have an anonymous bank card? Our store can transfer money to you at any time. Me. Yu Hai almost cursed when he heard this. He actually forgot about the bank card. Without an anonymous bank card, he can't ask for 41 million in cash, right? How can he open his mouth to ask for this? And so much cash must weigh at least several hundred kilograms. He is completely at a loss. Without a bank card, how can he take the money away? What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Waiting online, very anxious. Don't talk about putting cash in a backpack. It's too stupid to do so. It doesn't fit the personality of the Quasi King. It lowers the Quasi King's style too much. It's best not to mention it. I'm sorry, I lost my bank card and haven't had time to apply for a new one yet. How can I? Yu Hai felt so embarrassed that he could scratch his feet. As a Quasi King trainer, how could he make such a low-level mistake? It's okay, sir. Your situation is very common. Don't worry. The mustache manager opened the soundproof door and shouted to the sales girl, "Bring me an anonymous bank card." After the sales girl brought the bank card, the mustache manager closed the soundproof door again and took the bank card and inserted it into his hand. The other instrument he held beeped a few times and asked Yu Hai, "Sir, for every transaction of the anonymous bank card, a 1% handling fee will be deducted. Withdrawing money will be deducted. Our store only transfers money in and does not charge a handling fee. How much do you want to transfer in?" 30 million, Yu Hai thought about it. He still needs to buy things later. It should be enough to leave 11 million in cash. "Sir, 30 million has been transferred to the anonymous bank card of the Alliance. The password is 6 zeros. You can change the password at the ATM machine, or check the balance at the ATM machine. However, the anonymous bank card cannot be reported lost. Once the bank card is lost, the balance in the bank card cannot be retrieved." After the bearded manager introduced the bearer bank card, he handed the bearer bank card to Yu Hai and explained it. Yu Hai took the bank card and remembered what the bearded manager had just said. Every transaction will have a 1% handling fee, which means that after withdrawing 30 million, you need to pay a handling fee of 300,000. Fuck, making money while lying down, the Alliance really makes money. If you lose your bank card, you can't withdraw money. The money in the card becomes dead money and becomes the balance of the Alliance. Just like the elf hunter he killed, he can't withdraw the money from the bank card, but the Alliance can use it at any time. No wonder there are anonymous bank cards, which not only facilitate shady transactions, but also facilitate the Alliance to collect taxes, and can also regularly collect some dead accounts. Secretly writing down the information of the anonymous bank card, Yu Hai also kept the bank card. After all, there are 30 million in the card. "Sir, may I ask if you plan to take the remaining 11 million in cash, or?" "I plan to buy some things in the store and calculate them together later." Yu Hai didn't move the 6 elves and magnet props on the table. Since the transaction has been reached, the elves belong to the mustache manager, and he got up and left the box directly. He didn't worry that the mustache manager would cheat him. That was 30 million Alliance coins, enough to make a Quasi King want to kill him. If this fat manager had the courage to cheat him, he would have to live to spend it. Who would pay the price of a Go-3 to offend a Quasi King trainer, who has to be on guard day and night, and whose whole family will die if he is careless? After all, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but you can never be on guard for 1,000 days. As the two left the box, the mustache manager wanted to take Yu Hai to pick things, but he saw that the masked stall owner wanted to sell electric beasts, and the business that failed to negotiate came again. He immediately called the Black Silk shopping guide and ordered, take the gentleman to buy things. The gentleman is a gold card VIP of our store. Notify me after you pick things. Okay, Manager Jin. The shopping guide nodded repeatedly to accept the task of receiving big customers, and deliberately lowered her head and dared not look at Yu Hai. She quietly pulled her collar and unbuttoned her collar. This is a big customer with golden legs, and she can't neglect him. Sir, she will show you around the store. You can pick whatever you want in the store. I promise to give you the most affordable price, the mustache manager introduced the shopping guide to Yu Hai. When he saw the masked stall owner coming, he apologized hurriedly, sorry, I need to leave for a while. Yu Hai waved his hand gently, not caring about these details, and let the mustache lead the masked stall owner into the box. He casually looked around the store. There were elves, food, and props. Then he asked the shopping guide, do you have energy blocks in your store? Yes, please follow me. Sir, what kind of energy blocks do you want to see? Water and insect. Yu Hai only had these two types of elves, and there was a armored rhino left without energy blocks and food, and a far-fetched, which was not his elf. It was good enough not to eat the other party, but he wanted to eat energy blocks. Isn't it too good to be true? Sir, please look at these two, the fine emerald green energy cube and the fine water transparent energy cube. They are high-purity energy cubes of the water and insect systems respectively. I believe you have seen them. Let me tell you the price directly. These two fine energy cubes are sold at 5,000 yuan per box in the department store. Since you are a gold card VIP, the water system here only costs 3,600 yuan per box, and the insect system only costs 3,000 yuan per box. This is a preferential price for gold card VIPs, and there is also a 10% discount. Yu Haiming snorted softly on the surface, and he said in his heart, wow, it's a good guy. The price dropped by 2,000 yuan in a second. The department store is really robbing. Here it is almost half cheaper than the department store. For such a price, he will not bargain, otherwise it will affect his image as a quasi-king. And the crystal clear blue water transparent energy cube is also very beautiful, almost without impurities visible to the naked eye, which is similar to the fine emerald green energy cube. He also looked at the panel of the energy cube. The purity was about 80%. It was a very good water spirit food. 177 Chapter 171, Bye. 177. Just now, Yu Hai had made a lot of money. If he was still bargaining on such a small matter, he might be suspected by the cunning manager with a mustache. He had just bluffed him, so it was better not to make trouble. Then he began to calculate how many energy cubes to buy. There were 6 water spirits and 2 insect spirits. The water spirit consumed energy cubes 3 times faster than the insect spirit, so the purchase quantity should also be 3 times more than the insect spirit. After a little mental calculation, Yu Hai had a rough idea of the specific quantity and asked the shopping guide to take the things: 500 boxes of good and fine water energy cubes, 300 boxes of fine emerald green energy cubes. Okay, sir, go to the warehouse to get the goods. The sales lady heard that the purchase volume was so large, and her commission was quite high. She hurriedly arranged for the followers behind her to move the goods, and whispered to the followers to take the best goods. Don't take out the things that usually deceive people. This is a gold card VIP. If they pass off inferior goods as good ones, if the VIP makes trouble, they will be dragged out to take the blame. She dare not do anything reckless. Yu Hai did not pay attention to the saleslady's little tricks, but looked at Moo Moo Milk and said to the saleslady, Moo Moo Milk, 400 bottles, ordinary milk, 60 bottles. Okay, sir, go to the warehouse to get milk. The saleslady ordered the followers behind her to get the goods, and then introduced to Yu Hai, Sir, Moo Moo Milk is 600 per bottle, ordinary milk is 200 per bottle. Well, Yu Hai nodded lightly, thinking that it was indeed much cheaper than the department store, just right to buy a few more bottles. He also thought of the elf-exclusive food of the elf hunter, and took out one from his backpack and asked the sales girl, "Are there any water-exclusive snacks for elves? Is it this kind of food?" "Yes, sir," the sales girl nodded quickly and introduced to Yuhai, "this kind of elf-exclusive snacks, each bag has 10 kilograms, 1,000 alliance coins per bag. May I ask what kind of snacks do you need? How many bags do you need?" Yuhai thought for a while before replying, 50 bags of insect-exclusive snacks first, 200 bags of water-exclusive snacks." "Okay, sir," the sales girl was numb, and could only nod mechanically, and then asked someone to get the goods. Facing such a big customer, she must go all out and sell more goods. Yuhai also wanted to experience the feeling of being a rich man and buying things. He knew that 40 million was a lot, but it was only relative to these small things. Once he encountered elves, props, and evolution stones, he would be beaten back to his original form. "Does the store have food for rock-type elves?" Yuhai bought all the food for the elves, except for the armored rhinoceros. He didn't know if there was any ore here. "Yes, sir. The ore is rich in various minerals. Our store sells it for 14,000 alliance coins per ton. We recommend that you buy 30 tons directly. 30 tons is exactly 10 cubic meters. We will give you a 10 cubic space backpack." "Okay, let's start with 10 cubic meters of ore." Yuhai bought 30 tons of ore directly, silently calculating how long these ore would last for the stupid elf. If it eats 100 or 200 kilograms a day, it will be enough for the stupid elf to eat for a year. In addition to ore, our store also has some food suitable for rock-type elves. Would you like to take a look, sir? The sales lady saw Yuhai's generosity and took the opportunity to sell goods to Yuhai. "What food?" Yuhai looked at the sales lady. He didn't know what rock-type elves could eat besides ore. Then he saw the sales lady pointing at the shelf. A kind of rice balls piled directly on the shelf looked more like colorful mud. It should not be food that other elves can eat. This is a mineral lore ball. It is made of the hard ore that rock elves like, mixed with other minerals, and added with sandy rock powder that is beneficial to rock elves. If rock elves can use sandstorms or other rock-type moves, eating a mineral lore ball can help elves learn to use rock-type moves, and the price is 500 alliance coins per ball. After listening to the sales lady's introduction, Yuhai immediately reached out and picked up a rice ball, and the panel introduction of the mineral lore ball food was displayed. Mineral lore ball, made of minerals and hard ore, it has a strong attraction to grass-type and rock-type elves, and there are also a small amount of sandy rocks. 200 first, Yuhai knew what sandy rocks were. It was a prop to extend the duration of sandstorms, but it was made into rice balls here. I don't know if the armored rhinoceros likes to eat this kind of mineral rice balls. Okay, sir, I've sent someone to get it. Would you like to take a look at this gem that can increase the energy intensity of rock-type elves? The sales lady took a brocade box from the assistant and opened it to reveal a brown rock that could reflect light and looked like a gem. What is this? Yuhai's eyes were immediately attracted by the rock. He probably guessed what it was. He had seen similar things on the deserted island, but with different properties. This is a rock gem, which contains rich rock-type energy. Do you need it, sir? The sales lady introduced. What's the price? Yuhai took the rock gem from the brocade box and played with it. The panel of the rock gem was also swiped out by him. Rock gem, a small gem contains rich rock-type energy, which has an unparalleled attraction to rock-type elves, purity 65.81%. Sir, the price of this gem is 300,000 alliance coins per piece, the sales lady introduced. Do you have water gems and ground gems in the store? Yuhai thought of the giant crab. This little guy is about to evolve, so he can prepare a water stone for the giant crab. As for the armored rhinoceros, the gem armored rhinoceros can be eaten by that silly guy, but other elves cannot. After all, that silly guy eats stones. And that silly guy has no energy cubes to eat, so this is the only way to compensate that big foodie. Yes, "Sir, how many do you need?" asked the saleslady. "Water, rock, ground, 3 of each." Yu Hai thought about it and directly reported the number, asking the saleslady to pick up the goods. After buying here, the food needed by the elves has basically been bought. Next, he wanted to see the props, so he said to the saleslady, "Take me to see the water props." "Excuse me, sir, do you want water stone or mysterious water drop? Are there any high-level water stones?" Yu Hai wanted to ask again, wondering if he could get a different result from the prop shop owner. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any high-level water stones. Not even here." Yu Hai was a little surprised to hear this answer. It seems that the people who bought the high-level water stones at a premium price did not even let go of the black market. Although it was a bit regretful, he didn't care if there were any. He was going to take a look at the props. Are there any mysterious water drops of the king level or the quasi-king level here? "I'm sorry, sir, there are only senior level mysterious water drops here." "Do you still need to see them? Show it to me." Yu Hai originally only wanted senior level props, and the props of the king and quasi-king were not available now. But in order not to be suspected by the saleslady, he deliberately asked for it, but he didn't expect that there was no quasi-king item here. It seems that the quasi-king prop, the advanced water stone, should not be for sale. "Okay sir, this is it." The saleslady opened a blue prop box, and inside it lay a mysterious water drop, which was more dazzling than the mysterious water drop taken out by the prop shop owner. It was indeed a senior level prop. Mysterious water drop. The elves carrying this prop can enhance the power of water-based moves, enhancement 20%. Level 51.92%. "Sir, the price of this item is 7 million, the shopping guide introduced the price carefully. After all, she had no bargaining power when it came to such a high-priced transaction. "How much are the prices of the elite mysterious water drop and the new mysterious water drop?" Yu Hai did not pay attention to the shopping guide's offer, but asked about the prices of the other 2 items. The new mysterious water drop can be bought on the black market for hundreds of thousands, which is not a big improvement for the elf baby. The price of the elite mysterious water drop is 2 million. "Okay, I understand. I'll tell your manager later. I want this mysterious water drop for 6 million. "Okay, sir." The saleslady could only smile bitterly and nod in the face of such a strong gold card customer. She couldn't stop him, after all, he was a gold card customer. She could only pack up the mysterious water drop first and wait for the mustache manager to deal with it. By the way, 5 healing balls, 5 diving balls, 1 catching ball, and 1 rock ball. Yu Hai thought of giving the elves a new home, and it was just right to buy them here. "Okay, sir." The saleslady waved her hand, signaling the follower behind her to take the elf balls according to the requirements. She continued to ask Yu Hai, "Excuse me, sir, what other props do you want to see? Does the store have elf cultivation books with less side effects?" Yu Hai immediately asked about the cultivation books, but he didn't know if the store had any. "Sir, the elf cultivation books on the market can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is beginner cultivation knowledge, and the second category is those cultivation books with relatively large side effects. There is another type of training books that are used to learn specific skills with special secret medicines. The third type of training books are basically not available on the market. Even if they are circulated, they will be sold at a premium. If you want to learn advanced training knowledge or combat skills, I recommend going to the clubs in the city, or finding a master to become your apprentice. Take me to see the Pokémon. Are there any 3 great Pokémons?" After listening to the guide's story, Yu Hai knew that the more advanced Pokémon training knowledge had been monopolized. The Alliance only opened up the beginner training knowledge of new trainers to the outside world, breaking the long-standing knowledge monopoly and breaking the power of some family organizations that monopolized knowledge, but also creating more powerful forces. Then there was the Pokémon battle culture, as well as clubs and gym owners, which further broke the monopoly. But this is already the limit. As he said before, the path of ordinary trainers is at most senior level and quasi-king level. It is not only knowledge that is monopolized, but also rare Pokémons, and precious Pokémons. Precious resources and other things are all monopolized resources. The resistance of the alliance is also likely to be quasi-kings and kings, not one or two, but a group of kings. As for the knowledge of cultivating elves to become kings, does the alliance have it? The answer is definitely yes. But the alliance has not opened this knowledge to the outside world. There must be a reason. The resistance should be very great. However, these are the games between the top leaders of the alliance and the local separatist forces. What does it have to do with him, a small shrimp? It is not the time for him to participate in these things. Besides, he does not want to participate in such things at all. After all, he can't protect himself. 178 Chapter 172, Electric Monster? 178. Sir, please follow me. The saleslady led the way and took Yu-Hai to the artificial ecological area of the breeding house, where there were professional breeding house staff to take care of the 3 Pokémon. Seeing this artificial ecological area, Yu-Hai was secretly shocked. There were many Pokémon here. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Chikorita, Crocodile, Gecko, and Squirtle. Except for the lack of fire Pokémon, there were all water and grass Pokémon here. Can I touch the Pokémon? Yu-Hai walked forward and looked at the Squirtle and Squirtle in the aquarium. He was moved. Yes, sir, what Pokémon do you want to see? The saleslady nodded and asked back. Squirtle and Squirtle, bring the best ones here. Yu-Hai was afraid that the saleslady didn't understand what he meant, and deliberately emphasized that he wanted the best Pokémon. 3. Okay, sir, the saleslady responded, and shouted to the breeder, bring the 2 best Squirtle and Squirtle here. Then, the breeder brought the 2 best water-type Squirtle over and introduced them to Yu-Hai, the customer. Sir, these 2 water-type Squirtle are the best Squirtle babies here. Hearing this, Yu-Hai immediately picked up Squirtle and pinched it here and there. The surface of water-type Pokémons is relatively slippery. Without the proficiency panel, he couldn't tell whether this Squirtle was good or not, so he asked the saleslady, can I take it away with the poke ball? Yes, sir, but you can't take it away. The saleslady took the poke ball from the breeder and handed it to Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai reached out to take the poke ball, and took back the Squirtle in his hand and the Squirtle next to him with the poke ball, and looked at the proficiency panels of the 2 Pokémons. Water Leap. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 42%. Level, 3.17%. Feature, Torrent/0.19%. Mastered the move. Squirtle. Attribute, Water. Gender, Female. Potential, 41%. Level, 4.27%. Feature, Torrent/0.32%. Mastered the move. This. Yu-Hai was a little disappointed after looking at the proficiency panels of the 2 water-type starter Pokémons. It might be that he had too high expectations for the starter Pokémons, so he was disappointed. If the starter Pokémons were just like this, he would not buy it, even if it was endorsed by the Alliance, even if the starter Pokémons were very popular here. But the potential of 41, just breaking through the senior level, can barely enter the king level if it is well cultivated, which is also a good starter Pokémon, but he does not like such a starter Pokémon. Actually, the potential of 41 is already very good, but he just doesn't like it, and the 3 starters are too expensive. He said on the deserted island that for low potential Pokémon, 1 frog is enough, and he will not capture Pokémon that are not close to 60 potential, even if the Pokémon is a 3 starter. Capturing low potential Pokémon will only waste time, energy, and resources. If he met the 3 starters first instead of frog, he would also capture them, but unfortunately it is not the case, and he will not give up frog. What is the price of the 3 starters? Even if Yu-Hai does not buy it, he still has to ask the price. What if it is very cheap? Sir, since you are a gold card customer, the price of these 3 Pokemons is 20 million. 20 million. Yu-Hai released Squirtle and Squirtle from the Pokeball, rubbed the tops of the 2 Pokemons, and sighed, 20 million is okay, but these babies are not as good as the Alliance's. Sir, you are joking. How can the Pokemons in our store be compared with the Alliance's 3 Pokemons? The Alliance's 3 Pokemons are not for sale. Each of the Alliance's 3 Pokemons has an invisible mark on it, which can be seen with a special light. This invisible mark is easy to distinguish. The mark cannot be removed. It can only be erased by destroying the skin. Invisible marks are mostly on the abdomen, back, limbs and soles of the elves. The 3-legged elves in our store do not have such marks. This is also the reason why you can't see 3-legged elves in the department store. The Alliance prohibits breeding houses from breeding 3-legged elves, especially the 3-legged elves in the Research Institute. Even if someone brings 3-legged elves, our store will not accept them. Our store will only sell the 3-legged elves we breed ourselves. After all, selling 3-legged elves directly from the Alliance and selling wild 3-legged elves indirectly are 2 different things. Selling directly means that the newcomers who can receive the 3-legged elves in the Alliance have been killed. Think about what kind of newcomers who can receive the 3-legged elves in the Alliance. Selling wild 3-legged elves indirectly, the newcomers who can receive the 3-legged elves have not been killed, so it will not attract the investigation of the Alliance, and it is still possible to sell them quietly. What if the Alliance conducts a surprise inspection? Don't ask, he won't know even if you ask. The death penalty can be sentenced to life imprisonment, and life imprisonment can be commuted in advance. What should I do? There is no need to ask about such obvious things. You should know that this is also a society based on personal relationships. After listening to the saleslady's story, Yu-Hai finally understood why the Pokemon hunters did not rob the Alliance's 3 starters. They cannot be captured or sold, and they are wanted by the Alliance. The risk is not proportional to the income. Even in this situation, they still rob the Alliance's 3 starters. Is there something wrong with their heads? If it were him, he would not rob the Alliance's 3 starters when he went to catch wild Pokemon. In fact, the saleslady explained so much because he deliberately tricked the saleslady. After all, he couldn't ask directly, otherwise he would appear ignorant. Do you still want to be a quasi-king? Since he is a quasi-king trainer, it is impossible for him not to know the common sense that these ordinary robbers know. Are there any special Pokemon in the store? Yu-Hai threw the Pokeball back to the saleslady, turned around and left the aquarium ecological area, and walked around other artificial ecological areas. The layout of the ecological area is similar to that of the breeding house in the department store. There are no special Pokemon here. They are all the store's special electric Pokemon, as well as electric Pokemon eggs and a few heterochromatic stingtails. There are a large number of these insect Pokemon, so it's not surprising to see 1 or 2 heterochromatic Pokemons. They are all very common Pokemon. There are no blank Pokemon in the store. It is estimated that they are not popular here. After all, who would buy a worthless Pokemon on the black market? You can't catch them in the wild by yourself. Okay. Pack up the things I've chosen and bring them here. Yu-Hai returned to the breeding house hall and did not continue to visit the electric elves. They were all elves that he had seen in the electric breeding house in the department store. There was nothing to see. Besides, the elves here have much less potential than those in the department store. They are probably the ones left over from the department store and sold here at a low price. Okay, sir, the shopping guide responded and went to make arrangements. She brought all the things Yu-Hai bought and handed the bill to the mustache manager who had just come out of the box. Yu-Hai saw that the mustache manager's face was full of red. He must have eaten a lot. The masked stall owner who said goodbye to the mustache manager and left had a gloomy face. He had also seen this masked man. He was the masked stall owner who set up a stall to sell electric beasts. The masked stall owner probably chose to come to the store to deal with electric beasts in order to avoid being targeted. This transaction must not be very pleasant. You can tell from the expressions on their faces. He also saw the mustache manager take the list from the sales girl, which was all his shopping list. The moment the mustache manager saw the list, he smiled even happier. Yu Hai did not disturb the two people to pack their things, but looked at the masked man who disappeared at the door of the store, thinking of the electric beast. The other party must have lost money. Then should he buy an electric monster to cultivate? He has not decided whether to take the opportunity to buy one. Even if he wants to develop into a rainy team in the future, he should use ground-type monsters to deal with electric Pokémon instead of electric Pokémon. However, he can also raise an electric Pokémon, but his first choice is definitely Alafulu, followed by Electra, and then Pikachu, Jolteon and other electric Pokémon. Don't even think about Zapdos and Raikou. When all members are restrained, he uses his head to catch the legendary Pokémon, and he deserves to be struck to death. After a short thought, the mustache manager came with the shopping list and smiled at Yu Hai. "Sir, the items have been counted. Here is the bill. Please take a look. The total is 12 million alliance coins. Please check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, I will pay you the remaining balance." Okay, Yu Hai took the shopping list. He remembered what he bought very clearly. He just needed to check the quantity of the items one by one. He was not afraid that the other party would pass off inferior products as good ones. After all, the mustache manager did not even mention the mysterious water drops of 6 million. It can be seen that the other party would not make trouble on such a small matter. After all, life is more important. Fine water energy cubes, 3,600 per box, 500 boxes, 1.8 million. Good water energy cubes, 1,200 per box, 500 boxes, 600,000. Fine insect energy cubes, 3,000 per box, 300 boxes, 900,000. Moo Moo milk, 600 per bottle, 400 bottles, 240,000. Ordinary milk, 200 per bottle, 60 bottles, 12,000, gift. Exclusive snacks for elves, 1,000 per bag, 50 bags for insects, 200 bags for water, 250,000. Ore rich in metal minerals, 14,000 per ton, 30 tons, 420,000. Mineral lures, 500 each, 200 pieces, 100,000. Water gems, 400,000 each, 3 pieces, 1.2 million. Rock gems, 300,000 each, 3 pieces, 900,000. Ground gems, 300,000 each, 3 pieces, 900,000. Senior level item, 1 mysterious water drop, 6 million. Healing balls, 10,000 each, 5 pieces, 50,000. Diving balls, 1,000 each, 5,000, gift. Catching balls, 1,000 each, 1,000, gift. Rock balls, 1,000 each, 1,000, gift. Total, 1336000. 10% discount total, 1. Final total, 12 million, 12 million. Oh, 1 million short. Yu Hai read the shopping list and felt very interesting. The mustache manager was a good business manager and very generous. Many cheap things were given away directly. Finally, he wiped off the 24,000 change. As long as he had 12 million, what else could he say? He took out his card and swiped it for the mustache manager. The mustache manager took the bank card with a smile and swiped 1 million directly. There were still 2899000 alliance coins left in the card, and a handling fee of 10,000 was deducted. "Sir, please keep your bank card and gold card. You can still enjoy a 10% discount next time you shop in our store." The mustache manager handed over the bank card and gold card respectfully, and bowed to Yu Hai to say goodbye. "Sir, you can count your things before leaving. Thank you for purchasing our products. We are very happy to serve you and are willing to serve you again next time. Look, with this service attitude, the money spent is very comfortable. Yu Hai reached out to take the bank card, feeling very comfortable, and began to count the things he just bought. 179. Chapter 173, The Layout of the Breeding House. 179. After the inventory was completed, Yu Hai opened his newly bought space backpack and put things into the bag one by one. He first put some small things, such as the prop mysterious water drop, and those gems, poke balls, and he opened and checked each one, especially the mysterious water drop. After scanning the mysterious water drop with the panel and finding nothing unusual, he put it into his space backpack. He didn't need to count the remaining energy cubes, food and ores, after all, there were too many. The sales lady's service was also very considerate. The two kinds of food were packed in two 10 cubic meter space backpacks, one for ore, and one for energy cubes and moo milk. After sorting out all the things, he had 4 space backpacks on him, but unfortunately the space backpack could not hold space backpacks. He could only take 4 backpacks, squinted at the mustache manager, and smiled, I am in a good mood today. It is pleasant to buy things here, but I don't want to have any subsequent troubles with the things I bought. You should understand. Sir, please rest assured that there will be no product problems. In fact, the mustache manager was not sure, but he said it in a nice way. He also used his eyes to ask the shopping guide if there were any shoddy goods, otherwise he would die miserably. Seeing the mustache manager's inquiring eyes, the shopping guide shook her head and said that they were all the best goods. How dare they deceive the gold card customers? Seeing the sales lady shaking her head, the mustache manager also breathed a sigh of relief, still keeping a gentle professional smile on his face, sent Yu Hai to the door of the store, and waved goodbye to Yu Hai. When leaving the electric breeding house, Yu Hai saw some vague eyes looking at him. He didn't dare to stay in the black market at all, and just wanted to leave the black market as soon as possible. He directly found the nearest black market exit, and after leaving the black market, he released the big-mouthed gull, which soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. The gangster at the door of the electric breeding house was still upset because he missed a big fat sheep. Boss, why don't you let us chase him? Stupid, don't you know big gold teeth and fatty gin? So what? Stupid, how could I have such a stupid subordinate like you? Dare you provoke a distinguished guest who needs fatty gin to send you off with a smile? Be careful of a thunderbolt that will smash you into pieces. What about the masked stall owner who sold the electric beast just now? Stupid, that guy's background is exposed. If we don't rob him, who else can we rob? Big Gold Teeth didn't give that guy away, and did you see that the man in black released the elf? It seems not. Why? Stupid, will the master let you know where the master's elf is hidden? Oh, boss, I understand. But the electric beast has been sold. If you kill that guy, you can't get the money. The mustache manager who had already returned to the office did not hear the conversation outside the door, but the shopping guide heard it. She had heard it many times before. These little hooligans kept repeating the same nonsense to their subordinates. She was tired of hearing it. At this moment, the sales lady buttoned her collar again. She showed her figure in front of the man. She fiddled with her body for so long, but the man didn't even look at her. She felt like a failure. It seemed that her charm was not enough. She was really bad. The sales lady rested her chin on her hands and leaned on the counter, thinking about the golden thigh just now. She didn't know when the golden thigh would come to shop again. On the other side, the mustache manager just returned to his office and saw a young man in a white shirt. The young man held a cigarette in his hand and put his legs on his desk. He was about to scold the young man, but he saw the young man's appearance clearly and immediately stepped forward to greet him respectfully. General Manager, you are here. Why didn't you notify me? I have already done what you asked. They are all here. The mustache manager quickly put on a smile and respectfully handed over the 3 bills in his hand. One was a bill for buying the masked stall owner's electric beast, one was a bill for buying Yuhai's electric beast, and one was a bill for Yuhai's consumption. 9 million? Not bad, the general manager nodded after picking up the first bill, recognizing the manager's ability to do things, but when he saw the second bill, his brows furrowed. Seeing the general manager frown, the manager's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he did something wrong? He immediately looked for problems with himself. Yuhai's electric beast was really recovered for 15 million, and he did not embezzle. He bought another electric beast for 700, and reported 900, which was just a sum of money. It is not easy to make false accounts for the remaining elves. Once done, there will be no profit. Wouldn't that make him look incompetent? And it is also easy to be found out. Once found out, his property will be confiscated, and he will be demoted to a breeder. He doesn't want to be a breeder. 3 Quasi-King Pokémon? Electabuzz, Gyarados, Golbat, and Squirtle, Magnetron, 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 the profit can be 7 or 8 million. The general manager muttered to himself, put down the second bill, picked up the third consumption list and asked the mustache manager, is this the consumption record of that person? Yes, the mustache manager nodded quickly, indicating that the general manager's guess was completely correct. He bought a lot, and the profit is several million again, the general manager nodded secretly, once again expressing his recognition of the mustache manager. After being praised so many times, the mustache manager knew that it was safe, and he finally got the upper hand. Fatty Jin, you are very good, work hard, bring the 2 Electabuzz, I will go back to the main store now, and the rest of the Pokémon will be left to you to deal with. The general manager put down the consumption list and praised the mustache manager again. The general manager praised the mustache manager 3 times in a row, which made the mustache manager light and dizzy. But he must remain calm and modest, and not get carried away by the momentary praise. He hurried forward and put down the 2 Electabuzz Pokeballs, and then stepped back obediently. You know, this person is his golden thigh. He can offend anyone but not the general manager. And the general manager didn't blame him for buying back the Electabuzz at a high price. He also marked the Electabuzz Pokeball of the Quasi-King. By the way, what Pokemon did that person use? Did he show his face? When the general manager asked, he also picked up the Pokeball to play with it and observed the weak Electabuzz in the Pokeball. He was also a little curious about the mysterious man who sold the Electabuzz. There hadn't been a Quasi-King trainer in the underground black market for a long time. That man was masked and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were quite scary. He should have killed someone. If it was a Pokemon, the mustache manager closed his eyes and thought, and fell into memories. What happened not long ago, the mustache manager still remembered it clearly, but he couldn't remember what Pokemon was around Yuhai. Because Yuhai didn't bring any Pokemon, how could the mustache manager think of it? A general manager, that person didn't bring a Pokemon with him, the mustache manager felt embarrassed. He had been with the other person for so long before he realized that the other person didn't bring a Pokemon. At that time, he was attracted by the electric beast and was intimidated by the other party's Quasi-King momentum. He didn't pay attention to other things at all and forgot about this matter. Now thinking back, it's really a bit strange. No Pokemon? Interesting, the general manager thought for a while, stared at the mustache manager's eyes and asked, 15 million, how much water is there? No, he saw through my intentions and saw that I really needed the electric beast, so he refused to lower the price. The mustache manager answered quickly, he was afraid that if he answered slowly, the person would be gone. See through your thoughts. Does he also know that the electric beast can evolve? The general manager raised his hand and rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, not expecting to get an answer from the mustache manager, but the mustache manager directly denied the question. Impossible, he can't know, unless he is not a trainer from the Orange Islands. Yes, he is not a trainer from the Orange Islands. It seems that the evolution of the Electabuzz cannot be concealed for long. I need to prepare early. The general manager was awakened by the mustache manager. After realizing this, he got up, took his coat and poke ball, and prepared to leave the electric breeding house in the black market. He must evolve an Electabuzz as soon as possible. This will be his bargaining chip to win over trainers with Electabuzz. Trading is naturally the way to evolve Electabuzz. When the Electabuzz of those trainers evolve, they will be used for breeding. With so many trainers powerful Electabuzz, even if there is only one chance to breed, it is worth doing this. The benefits that can be brought by the evolution of Electabuzz again are not just this. After all, the evolution of the electric beast is a secret, so it's not too much to charge a little tip, ha ha ha. It's really a profitable business. Fatty Jin, keep an eye on that person. If he comes to the store with a gold card again, notify me immediately. I want to meet him. This was the last instruction of the general manager before he left. But the mustache manager found a way faster and said it immediately to help his boss solve the problem. General manager, his anonymous bank card was opened in the store. As long as he uses that bank card, the store can check his consumption records. Fatty Jin, you've done a good job. I'm optimistic about you. Do a good job. The general manager walked past the mustache manager and patted the mustache manager on the shoulder. This pat directly touched the mustache manager's heart. The mustache manager felt valued and immediately followed the general manager and sent the general manager out of the black market. After watching the general manager leave, the mustache manager realized that he was about to take off. The general manager was not only a general manager, but also a senior peak trainer who had already touched the threshold of the Quasi King. This time, the electric beast was their chance. If it was well managed, the general manager could become a Quasi King trainer, or even a king trainer. He only needed to hold on to the general manager's big golden leg. Even if he didn't have the talent of a trainer, he could still thrive with just his business acumen. 180 Chapter 174, Casino. 180. On the other side, Yu Hai, who left the black market, circled in the air for several circles until he was sure that no one was following him. He came to the beach again. As soon as he arrived at the beach, he took off all his clothes and put on the stab-proof suit in his backpack. He also released the round silk spider and mosquito frog, letting these two elves guard the surroundings. He used a lighter to burn his clothes, and threw the smelly black jacket, shoes, hat, face towel, and raincoat into the fire. Only the black face towel on his face was left, and the Pokemon hunter's clothes were all burned clean. While burning his clothes, he also took out the Pokemon hunter's bank card. When he learned from the mustache manager that the card was useless, he didn't plan to keep it and threw it directly into the flames. He was also afraid that the fire was not strong enough to burn the clothes to ashes, so he asked Frog to pick up some dry firewood and throw it into the fire to help burn. He also took out the gold card he got in the electric breeding house, the gold card with a 10% discount. He didn't know if the card had been tampered with, but in order to avoid being tracked, he threw the gold card into the fire without hesitation. So far, the Quasi King trainer who sold the Quasi King electric beast has completely disappeared from this world, and no one can find the Quasi King trainer who only appeared for one night. It's not that he doesn't want to use this identity anymore, but he is pretending to be Quasi King trainer. This is the only time, not the second time. If you pretend for too long, you may even be deceived and indulge in it unconsciously. Sometimes a lie needs countless lies to cover it up, and it is only a matter of time before it is exposed. Once he is exposed by the mustache manager and involved in the identity of selling electric beasts, he will not be able to pretend without the strength of a Quasi King. He doesn't know whether it will be good or bad for him, but he doesn't want to gamble on the unknown result and the unknown future. It is not worth it to gamble on your future just because you are greedy for the 10% discount on the gold card. After burning the gold card, he took out the anonymous bank card, which was also given to him by the fat manager. He must find a way to transfer the 30 million in it. In this world, he doesn't trust anyone, he only trusts his own elves, he only trusts himself. As the fire burned out, Yu Hai asked the big-mouthed gull to wash away the traces with water, and then took out the watch from the backpack to check the time. It was only 2 o'clock in the morning. Then he threw the big gold watch of the elf hunter into the sea with force, and then used the elf ball to retrieve the mosquito frog, let the orb spider lie on his shoulder, put on the black scarf to cover his mouth and nose again, and sat on the big-mouthed gull barefoot. He first spent 500 alliance coins to buy a pair of cloth shoes near the port, and there were 40,000 alliance coins left in cash. Then he came to the old man's tavern again, and entered from the back door. He blocked a waitress again, and asked the waitress to call the old man over. When the old man came over, he asked directly, "Is there any way to transfer money to an anonymous bank card that cannot be traced?" "Yes, there is," that is, seeing that Yu Hai was so direct, the old man did not smile and explained Yu Hai's problem seriously. "Is 5% enough?" Yu Hai planned to take out 5% of 30 million, that is, 1.5 million commission, and let the old man do this. "I can help you with this, but I don't want money," the old man shook his head and refused Yu Hai's commission. There was something more important than money in this mysterious boy. "What do you want?" "Don't even think about the unspoken rules," Yu Hai cursed directly, quickly put away the bank card, and walked away from the old man. He knew very well that apart from money and elves, there was nothing else worth the old man wanting. "What are you thinking about?" "I just want your method of breeding mosquito-repellent frogs." The old man was speechless, and what was this kid doing with his arms around his body? Is it because the girl in the tavern is not pretty or has a good figure? How could he be interested in this boy with paranoia? The method of breeding mosquito-repellent frogs. Yu Hai was relieved when he heard this thing. "This thing is not worth much at all. No, this thing seems to be very valuable. If it is the whole breeding method of mosquito-repellent frogs, it is not something that can be bought with 1.5 million. If it is just some scraps, it can be barely accepted." He was talking about moisture perception, and the training method of high attack, high speed, and high burst of mosquito-repellent frog, which could not be handed over to the old man. "Old man, you should think about it carefully, don't regret it when the time comes." Yu Hai could agree to the old man first, and then throw out some things casually at that time. Anyway, the training method is his, and what he says is what it is. Of course, the training method of mosquito-repellent frog in exchange for the guide, this deal is very cost-effective. The old man certainly thinks it is cost-effective. After all, money laundering is very simple, just go to the casino for a round. Anyway, there is no need to launder money, just change an anonymous bank card to deposit money, just go to the casino to withdraw money and deposit money. He just leads the way, and he can get the training method of mosquito-repellent frog for free, why not? "Okay, the deal is done, you take me to transfer the money to other bank cards first." Yu Hai of course transferred the money himself. This old fox is very black, he must be extremely careful. "Little brother, follow me, I will take you to transfer the money first. When will you give me the training method?" The old man asked Yu Hai as he walked. "The training method is in my mind, and I can give it to you at any time. I am not like you, an old man, who is not trustworthy." Even if the deal was reached, Yu Hai did not forget to mock the old man. Who told the old man to blackmail him from the beginning? "Okay, let's go transfer money first. Follow me to the casino." The casino can transfer money. The old man led the way. Yu Hai had a round silk spider on his shoulder and followed the old man with a backpack on his back. The remaining 3 space backpacks were placed in the big mouth of the big-mouthed gull and were not brought with him. "Little brother, how much money do you plan to transfer?" the old man just asked casually out of curiosity. 30 million, Yu Hai also said casually. Anyway, the old man would know about the transfer later. "What? 30 million? When the old man heard this number, he turned around suddenly and stared at Yu Hai. It turned out that this kid was so rich. "What? I just offered you a 5% commission and you refused." Do you want to regret it now? Yu Hai saw the old man's eyes light up and immediately took 2 steps back. Even the orb web spider on his shoulder stood up and bared its teeth at the old man, ready to attack at any time. He was really afraid that this greedy old man would kill him after seeing the money. He had already clenched the poke balls of the frog and the crab. As long as the old man made an attacking move, he would release them. Frog and giant crab. Forget it, the breeding method is more important. The old man had a killing intent for a moment, as for the reason for giving up in the end. It was also because he might not be able to beat Yu Hai, and he would lose the breeding method of the frog, and the bank card needed a password, and he couldn't withdraw a small target without the password. If possible, he hoped that the transaction would continue, just to lead the way, more than 1 million and the breeding method of the frog. He wanted both. But this kid was very smart, the words were out, and his old face was completely lost in front of this kid. No matter how he pretended to be kind, it was useless, it was better to keep it as it was. Seeing the old man give up so wisely, Yu Hai did not relax his vigilance and continued to follow the old man. This greedy old man is like this, he can weigh the pros and cons better than him, but his life is always the first. Next, the two fell into silence because of what happened just now, until the old man took Yu Hai to the casino. The casino is not in the black market, the casinos on the port side are all on the ground. Yu Hai followed the old man into the casino and exchanged the alliance coins for chips, which he exchanged several times, ranging from several million to 10 million. The number in the bank card also changed from 28990000 to 28700100. He was deducted 289,900 in handling fees for withdrawing 30 million, nearly 300,000 in handling fees. Then he exchanged the chips for alliance coins and deposited them into another new bearer bank card. The casino deducted 2% in handling fees, 574,002 alliance coins, and 570,000 in handling fees. After this, the balance in the card was 28 million. The change of 126,098 was exchanged for cash. With the 40,000 cash on him, he had 166,000 in cash left. It was really ridiculous. Very ridiculous. After transferring 30 million once, only 28 million was left. 1 million alliance coins evaporated directly. It was really outrageous. Yu Hai swore that he and the casino were sworn enemies. After a round of going to the casino, more than 500,000 yuan evaporated. Who can stand it? Okay, little brother, you should be happy. You haven't paid me more than 1 million commission yet. Why are you still looking so gloomy? When will you give me the breeding method of mosquito-repellent frog? The old man walked along, but he was happy. Seeing Yu Hai unhappy, he was very happy, just like he was drunk, and he even comforted Yu Hai. I really have to thank you, old man. Yu Hai knew that the old man was so happy because he saw him being humiliated. He was not angry. If it weren't for the old man, the casino's handling fee would be higher, and it would charge a 5% handling fee. He owed the old man a favor. As for the breeding method of mosquito-repellent frog, he could give him some more dry goods at that time. No, 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 I dare not accept your thanks, the old man also joked with Yu Hai. By the way, old man, who wants to breed mosquito-repellent frogs? After Yu Hai thanked him, he was also curious about who the old man wanted to buy the breeding method for. Of course it's me, the old man said nonsense without thinking. Okay, old man, you are already old, what breeding method do you want? If you don't tell me who it is, I won't give it to you. Anyway, the money has been transferred, and he also learned from this little old man, it's okay to be a rogue for once. Hee, you kid, the old man also knew that the other party could not default on the debt, and he was not angry. If Yu Hai wanted to default on the debt, he would not pay the balance with a fake certificate. The old man thought about it and didn't intend to hide it from Yu Hai. After all, the two had no conflict of interest, nor were they mortal enemies. He told Yuhai the reason why he wanted the mosquito-repellent frog breeding method. I bought it for my grandson. He also has a frog. I hope he can go further on the road of being a trainer. I see. Who is your grandson? When I finish my work, I will teach him how to train frog. You want me to work for you for nothing? The old man glanced at Yuhai. Yuhai might not want to break the appointment. Old man, I'm not you. Don't think everyone is the same as you. If you don't want it, I'll transfer 1.5 million to you now, and we'll be even. Also, I hate brats the most, especially the thorny brats, they are the most annoying. I'd rather give you 1.5 million than take care of the kids. I'll transfer the money to you now. No, 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 I still want the mosquito-repellent frog breeding method, which is better. You've seen my grandson, the stinky boy who gave you the ID card. He's also in the orphanage, you can see him when you go there. The lame director of the orphanage is my old friend. When you go there, just say that I introduced him. He will help you fill in the remaining files. Haha, old man, you can think of using your grandson as a contact person. Yuhai only realized now that the thin man was actually the old man's grandson. If the old man didn't say it, he wouldn't know. In this case, he would not break the appointment, but reminded, old man, if the boy can't stand it, it's not my fault. I know, I will tell the stinky boy to study hard. The old man waved his hand. He was very satisfied to get a promise in exchange for just leading the way. Thank you, old man. Yuhai's thank you was for the identity, he really needed this identity. After all, no one is born to be a villain, he also has a heart for the light, and he is really grateful to this old fox for giving him a flawless identity, otherwise he doesn't know how to survive in this world. After a long time, maybe he won't even care about who he is, and he doesn't know in the future is there any chance to get such a perfect identity. Just like that, the old and the young walked and talked all the way. When they were about to part at the back door of the tavern, Yuhai reminded the old man, don't blame me for not reminding you. You must not let anyone find out the whereabouts of this money, otherwise you and I will die miserably. Understood, the old man waved his hand back to show that he understood. Of course he understood the interests involved. He betrayed this kid before, but this kid has been tied to his grandson, so he can't do it again. Moreover, 30 million is enough to make a quasi-king trainer take risks. Once revenge is brought, he can't take it. I don't know where this kid got so much money. It is estimated that he sold more than 10 good black goods. What a lucky kid. After saying goodbye to the old man, Yuhai didn't know if he could scare the old man. Of course, what he said just now was to scare the old man, because he didn't know what dangers would come. But as I said, he doesn't trust anyone he meets, including this old man, he only trusts himself and the elves. It's not that he wants to be like this, but he has no sense of security about anyone and anything. Otherwise, the 10% off gold card and the transfer fee can be burned and transferred without blinking an eye. He would rather spend some money to clean up all traces and eliminate all troubles. Now he is like a hedgehog that meets its natural enemy, wrapping himself into a hedgehog ball and giving the sharpest spikes to any natural enemy that attacks him. Coming to this strange environment and meeting many strange humans, he is like a hedgehog that curls up all the time. This is also the reason why he is looking forward to the light. Why should he live in the shadows when he can live in the sun? He is not a villain, and he doesn't want to join the villains. Although he is not a good person, he had no choice before, and now he wants to be a good person. Ahem, how could he have such a stupid idea? Even if he wanted to be a good man, he had to be a good man in the dark, a good man among bad people. Instead of a pure good man, a good man in the sun, such a good man would only be kidnapped by morality, and he didn't want to be kidnapped by morality. In his previous life, he was young and ignorant, and he often helped old ladies cross the road, but he never helped them again after he grew up. Blowing the cool night breeze, he opened his curled body for the first time. He had an identity and money. He really just wanted to be a good citizen, live a law-abiding life outside the city, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Hope he could calm down, he didn't want to be nervous anymore. After completely leaving the tavern, he came to the place where he had agreed to meet with the big-mouthed gull, and the big-mouthed gull flew down from the roof when he saw him. He sat on the big-mouthed gull and returned to the hotel through the window. Looking at the wall clock, it was only a little after 3 in the morning, and it was time to take a shower and go to bed. This would be the most peaceful sleep he had since arriving on Hassa Island. The round silk spider and the big-mouthed gull found a place to lie down. He did not release the elves in the elf ball. After saying good night to the elves, he lay on the soft big bed and recalled what happened tonight. He finally finished dealing with all the things and also cut off the identity of the quasi-king trainer who sold elves. That identity is a thing of the past. No one can find the quasi-king trainer who has disappeared. He will deal with the elves tomorrow. The full body check of the 9 elves must be done. There are also 3 extra backpacks on his body. I don't know if they have been tampered with by the fat man. The backpack is his weakness, and there are also poisonous props raw materials. They will be dealt with together tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether it is thrown away or burned. But the backpack cannot be sold or thrown away, it is easy to leave traces. There are also some food packaging. There is no need to care about this thing. It is basically unified packaging. If there is any tampering on it, he will have no way. There are too many things and it is impossible to check. Forget it, burn all the food packaging, burn it to ashes and it will be fine. The monthly tickets are getting farther and farther away, there are more than 1,100 people, oh boring. Recently, I have been thinking about a question. For someone who has already laid down and is disappointed in marriage, there are failed marriages around me, and I don't feel anything about marriage, it's enough to have a house to live in and a second-hand car. For a person who has laid down, why work so hard to earn so much money? What's the purpose? I don't get married, I don't speculate in stocks, and I don't speculate in real estate. Tens of thousands of yuan or more than 100,000 yuan is enough to spend. Even if I have more money, how should I spend it? This is probably the state of low desire. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation don't cost much, and marriage is the big expense. I don't feel anything about marriage, I just want to lay down, I really don't have much pursuit, and finally I think I don't need too much money. This is the state of not getting married. If I get married, I will definitely take on at least 1 million yuan in loans for 30 years. Even if I had 1 million, I wouldn't pay this money, not to mention that I don't have it yet. The result of not having a forced marriage is debt, which is also the current situation of most ordinary people. There are too many marriages around me that quarrel because of debt. It's tiring to watch, and I don't want to experience it at all. I said so much, not that I won't update, but I have become a Buddhist. To be honest, I was half lying down before writing the novel. I wanted to leave all the time for myself, instead of working for a bank and being busy all my life. A lot of the content in the book is the feelings of a person who lies down, and this kind of thing can't be fake. 181. Chapter 175, Small Pendant. 181. It was sunny on the 4th day after arriving at Hassa Island. Yu Hai woke up from the soft big bed in the hotel and stretched his body with satisfaction. He slept too comfortably last night. When he got up, the big-mouthed gull and the round silk spider had woken up long ago, but the 2 elves did not make any noise. The big-mouthed gull lay quietly on the bed pretending to sleep, and the round silk spider hung on the ceiling pretending to sleep. He didn't know they were pretending to sleep. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash and take a shower. He cleaned his body and put on the 4-piece stab-proof suit he wore yesterday, a short-sleeved t-shirt, shorts, and a jacket and pants. This suit fits well and is very comfortable to wear. He didn't care too much about it last night, but today he found that this suit is not bad, and he is very satisfied. If there is only one set of stab-proof suit, it is not convenient to change and wash. Later, he will use the giant shark skin in his backpack to find the owner of the outdoor goods store in the department store to make another set of stab-proof suit. That was in the afternoon. He slept until noon this morning and said he would have lunch before leaving. The hotel also has free breakfast, so he can have it as lunch. He also asked the waiter to bring a few more Pokemon bowls for the Pokemons to eat at lunch. He would also buy bowls for the Pokemons later. When he got dressed and opened the curtains, it was sunny outside the window again. Bang, bang, bang. He also took out the Pokeball and released Frog, Butterfree, Crab, Slowpoke, and 6 Pokemons including the Gull and the Orb. He didn't release Rhinoceros, Magikarp, Squirtle, and Farfetch'd. This place is too narrow to release the big guy Rhinoceros. If he breaks the furniture, he will have to pay for it. Without water, it was not suitable to release Magikarp and Weevilfish, and the rebellious Farfetch'd would definitely break the furniture if he was released, so he could not be released. After releasing the other 4 guys, there were only 6 elves in the room, and the waiter's breakfast was delivered at this time. He opened the door and brought the breakfast into the room, as well as the extra elf bowls he had requested, and then asked the elves to gather around. "Everyone, come and have lunch. Let's have lunch before leaving." Yu-Hai placed 12 elf bowls on the ground, took out 3 bottles of Moo Moo milk from his backpack, and poured half a pound of Moo Moo milk into the 6 elf bowls. He opened another box of fine emerald energy cubes and a box of fine water energy cubes, and gave 1 emerald energy cube to Butterfree and Orb Silk Spider respectively. Also, Frog, Crab, Slowpoke, and Smurf were all given 1 water energy cube. Looking at the fragrant elf food in front of them, the 6 elves couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and looked up at Yu-Hai, asking with their eyes if they could eat it. They couldn't bear it anymore. "Everyone can eat now." Yu-Hai didn't keep everyone's appetite hanging, and asked the 6 elves to eat lunch quickly. In addition to the energy cube, he also took out the elves' exclusive food, and took out the granular food of the insect and water system, and poured it into the elves' rice bowls, so that the elves could eat it with Moo Moo milk. Butterfree just stretched out its little claws to pick up the energy cube, and saw that the rice bowl was full of very fragrant snacks. It felt so happy immediately. It had never eaten so many delicious foods. And this energy cube was more beautiful than the one last night, and it should taste better. It just put the energy cube in its mouth and couldn't help humming. Eetu, the orb silk spider also ate happily. It seemed that following this human was a wise choice. Not only was food and lodging provided, but the food was also delicious. Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog, picked up the water-shining energy cube. Seeing that the other companions were eating so deliciously, it first put it on the tip of its nose to sniff it, then put the whole energy cube into its mouth and chewed it carefully. Yobo, Woo, the mosquito-repellent frog, felt that the energy cube in its mouth was very crisp. Once it was chewed, the energy cube would melt and turn into a warm current flowing into the stomach, and then into the limbs and bones. It felt that its whole body was full of endless strength. Next, it should be able to double its training. Qts, the big clawed crab saw that the big brother of the mosquito-repellent frog had eaten the energy cube, and also picked up the energy cube with its small pliers and put it into its mouth to chew. As soon as the energy cube entered its mouth, the big clawed crab felt a large amount of rich water energy exploded in its mouth. It quickly closed its mouth to prevent the energy from spraying out. The energy cube slowly melted in the mouth, turned into a warm current flowing into the body, gradually spreading to the limbs, and the crab also lay comfortably on the carpet, closing its eyes to enjoy the warmth. Bilibali, when the gull saw the water-transparent energy cube, it felt like it was back on a deserted island and found the water gem. A small energy cube actually gave it this feeling, and it couldn't wait to pick up the energy cube with its mouth and put it in its big mouth. It immediately felt the same warm current as other companions, and the whole bird lay on the carpet, enjoying the delicious food that tasted better than the water gem. Ah dong! Seeing that other elves had eaten the energy cube, Slowpoke stretched out its little claws to poke the water-transparent energy cube, and then sniffed the energy cube with the tip of its nose, and then put the energy cube to its mouth and took a bite. The moment the energy cube entered its mouth, Slowpoke was stunned, staring blankly at the half-energy cube in its hand. It didn't expect such delicious food, this humans actually share with it, which is something it dared not ask for. Originally, it followed this human, hoping that its tail would not be cut off again and it could live with humans. It didn't expect that this human would be so good to it. As the energy cube in its mouth slowly melted, Slowpoke's eyes noticed other elves, who were quietly eating the food in their bowls. It also had a bowl of such food in its bowl. It could clearly feel that everyone was very happy because they had a lot of delicious food, and happy to follow this human. It seemed that it was also very good to continue staying here. It also ate food and drank moo moo milk with peace of mind, completely let down its guard against the humans and elves around it, and gradually integrated into this big family. After pouring food for the elves, Yu-Hai also ate the lunch sent by the hotel. They were all light food, a bowl of porridge, a bread, and a glass of juice. That was his lunch. After lunch, the elves were still eating snacks, and he tidied up the things on the bed, and the red and white elf balls that contained the elves were all put away. He took out a diving ball and a tennis ball. He would use these two Pokeballs to carry the Pokemons and give them a more comfortable new home. When the Pokemons finished lunch, he had almost finished cleaning up. He also took out the Pokemon pendants of Frog and Butterfree and hung them on the newly bought backpack. This scene happened to be seen by Butterfree. Its red compound eyes were full of the mini Butterfree pendant in Yu-Hai's hand. It immediately flew up and poked the pendant with its little claws, shouting to Yu-Hai, This is a gift for buying a backpack. Your pendant of Frog and you are very cute, isn't it? Yu-Hai smiled and rubbed Butterfree's little head, letting Butterfree's little claws fiddle with the pendant. Yobo Yobo, the mosquito frog, was also attracted by the call of Butterfree, and stood up and came to the bedside to look at the mosquito frog pendant. The small pendant was in its eyes, and it also reached out to poke the small pendant. The mosquito frog pendant was soft. Bailey, the big-mouthed gull, was attracted to look at the backpack, but unfortunately there was no small pendant of its own. It could not help but shout to Yu-Hai, Bailey. There are only two given there, I have no choice, I will choose them first, and I will choose you next time I buy a backpack. Yu-Hai hugged the big-mouthed gull that pounced on him. This guy was actually jealous. He immediately reached out to comfort the big-mouthed gull on his body. If the big-mouthed gull flew without him, wouldn't he be at a loss? After being comforted for a while, the big-mouthed gull felt much better even if he didn't see his pendant. Okay, look, there's nothing for the crab. There's nothing for the orb-spined spider either. I'll get your little pendants next time. Believe it, the owl looked at the other Pokemons, as if they really didn't have any, only Frog and Butterfree had them. It stopped making a fuss, got off Yu-Hai, and continued to eat lunch. Yobo Yobo, Frog turned its gaze from the little pendant to Yu-Hai, only it understood the meaning of Yu-Hai choosing these two pendants first. It and Butterfree were Yu-Hai's first partners, a family that depended on each other on the deserted island. By the way, Frog, Butterfree, are you comfortable in these two Pokeballs? Yu-Hai put down the owl, took out the diving ball and the catching ball, and asked the two guys how they felt. Butterfree and Frog didn't respond, one was playing with the little pendant, and the other was in a daze. Seeing this, he reached out and gently patted the frog on the shoulder, and asked, Frog, what are you thinking about? Didn't you hear me? Yobo. The frog was patted and instantly came back to his senses. He blinked his big black eyes and scratched his head awkwardly. He was distracted just now and really didn't hear what Yu-Hai said. Frog, are you comfortable staying in this Pokeball? Yu-Hai saw that the frog had come back to his senses and took out the diving ball to ask the frog again. Yobo Yobo, the frog nodded and raised his hand to point at the diving ball, indicating that it was very comfortable inside. Okay, everyone come here, and these Pokeballs will be used to hold everyone in the future. Yu-Hai took out 3 diving balls and a ball-catching ball, and took back Butterfree, Slowpoke, Crab, and Smurf respectively. There were still frogs and orb spiders left, but he didn't take them back. Instead, he let the orb spiders lie on his shoulders and let frogs follow him. Then he opened the door of the hotel room and went to the hotel front desk to check out. Mosquito Frog, let's go. Yu-Hai carried 3 space backpacks and let Mosquito Frog carry 1 space backpack. He put on the face towel again, left the hotel and went to the department store. He had to deal with the backpack on his body first, and then go to the elf center to give the elf a full body checkup. Otherwise, carrying 4 space backpacks would be too conspicuous and would easily be targeted by robbers. 182 Chapter 176, Residence. 182. Yu-Hai came to the hotel to take a taxi. The first time he arrived at the department store, he went straight to the backpack store and spent 7,000 alliance coins to buy a 50 cubic meter black backpack. This time he took a small pendant of a big-mouthed gull, which finally satisfied the big-mouthed gull's wish. He went to the clothing store again and spent 1,000 to buy 5 black face towels to replace the black face towel of the elf hunter on his face. He also spent 3,000 to buy 3 pairs of shorts. He couldn't always wear a pair of stab-proof shorts. Then he went to the watch store and spent 10,000 to buy a black mechanical watch and wore it directly on his wrist. Then he went to the outdoor goods store that likes to sell fake goods and met the fake old man again. When the old man saw the stab-proof clothing that was just repaired yesterday, he knew who was coming. "Young man, what do you want to buy this time? Do you know me?" Yu-Hai asked instead of answering. "Clothes, young man," the old man explained with a smile. "So it's clothes." Yu-Hai looked at the clothes on his body, which had many patches on them, and reached out to pull down the scarf. The boss had seen his appearance, so there was no need for him to cover his face. "Boss, bring me 2 pairs of black hiking shoes, size 42, Yu-Hai came here to buy hiking shoes. The cloth shoes on his feet are okay to wear in the city, but not in the wild, and it's not convenient to run, so they are not suitable for him." "Okay, young man, wait a moment." The old man left the counter and searched for a while, and found 2 pairs of hiking shoes, introducing them to Yu-Hai. "These are all good stuff, young man. Are they stab-proof?" Yu-Hai picked up the hiking shoes and asked. "Of course, just try it. There are steel plates on the toe to protect the toes," the old man explained. Then Yu-Hai tried it. The 2 pairs of shoes were indeed puncture-proof and the toe was very hard. He asked about the price. "How much are 2 pairs of hiking shoes?" 40,000, the old man raised 4 fingers to indicate the price. 25,000, if it doesn't work, you can take it back. Yu-Hai directly gave the purchase price and didn't bargain with the old man. There were more than 20 million in the bank card, so he didn't need to bargain. Okay, isn't it okay to give it to you?" The old man waved his hand and stopped arguing with Yu-Hai. He didn't lose money at 25,000. Yu-Hai changed his shoes on the spot and they fit him well. The old man brought the puncture-proof backpack and asked Yu-Hai, "Young man, do you want 20,000? Are you willing to lower the price?" Yu-Hai saw the backpack and couldn't help but tease the old man. "No way, the recent expenses are too high. If you want, 20,000 yuan is given to you." The old man put the backpack on the counter, hoping that Yu-Hai could buy it. But Yu-Hai directly rejected the old man and shook his head and said, "Sorry, I have 5 backpacks." Ahem, in fact, the old man had already seen it, so he could only put away the backpack awkwardly and asked again, "Young man, what else do you need?" "I have any outdoor products here, you can choose whatever you want." "Can you make clothes here?" Yu-Hai touched the giant shark skin in the bag and prepared to let the old man make a set of stab-proof clothes. "Sure, I wonder what kind of clothes the young man wants to make?" The old man nodded repeatedly. He was a professional in making clothes. Then Yu-Hai took out the giant shark skin and put it on the old man's counter. Seeing this shark skin, the old man widened his eyes, hurried to the door of the store, and closed the iron door directly, then turned back to remind Yuhai, "Young man, if you want to make clothes with shark skin, you have to remind me, an old man, too. I was almost scared to death by you. Is it not possible?" Yuhai asked curiously, but he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the old man himself sold contraband. "It's possible, but it's not good to be seen by others." The old man reached out to touch the rough shark skin, feeling that the material was not bad, then opened the shark skin, spread it flat on the counter, and used his fingers to calculate the size of the shark skin. The old man finally got a result and asked Yuhai, "Young man, this shark skin can barely make a coat and trousers, and the labor fee is 10,000 yuan. Do you want to do it?" "Okay," Yuhai nodded, leaning on the counter with his arms folded, watching the old man make clothes. The old man didn't want to do anything. After getting Yuhai's affirmation, he carefully looked at the shark skin for a while, then pulled out an identical shark skin from under the counter, put it on Yuhai's shark skin, and asked Yuhai, "Young man, take a look at this shark skin. If there is no problem, I will use this one and exchange it for yours to make clothes for you." "Why?" Yuhai reached out and touched it. The shark skin the old man took out was the same as his own shark skin, but much softer than his own shark skin. "My fish skin has been softened, but yours is too hard. It needs to be processed again. It will take a week to make clothes." The old man did not mean to hide it, and explained the reason to Yuhai seriously. "Okay." Yuhai carefully checked the old man's shark skin, and nodded in agreement with the old man's proposal. "Okay, young man, it will be done in an hour, don't worry." Then the old man started working directly. The sewing machine was stepping on sparks, and the coat and trousers were done in more than an hour. The fabrics were already made, the old man only needed to cut the shape, and then sew the rainproof fabric, and the clothes and pants were done. It was made under his own eyes, so Yuhai was not worried about the clothes. Finally, the old man carefully checked the clothes and pants again. They had been sewn and there was no missing, so he threw the clothes to Yuhai. Yuhai took the clothes, checked them carefully, put them in his backpack, and shouted to the old man, "Bring 2 more black stab-proof t-shirts, including hiking shoes and labor costs, 2 stab-proof t-shirts, here is 55,000. Okay, all for you, young man." The old man did not bargain too much for 10,000 each stab-proof t-shirt. He had sold them before, so what else could he say now? When the old man brought the short-sleeved stab-proof t-shirt, Yuhai poked it with a dagger to confirm that it was correct. Only then did he give the old man 55,000 alliance coins. So far, the problem of changing clothes has finally been solved. He was also ready to say goodbye to the old man and go buy something, but the store door was still closed. The old man also noticed this, took the money and opened the door for Yuhai, and told Yuhai to come back next time if he needed anything. The store has everything and is guaranteed to be authentic. Yuhai thought about it and it seemed that there was really something he needed to ask the old man. "Old man, do you know where I can process the hanging pendant? Is it a megalodon tooth?" The old man asked curiously. "How did you know?" Yuhai felt strange. How did the old man know that he was going to process the teeth of a megalodon? There has been a legend in the Orange Islands that if you carry the teeth of a megalodon, you will not encounter any accidents at sea, so many people will process the teeth of a megalodon into jewelry and wear them on their bodies. "I know where the person you are looking for is. I'll give you an address." The old man returned to the counter, wrote down an address on a white paper, and handed the paper to Yuhai. Yuhai got the white paper with the address of Chinsi written on it. He folded the paper, thanked the old man, and left the outdoor goods store. Then he went to the Super Value supermarket and bought some daily necessities, wash basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, as well as pots and pans, elf rice bowls, and some small things for daily life, which cost him 5,000 alliance coins. Then there was nothing else. He left the department store and took a taxi to Chinsi. It was not that he was going to process the teeth of a megalodon. But he wanted to rent a house in Chunxi, and it happened that the hands for processing jewelry, the artists, are in the west of the city, the orphanage is also in the west of the city, and the seaside forest is also in the west of the city, so he wants to rent a house in the west of the city, and plans to live on the island for a while before making plans. Besides, the port is in the southeast of the city, the black market is also in the southeast of the city, and the Pokemon Center is also in the east of the city, so it is better to stay away from these places. After all, where there are trainers, there are also the most disputes. This sentence is not wrong at all. He has only been to the black market twice, and he has seen many murders and robberies. At that time, he was flying in the sky and witnessed all this with his own eyes. It is best to go to such chaotic places as little as possible. The car stopped in the west of the city, and he began to look for a house. After walking around here, there are more single-family villas here, especially near the seaside. He found a real estate agent here and prepared to rent a house by the sea. This is not the city center, but the suburbs. Only tourists who come here to travel will rent houses, so the houses are not very expensive. Sir, do you have any needs for a house? This was the first question the real estate agent asked Yu Hai after he met him. Close to the sea, quiet, and with a swimming pool, Yu Hai chose to be close to the sea to make it convenient for him to fish, and quiet because he didn't want to be disturbed and prevent others from snooping into his secrets. He wanted a swimming pool not because he wanted to swim, but because there were 6 water elves. How could they play without a swimming pool? Sir, there are many houses near the sea. Not many people come here, and it is basically very quiet. Houses near the sea have swimming pools. You don't need to worry about this. You want a house with many. The rent of the house here is 100,000 alliance coins per month. No deposit is required. The rent will not be refunded when you check out. Furniture and appliances are priced. Damage must be compensated according to the price. Water and electricity are charged separately and paid monthly. How many months do you want to rent the house? Sir, you can think carefully before renting a house. 3 months, Yu Hai thought about it, and rented for 3 months first. If it was still there, he could renew the lease. In order to rent a house, he went to the ATM and took out 990,000 cash. There was still 27 million left in the bank card. Don't ask why it was still an integer, because he was hacked by the Alliance for another 10,000 Alliance coins. In order to make it an integer, he deposited another 10,000 in the bank card, so the money he took out became 990,000. 3 months rent, that is, 300,000 Alliance coins. If it is changed to a hotel in the city center, it can only stay for 30 days. In addition to water and electricity bills, some miscellaneous expenses, renting a house is the most cost-effective, and he can afford it. After all, he is now a local tycoon worth tens of millions. Although this tens of millions is somewhat inflationary, it is still tens of millions. 183 Chapter 177, Long Lost Sunset. 183. While following the real estate agent to find a house, Yu Hai passed by a school and stopped. This school is right next to the forest and a distance from the beach. There are many children playing on the school. He saw the name of the school. Walking to the grass orphanage, this is the address on his ID card. In addition to many children, there are also elves on the school, most of which are grass type. He also saw the thin man who was training mosquito frogs here, but he did not disturb the children inside. He just took a quick look and left with the real estate agent. Now he has no time. It won't be too late to come again when he is free tomorrow. Look at the children in this orphanage, chatting with the old director, and giving the orphanage some financial support to let the old director remember that he was also a child of the orphanage. Then he followed the real estate agent and walked another 7 or 8 kilometers. They finally came to the beach. Yu Hai randomly chose a house on the beach and rented it. He paid 3 months' rent first. If he left before the expiration, he would not refund the rent, nor would he pay a deposit. This was the rental model here. In fact, there was nothing to choose from for houses on the beach. After all, he had seen what townhouses looked like in his previous life. They looked like tombstones standing on the beach. The houses here all have 3 floors. There is a large fenced yard in the front yard. There is a swimming pool in the yard. The house is fully furnished and you can move in directly. Such a large house is too big for him to live in alone. After the real estate agent left, he released all the Pokemon in the Pokeball. There are elves, except for far-fetched frog, butterfly, crab, gull, orb. You go check this house, and notify me if there is anything unusual. Yu-Hai has opened the door, but the house is too big and there are too many rooms. It is too exhausting for him to check it alone, so he can only let the elves check it. There are also rhinoceros, Magikarp, and smelt. He has prepared food for the 3 elves and is waiting for them to come out to eat. He poured the ore of rhinoceros directly on the floor. More than 100 kilograms of ore is a small mountain, and he doesn't have a rice bowl to put the ore for this big foodie. Anyway, they all eat stones, so it's the same if they put it on the ground, but they can't eat the floor. He threw the food of Magikarp and smelt into the water and let the 2 stupid things eat it themselves. Slowpoke also slowly crawled to the edge of the swimming pool, put his newly grown tail into the swimming pool, and waited quietly. Slowpoke is probably fishing, but there are no fish in this swimming pool, only 2 stupid things. Plop, plop. Ah, dong. Slowpoke felt its tail being bitten, and slowly raised its tail, which was biting a Magikarp. Seeing this, Yu-Hai was speechless. Couldn't this stupid thing see who was fishing? Even Slowpoke bit it. Or was Slowpoke's tail really that fragrant? He didn't care about the 3 guys in the swimming pool, but looked at the mosquito frogs that came out of the house one after another. They all shook their heads to indicate that they didn't find anything unusual, and the house was also cleaned very clean. Everyone come here. Yu-Hai was relieved when he saw that there was nothing unusual. He was afraid that Lao Lu was waiting for him. Since there was nothing unusual, he also had to announce something to the elves: mosquito frog, butterfly, giant claw crab, big-mouthed gull, orb silk spider, iron-armored rhino. Forget it, this foodie is eating, so let's not talk about it. Everyone listen, this will be our new home from now on. Yu-Hai opened his arms, as if he wanted to hug the whole house. Although it is a rented house, it can be used as a new home for 3 months. He has never lived in such a spacious house with a yard since he was a child. He can experience it in the future. Butterfree heard that this is the new home. It can finally fly freely and no longer have to stay in the ball. It is more comfortable outside. Yobo yobo, the mosquito frog jumped directly into the pool excitedly, and the big claw crab also crawled over. Mosquito frog, big claw crab, you guys drain the water from the swimming pool and clean it up. The water in it is too dirty. Yu-Hai saw the mosquito frog jump into the water and turned his head to look at the swimming pool. There are many dead leaves in the pool, and the bottom of the pool is also covered with green moss, and there are some black sediments. It is better to clean the pool before playing, and the cleaning work is handed over to the mosquito frogs and the big-mouthed gulls. Big-billed gull, you go help them too. Yu-Hai waved to the big-billed gull standing on the wall, pointed to the swimming pool, and said to the frogs, after cleaning the pool, you can play in it. Yobo, yobo, frogs came out of the pool and immediately went to get the cleaning tools, while the crab went to the bottom of the pool to drain water, and Slowpoke pulled the 2 stupid fish out of the pool. Next, frogs used a mop to clean the garbage at the bottom of the pool, and crab and the others were using water guns to clean the pool. Yu-Hai also joined in, playing while washing, having a lot of fun. After finishing his meal, the iron rhino also joined in and got along with the frogs. This silly guy was really not afraid of water. In this way, time came to the evening, and the sunset appeared. Yu-Hai and the others were tired of playing and sat against the wall, quietly looking at the sunset. This was the first time they watched the sunset so leisurely after leaving the island. They should be able to stabilize in the future, and hope that their lives will get better and better. Yobo Yobo, the mosquito frog sat against the wall next to Yu-Hai, calling in a low voice. Yi Yi, Butterfree lay on top of Yu-Hai's head, holding Yu-Hai's head with its little paws, and resting its chin on Yu-Hai's hair, quietly looking at the beautiful sunset on the sea, unconsciously intoxicated by it. Qtsz, the crab was next to the mosquito frog, quietly watching the sunset. It didn't know what to look at, everyone was looking, it followed suit. Bile, the gull tilted its head and leaned against Yu-Hai, seeing the gull pendant that Yu-Hai bought, and at this moment just wanted to quietly enjoy a moment of tranquility. Yadong, Slowpoke was in Yu-Hai's arms, being gently stroked by Yu-Hai, it felt very comfortable with these big hands. Ytsz, the round silk spider hung upside down on the wall, also watching the sunset where the sea and sky meet. Hulu Hulu, the silly iron rhino lay on the grass in front of Yu-Hai and snored. There was some chewed grass around his mouth. This guy was chewing the grass again. The Magikarp and the smelt fish both popped out of the swimming pool, looked at each other, and then looked at the sunset on the sea. There was also a sunset in the swimming pool. After spending so much time with the silly fish next to him, Magikarp knew that he couldn't eat the other party. They had become friends. In fact, if they hadn't been unable to beat the smelt fish, they wouldn't have become friends. Just like that, one person and 10 elves quietly watched the sunset completely fall. They were still sitting under the wall. They all fell asleep. The Farfetch'd was also there. Yu-Hai released this guy later. He ate something and healed his injuries. But this guy just didn't change his bad habits. He was beaten up by the frog and the crab again and thrown on the grass under the wall. Looking at the sea listlessly, Farfetch'd felt that he was out of place here. After being beaten for so long, Farfetch'd also realized that this human had no intention of eating him. It also knew that this human was not the one who ate its kind, but it hated humans, all humans. But its own strength was too weak. If it couldn't even beat the elves around this human, how could it face a stronger human? Farfetch'd felt its own weakness, sighed at the sunset for the first time, put down the onions on its wings for the first time, and fell into confusion for the first time. If it couldn't beat this human elf all the time, what was the point of living? It might as well follow its companions. Farfetch'd looked at the sunset on the sea, fell into confusion, and then fell asleep. It was collected by Yu-Hai with a poke ball, and it didn't even notice it. Yu-Hai took a short nap with the elves, and then got up and collected Farfetch'd, Rhinoceros, Magikarp, and Squidward with the poke ball. He only left the crab, Butterfree, Slowpoke, Big-billed gull, frog, and Orb silk spider. Then he took out the newly bought elf bowl and prepared dinner for the elves. He ate some bread himself. He would buy some vegetables and seasonings later so that he could cook. When the elves were eating dinner, he was also eating dinner. After he finished dinner, he began to pack his backpack. He now had 5 backpacks, 2 100 cubic backpacks, 1 50 cubic backpack, and 2 10 cubic backpacks. The 10 cubic backpack was filled with ore. He fixed the backpack and poured 30 tons of ore into the 50 cubic backpack, just like rain. It would take half an hour. Then he took out the elf food in the other 10 cubic backpack and put it into the newly bought 100 cubic backpack. This freed up 2 10 cubic space backpacks, and then he threw the 10 cubic space backpack into the stove, destroying the backpacks directly. Even if he burned these 2 backpacks, he would not throw them away or give them to others, just to leave no trace. Although these 2 backpacks are worth 4,000 alliance coins, he is a fisherman who is short of 4,000 alliance coins. The previous handling fee of more than 1 million was deducted as it was said, and it was only 4,000, not even enough. In addition to these 2 backpacks, he also threw all the food packaging such as milk bottles that the elves ate into the stove, as well as the last face towel left by the elf hunter and the cloth shoes that were only worn once. The cloth shoes are not suitable for running, so he doesn't wear them. He has been wearing hiking shoes for so long, and overall they fit well. Both clothes and shoes are very suitable. As the sunset completely sank into the sea, his black clothes became the best camouflage color at night. Even if he was illuminated by the light of the flashlight, it would not be easy to find him without careful observation. This is why he deliberately emphasized buying black clothes. 184 Chapter 178, You Are Being Targeted. 184. After finishing the sorting, he still had 3 backpacks left. One 100 cubic backpack contained his own things and food for the elves. One 100 cubic backpack contained the 2 poisonous ingredients. I will find the old man in the tavern to deal with the backpacks later. 150 cubic backpack contained food for the armored rhinoceros. From now on, this backpack will only contain food for the armored rhinoceros. This treatment is unique. Then there was nothing else. As the elves finished their dinner, he also used the elf ball to collect the 4 elves, Butterfree, Osprey, Crab, and Slowpoke. Only the frog and the orb spider were left. He let the orb spider jump onto his shoulder. The frog carried the food for the armored rhinoceros, and he carried 2 space backpacks. He closed the door and went to find the address on the white paper. He was going to find a craftsman who could process megalodon teeth. The direction of this address was closer to the south of the city. He found it by taking a taxi and asking the driver to take him there. He took 3 taxis and spent 3,000 alliance coins. He went from the hotel to the department store once, from the department store to the west of the city once, and from the west of the city to the south of the city once. When he came to the edge of the south of the city, there was an old city area near the sea. Once it was demolished, it would be a small amount of money. He also found the address on the note. It was a simple small building. The small courtyard in front of the building was the processing workshop. He saw that the lights were still on in the courtyard, so he walked straight into the courtyard and saw an old man with grey hair in the courtyard. He immediately took out a megalodon tooth from his pocket and asked the busy old man inside, "Master, can you make this here?" "Tooth? Megalodon." The master heard the voice, turned around and saw the megalodon tooth, reached out to take the megalodon tooth, turned it over and looked at it carefully for a while, then smiled at Yuhai, "Young man, this big fang is very beautiful, what do you want to do?" "Make a pendant," Yuhai replied truthfully. "Do you want to make a hole in the tooth, or an external hole?" "External, the tooth also needs to be polished, how much does it cost?" Yuhai was ready to pay 3,000 for the whole thing. "Do you still want to do it?" The master put down the tooth. If Yuhai wanted to do it, he could get it done in 2 hours. He often made this kind of thing. "Okay, don't use materials that will rust." Yuhai took out 1,000 alliance coins and prepared to pay a deposit first. "How about this, young man? I'll make it for you with silver materials, and I'll charge you 1,000 alliance coins for the silver materials alone. What do you think?" "Okay, here's 1,000 as a deposit, and I'll pick it up tomorrow." Yuhai he paid 1,000 alliance coins first and prepared to leave the courtyard. But seeing that the old man had so many processing equipment here, he suddenly thought of something, took out the mysterious water drop, and asked the old man, "Master, can you make a prop wristband for the mosquito-repellent frog here? I want to inlay this prop on the wristband, and the wristband must also protect against the mysterious water drop." "Yes, is it this mosquito-repellent frog?" The master looked at the mysterious water drop. He knew that it was an elf prop, and then looked at the mosquito-repellent frog with a backpack. He had made similar wristbands. "Yes, mosquito-repellent frog, stretch out your arm for the master to see," Yuhai shouted to the mosquito-repellent frog. "Yobo yobo," the mosquito-repellent frog knew that Yuhai was buying something for himself, and immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand for the master to check. The old master also picked up the arm of the mosquito-repellent frog to observe it, and took out a wrist guard from his toolbox, put it on the arm of the mosquito-repellent frog, and asked Yuhai, "Young man, do you think this is okay?" "I want to wear it on the right arm of the mosquito-repellent frog, and the mysterious water drop should also be embedded in the wrist guard. Putting it on the inside of the arm can also reduce the situation of being hit by the opponent. Yu Hai stepped forward to fiddle with the wrist guard on the arm of the mosquito-repellent frog, and put the mysterious water drop on the inside of the arm. This wrist guard is just a sample. It is a soft fabric that can be tightened, but there is a groove in the middle of the wrist guard, which is just enough to put the mysterious water drop. Young man, I understand your needs. Do you have any other requirements for this wrist guard? The degree of tightening is similar to this one, but the wrist guard must be fireproof and cut-proof, and it cannot be knocked off during the battle. As for the color, Yu Hai looked at the mosquito-repellent frog and asked the mosquito-repellent frog, "Mosquito-repellent frog, what color wrist guard do you want?" "Yobo," the mosquito-repellent frog looked around and pointed to the color on his arm, indicating that he wanted this color. "Blue?" Yu Hai asked. "Yobo," frog nodded. "Master, I want a wristband in the color of frog's arm skin," Yu Hai asked the master. "This color is also a good camouflage color." "Okay, I understand, shall I come to pick it up tomorrow?" the master asked. "Yes," Yu Hai nodded and was about to leave, but he was stopped by the master again. "Young man, the materials you need are very expensive. If you want to make a wristband, I will charge 12,000. Will you do it at this price?" "Okay, I will come to pick it up tomorrow and pay the balance." Yu Hai waved his hand and said goodbye to the master. He could still accept the price of 12,000. After all, they are all puncture-proof and cut-proof materials, and they are custom-made wristbands. 12,000 is not too expensive. Then he took out the poke ball to release the swan, took back the frog, and prepared to go to the old man's tavern. Riding on the gull, he arrived at the old man's tavern in a few minutes. After releasing the mosquito-repellent frog and letting the gull wait outside the door, he walked straight into the tavern. Seeing this familiar figure again, all the drinkers stopped drinking and looked at him with the corner of their eyes. One or two drinkers even put down their glasses and left the tavern. "Did you see it? This guy is here again, and he came openly. I don't know if he will be blocked by Tienda. It's better to be blocked. Someone has already notified him. We will have a good show to watch next." Yu Hai didn't care about the drinkers' reactions. In the eyes of these drinkers, he is now a vicious wanted criminal. There is no need to care. He went straight to the old man's bar, put down the backpack containing toxic raw materials, pushed it to the old man and asked, "Look, how much is it worth including the backpack? I was wondering why you had time to come here. It turns out that you came to deal with things. Who did you rob again?" The old man first looked at the introduction of the backpack. It was a 100 cubic meter backpack. Then he opened the backpack and took out 2 glass jars, which contained black sludge and poison needles, 2 raw materials for poisonous items. "Poisonous items, raw materials, from which elves?" the old man asked curiously. "Cow Dewa, Abo snake," Yu Hai answered the old man truthfully. "How about this, including this backpack, I'll take 300,000, the old man calculated the price. If it's 300,000, he can still make 400,000 or 500,000. If these 2 poisonous raw materials are made into new props, they can only be sold for 400,000 or 500,000. This backpack is not bad, but it's better to deal with the stolen goods and not give it to the grandson." Okay, Yu Hai didn't want to be so troublesome, so he directly agreed to the old man's offer. "This is 300,000, the old man put the money on the table and pushed it to Yu Hai, and then whispered to Yu Hai, "Little brother, be careful, you are being targeted by the big brother of that strong man." After hearing this, Yu Hai calmly put away the 300,000 alliance coins and asked in a low voice, "How many Pokemon? How strong are they?" 3 Pokemon, the strongest is Infernape, the second is Goryo, and the third is the newly evolved Parasaurolophus. That guy claims to be a senior trainer, but you know. He is also a member of a fighting club, that is, some small gangs that do dirty work. It is not ruled out that the other party will ask for external aid. Understood. Yu Hai turned around and waved his hand, and left with Frog. For these two brothers, Yu Hai despised them strategically and valued them tactically. How much hard power these two people have, you can only know after fighting. If the other party shamelessly asks for external aid, he will also shamelessly launch a sneak attack. See who is the old yin coin? After leaving the tavern, he took the gold to the elf center again, preparing to give the elves a full-body check-up, including the far-fetch. But just as he left, the strong man who wanted to find him hurried to the tavern and missed him. The strong man came to the old man's bar and asked him, "Where is he?" "He's gone," the old man answered truthfully. "What is he doing here?" the strong man asked again. But the old man didn't even look at the strong man, and the meaning was already very clear. You can want to know, but you have to pay. His information is very valuable. Although he didn't ask for money when he told Yu Hai the news, it was his active behavior, and the strong man's behavior was passive. If you want to know, you have to pay. Here is 10,000. I want to know what he is doing here. The strong man raised his hand and slapped a 10,000 yuan bill, questioning the old man loudly. The old man collected 10,000 alliance coins first, then turned his head and motioned the strong man to look at the backpack and the glass jar on the counter. "See? He came to me to sell things. If you want, I can sell it to you, 1 million. Selling things, what a good seller, don't let me catch you." The strong man looked at the backpack and the glass jar, and then turned back to glare at the old man. He spent 10,000 alliance coins to get this news, and his fists were already hard. But the strong man didn't fight with the old man after all, but left the tavern angrily. A senior trainer enemy was already a headache. He didn't want to deal with an old fox, not to mention that there was an old fox behind this old guy. The old man who was wiping the wine glass watched the strong man leave quietly, without any extra movements, and didn't mean to notify Yu Hai, and continued to wipe the wine glass leisurely. He didn't worry that Yu Hai would be killed by the strong man. After all, that kid could make tens of millions of black goods alone, and he was not a good person. The strong man didn't listen to the advice and continued to go deeper. "I'm afraid it would be dangerous." But what does this have to do with an old man like him? He is just an old man who sells fake wine in a tavern and makes a little money to support his livelihood. All he can do is to remind Yu Hai to be careful. After all, the boy still owes him a debt and he can't let him die too early. 185 Chapter 179, Target. 185. Yu Hai, who has already arrived outside the Pokémon Center, didn't realize that the strong man came after he left. If they met at that time, they might have fought. It was a pity that he missed a good man who funded his trainer career. At this time, he had entered the Pokémon Center and waited in line for a while. It was his turn. He immediately took out 10 Pokeballs and his ID card and handed them to Miss Joy. "Miss Joy, please give these 10 little guys a full body check." Miss Joy took the Pokeball, slowly put it into the medical cart, and asked Yu Hai, "Is it a basic check for 1,000 yuan, or a more detailed full-body check?" "The cost is 3,000 yuan. A more detailed full-body check, Yu Hai definitely wants the best." "Okay, trainers can go to the bench and wait." Miss Joy made a record on the medical cart, and asked Jigglypuff to push the medical cart away. "Please don't let Farfetch'd out for a physical examination, I haven't completely subdued Farfetch'd," Yu Hai hurriedly explained when she saw Jigglypuff was about to leave. "Don't worry, trainer, I've already made a note," Miss Joy smiled. "Thank you," Yu Hai thanked, took back his ID card, and went to the bench of the Pokémon Center to wait quietly. In fact, he was not idle, but checked the wanted poster of the Pokémon Center. He found that he was still hanging on it, and his contribution points had actually increased. He didn't continue to commit crimes, so could this thing still increase? Is it because they haven't caught him yet that they've increased the bounty? Have you heard that more and more new trainers have been robbed recently? Yeah, I don't know when we can catch the spider robbers, and my family won't let me go out at night. I don't know when Miss Junsha will catch them. Didn't you say you caught them last night? Only one was caught, and many more popped up. Yu Hai sat on a bench, listening to the discussions of the trainers around him, and secretly exclaimed, "Wow, this is why the bounty has increased." Then if he jumps out now and says he's the spider robber, will no one believe him? He's the real spider robber, and those are all fakes. But it's good this way, it can distract Miss Junsha's attention. After all, it doesn't matter who the real spider robber is. The important thing is how to clear out this group of unstable elements and combat the crazy soaring urban crime rate, which has not happened for a long time. After sitting and waiting for another half an hour, Yu Hai heard someone calling his name. "Trainer Yu Hai, Trainer Yu Hai." Here, Yu Hai hurriedly stood up and came to Miss Joy who was calling him, and asked, "I am Yu Hai, what can I do for you, Miss Joy?" "Your 10 Pokémon have been checked, and they are all healthy, but Farfetch'd has a lot of minor injuries. We have treated Farfetch'd, and you can't let Farfetch'd fight anymore. Farfetch'd needs to rest for 3 to 5 days to recover." "Okay, I got it, thank you, Miss Joy." Yu Hai thanked Miss Joy, and then asked, "Excuse me, Miss Joy, how much does it cost to treat Pokémon?" "A detailed full body checkup costs 3,000 per Pokémon, and 10 will cost 1,000. It's 30,000, and Farfetch test treatment costs 5,000. Then when can I take the elf away?" Yu Hai asked again. "You can go through the discharge procedures for the elves now." Miss Joy pointed to the small payment window on the right to Yu Hai, where he could go through the discharge procedures. Then Yu Hai paid 35,000 alliance coins before taking his 10 elves away. The other 9 elves were in good spirits, only the Farfetch'd was bandaged. It seemed that Miss Joy had let Farfetch'd out. However, Farfetch'd was still in a coma, probably because he was hypnotized. As long as Farfetch'd didn't get into trouble, it would be fine. He was afraid that Farfetch'd would get into trouble, and he would definitely have to pay for it. Since the elves were all healthy, he left the elf center and bought some meals and some quick-heating foods at the supermarket, enough for him to eat for a week, and it also cost him 10,000 alliance coins. After buying things, he took the gull back to the house by the sea. The Farfetch'd landed directly in the yard, and he got off and took out the elf ball and released another 8 elves, even Farfetch'd were released by him. He let Farfetch'd lie in the yard. The gate was locked anyway. Unless Farfetch'd wanted to fly away, he would not stop it. However, he also warned Frog, "If Farfetch'd still wants to fight, you don't have to fight with him. He needs to recover." Yobo, Frog looked at Farfetch'd, which was wrapped in bandages. It looked miserable. It was very clear that it had beaten Farfetch'd. So it nodded and accepted Yu Hai's instructions. Yu Hai let the elves play in the pool with changed water. He went to the empty kitchen and put the newly bought ingredients, fruits, vegetables, meat, rice, and other foods into the refrigerator to keep them fresh. Then he went to the living room, sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. Congratulations to the chief trainer, Yuji, for defeating the challenger who won 4 cross-star badges again. Yuji? As soon as Yu Hai turned on the TV, he saw a trainer with a black slicked back hair and a red sleeveless jacket, using his Dragonite to defeat a trainer who had collected 4 cross-star badges in a battlefield similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. Seeing this guy, Yu Hai also remembered who this guy was. UCI, the chief trainer of the Orange League, was let down by the animation production team and lost to Zai. But this guy is not the champion of the Orange League, which is interesting. After seeing this guy, he also realized which Pokemon world he was in. The Orange Islands is a new map opened by the animation production team for Zai after the end of the original chapter, just to fulfill the dream of Zai's fans that he was in the top 16 of the Quartz Conference and missed the championship. Although the champion of the Orange Islands, the gold content is a little lower, but it is still a champion, the first champion of Zai, and Zai is also the first trainer to defeat Yuji, so he said that this guy let it go. Seeing that this guy won again, if you want this guy to lose, you probably have to wait for Zai to come. If it is an animated version of the Pokemon world, that is to say, he can meet the plot characters such as Zai, Zioxia, and Xiaogang. I am really looking forward to it, but I am not too excited. After all, they have traveled through time, and Zai has to stand aside. He is the protagonist. When I thought of this, Yuji's game was over, and he also changed a channel. It was another Pokemon battle, and it just started. Next is the semi-finals of the Quartz Conference. Player XX and Player XX, who will stand to the end and enter the final round. Please let us wait and see. Oh, it's the Quartz Conference. It feels so familiar. It's the first Alliance Regional Conference that Zai has participated in as a torchbearer. Yu Hai put down the remote control and looked at the battle on TV. The semi-finals on TV were a 6v6 full-member battle. The passionate confrontation between the two trainers on the battlefield gradually attracted the elves from the yard, and they were all fascinated. In the end, a Charizard defeated the trainer of the coconut tree and won the final victory. After watching the whole full-member battle, he felt that the gold content was quite high, but such a battle was jokingly called the Baby Cup in the forum of the previous life, and some people disdained to play it. In fact, it was called the Baby Cup because Zai only made it to the top 16, and Xiao Mao encountered a strong enemy and only made it to the top 32. If you say that Zai is not good, it is understandable. But Xiao Mao is a trainer who has received systematic elf education, and he was defeated, which is enough to show the gold content of the game. The amount is still quite sufficient. Before entering the finals, the two protagonists were eliminated. The production team was too lazy to draw how the remaining supporting roles would fight and compete for the championship. They directly predetermined the champion, and even copied the silhouette of Xiaogang. They were lazy enough. From the intensity of the previous battle, both sides at least had the strength of the beginner and senior level, barely enough to be cannon fodder, including him. Even such a battle was still very valuable. If he were to play in the competition now, he would probably only be able to reach the top 8, which was already the limit. He basically couldn't beat the two trainers he just fought on TV. Most of the elves of these two trainers were second-stage evolutions, or even third-stage evolutions. Especially the Charizard, which was at least level 40 or 50, and showed strong strength. Even the reverse attribute could beat him. After the game, the TV program also entered the advertising time. When he came to his senses, he found that the elves were all around him, especially the mosquito frog and the crab, whose eyes never left the TV. Mosquito frog, do you want to participate in such a competition? Yu Hai asked when he saw that the mosquito frog was fascinated. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito frog raised his hand and pointed at the TV, then pointed at himself, asking Yu Hai if he could participate. Of course, because I want to participate, too. Otherwise, why do we train so hard? Isn't it just to make a splash at the conference? It's just that we can't participate in the competition now. We are too weak and need to work harder. Yu Hai nodded first, then shook his head. He really wanted to participate in the competition, but for such a competition, either don't participate, or you must win the championship. If you can't win the championship, the competition is meaningless to him, an orphan, and it won't help at all. He can only be a background board. If you want to do it, be the most handsome guy on the field. This is the goal he set for himself and the elves, otherwise this journey will become boring and meaningless. His goal is not just to be the champion, but to be one of the 4 heavenly kings. If the champion has a chance, he can also give it a try. If he wants to lie down at that time, the strength of the heavenly king is enough. 186 Chapter 180, Take the First Step. 186. Yobo, Yobo, do you want to participate? The mosquito frog got a positive answer from Yu Hai, and also saw the desire in Yu Hai's eyes, as well as its own desire. Because it said that it would stand on the stage with Yu Hai and win the cheers of the audience. It must help Yu Hai realize this wish, and it is also realizing its own wish. Becoming stronger with Yu-Hai and moving towards the peak step by step, this is the meaning of it being with Yu-Hai. This is its best return to Yu-Hai's food, Yu-Hai's care, Yu-Hai's encouragement, happy life with Yu-Hai, and Yu-Hai's efforts. It must stand on the TV stage with Yu-Hai and everyone else and win all the honors. Butterfree nodded seriously in response to the question from Frog. If Yu-Hai needed it, it also wanted to bloom on the battlefield. The claw crab raised its big claws and placed them on Frog's fist. It would always follow the footsteps of Frog. Bile, the gull also stretched out its wings and put them on, indicating that the assistance was indispensable to Yu Tian. Eat, the iron rhino didn't have so many ideas. It just wanted to eat. The orb spider had the same idea. It was okay to have food, and fighting was not impossible. Yadong, Slowpoke saw this group of companions who suddenly burned up inexplicably, and recalled the battle on TV. It seemed to be pretty good. Can it participate? Slowpoke slowly sat up, stretched out its little paws, and placed them on the palms of the elves. The onion duck, who saw this scene, just watched silently and did not move forward. It just felt that it was out of place here, and turned around and wanted to leave. But at this moment, a big hand came down and covered the head of the onion duck, and a voice came from above. Onion duck, you should also watch TV with them, don't always be alone. Yu-Hai didn't know how to comfort the onion duck. After all, in the eyes of the onion duck, he was an enemy. How could the onion duck listen to the comfort of an enemy? He just patted his head, left the living room, came to the pool and lay on the bench, looking at the stars in the sky, and by the way, calculated how much money he spent today. After being patted on the head, the onion duck was stunned on the spot. He was actually patted on the head by a human. He was very angry. Just when he was about to get angry, the fire was put out. Because it was pulled away by Slowpoke, sitting on the carpet and seeing everyone watching the battle on TV, it should not have noticed that it was touched. Then it also looked at the TV. The trainer on TV was commanding the Pokémon to fight. The battle started again. But it was not in the mood to watch TV. Instead, it twisted its neck and looked at Yu-Hai outside the living room. Thinking back to Yu-Hai touching his head just now, touching his head. It was actually touched by a human. It was not clean. The duck head needed to be washed. Yu-Hai pretended not to see the corner of the eye of the onion duck. In fact, he saw it. He took a big risk when he touched it just now. If he was not careful, he would end up with broken hands and feet. After all, the onions of onion duck can not only be eaten, but also cut down trees with one knife. Fortunately, onion duck was stunned at the time, so he could run away quickly and did not give onion duck a chance to attack him. He also touched onion duck's head. The feel was different from that of Slowpoke, and it was quite comfortable. After all, he had touched it. If there was a first time, there would be a second time and countless times. He didn't believe that there would be no next time. This was the last time. I promise. Then he stopped paying attention to the elves watching TV and took out a white paper and pen to calculate today's expenses. 5 black face towels, 1,000. 3 pairs of pants, 3,000. 3 taxi rides, 3,000. Megalodon pendant, 4,000. Daily necessities, 5,000. 50 cubic space backpack, 7,000. Black mechanical watch, 10,000. Food for a week, 10,000. Stab-proof clothing made of giant shark skin, 10,000. Customized wristband, 12,000. 2 stab-proof t-shirts, 20,000. 2 pairs of hiking shoes, 25,000. Elf physical examination, 35,000. Rent, 300,000. Total, 445,000. Today he spent 445,000 alliance coins. He originally had 166,000 in his bag, and took out 990,000. He sold his backpack and poison raw materials for 300,000. Total, 1,456,000, 1.45 million. Balance, 1,011,000, more than 1 million left. If he doesn't buy too expensive things, more than 1 million is enough for several months of living expenses. After calculating today's consumption bill, he also wanted to calculate how long the food he bought on the black market would last for these little foodies. When buying food, he had already made up his mind to burn the gold card, so he bought more food. 500 boxes of exquisite water clear energy cubes, 10 cubes per box, a total of 5,000 cubes. Frog, crab, and Squidward, 3 Pokemons eat 3 cubes a day normally, and 3 more cubes for training, totaling 18 cubes a day, which is enough for about 277 days. Slowpoke, Magikarp, and Squidward, 3 Pokemons eat 2 cubes a day normally, and good quality water clear energy cubes. These 3 little guys don't need to be trained, totaling 6 cubes a day, and 500 boxes are enough for about 833 days. Good quality energy cubes are enough for these 3 little guys for more than 2 years. He will not deduct their food or treat them differently. After all, he has conquered them, and they are his Pokemons and his partners. Although good quality energy cubes are not as good as premium energy cubes, these 3 little guys don't need to be trained and can still eat energy cubes. He has done his best for these 3 little guys. Premium Emerald Green Energy Cubes, 300 boxes, 10 cubes per box, totaling 3,000 cubes. Only Butterfree and Orb Silk, 2 Pokemons eat 3 cubes a day normally, and 2 more cubes for training, totaling 10 cubes a day, which is enough for about 300 days. Moo Moo Milk, 400 bottles, will only be drunk for breakfast in the future, excluding Rhinoceros, Magikarp, Squidward, and Onion Duck, that is 6 Pokemons, 3 bottles a day, half a pound for each Pokemon, enough for about 133 days. Don't ask why Rhinoceros and other guys are excluded. First of all, this fool doesn't drink milk, otherwise he can't afford it no matter how much money he has. Anyway, they all eat ore, and there are also its own exclusive snacks. Magikarp and Squidward just need to eat energy cubes, and there are also exclusive snacks for water Pokemons. For the last Onion Duck, he didn't buy food for Onion Duck, and Onion Duck can just eat some food from other Pokemons. He won't buy food for Onion Duck before he completely conquers Onion Duck. As for milk, just drink ordinary milk with him. He bought 2 months' worth of milk, and he can't finish it even if each bottle is more than 1 pound. There are also 250 bags of elf exclusive snacks, each bag is 10 kilograms, which is 2,500 kilograms. The elves eat them almost every meal, and they can consume 1 bag in 2 days, which can last for more than 400 days. There are also 30 tons of ore, which is 6,000 kilograms. Even if the armored rhino eats 200 kilograms a day, it is enough for this fool to eat for more than 300 days. Not to mention the mineral lore group, rock gems, ground gems, these snacks, just this guy's food cost 2.3 million. If there are a few more, he will really be eaten out. Finally, the food was sorted out. Fine water transparent energy cubes are enough for about 277 days. Good water transparent energy cubes are enough for about 833 days. Fine emerald green energy cubes are enough for about 300 days. Moo Moo milk is enough for about 133 days. Ordinary milk is enough for about 2 months. Elf exclusive snacks are enough for about 400 days. 30 tons of ore is enough for about 300 days. Mineral lures, rock gems, ground gems, these small snacks are not counted, just feed them from time to time. Among the above foods, the fastest consumed food is the 1 week ingredients he just bought, and then ordinary milk. Other foods can be eaten for at least 4 months, which means that he will not worry about food again after 4 months, and he instantly relaxed. Putting down the paper and pen, letting them fall, he lay quietly on the bench, looking at the stars in the night sky, feeling that everything has become better. Next he will have time to train the elves, and take a small step towards the unattainable throne of the king in the near future, which is great. You can also go to the orphanage tomorrow to buy some things for the children. What should I buy? Buy some things the children need? If it comes to funding, I will see the situation first. If it is a black-hearted dean, the money will not fall on the children, and it is meaningless to give or not. If it is just to bribe the dean, some money will be given, but that is all. After the training tomorrow, we will also invite a professional breeder who knows massage to give the elves a massage to relax. Only by combining work and rest can we go further. 187 Chapter 181, I want to be a good person. 187. It was sunny on the 5th day after arriving at Hasa Island. Today, Yu Hai got up early in the morning. He was still a little uncomfortable with the new bedroom. He didn't sleep well last night. He also got up and prepared breakfast for the 10 elves. The elves' breakfast was very simple. The 6 elves of the mosquito frog ate moo milk and energy cubes, as well as elf snacks. The armored rhino ate ore, and if thirsty, it would drink fresh water directly from the swimming pool. Feeding Magikarp and weakling fish 1 water energy cube was enough to fill these 2 little guys. The last onion duck ate snacks from water-type elves, which were mild and had no peculiar smell. Onion duck could only make do with it, and the energy cubes were also good quality water-type energy cubes. As for milk, he shared a bottle of ordinary milk with Yu Hai, and everyone hurriedly ate breakfast. Next, Yu Hai used the elf ball to collect the elves, leaving only the gull and the round silk spider. He was going to go to a nearby shopping mall to buy some small gifts, and then go to the orphanage. Go and see what kind of place the Walking Grass Orphanage on the address of the ID card is, and whether it is worth his support. When he arrived at the shopping mall, he went to choose clothes first. When he passed by the orphanage yesterday, he saw a group of children, about a dozen. If he wanted to buy clothes, he would have to buy at least 10 sets of clothes. Just the children's clothes in the shopping mall cost 10,000 alliance coins. Although he could afford it, he didn't want to be ripped off. It was just some clothes, there was no need to pick 2 good ones, lest the director of the orphanage saw through it and treated him as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. If he revealed that he was very rich, according to the nature of the old man in the tavern, the old director was also an old friend of that old thing, and probably not an honest man, it would be better not to show off his wealth. Later, he really couldn't find cheap clothes, so he asked the shopping guide in a children's clothing store, "Excuse me, where can I find cheap and affordable children's clothes? I need a lot of children's clothes." "Sir, you can go to the second-hand market at the port to have a look, there should be what you need." After getting this answer, Yu Hai left the shopping mall, released the gull from the poke ball, and went to the second-hand market at the port. The shopping guide had written down the address, and he came to the port to ask for directions, and soon found the second-hand market at the port. This is also a second-hand mall, a place to deal with old clothes, furniture, electrical appliances, books, toys, and other daily necessities. There are second-hand goods produced in Hasa City, and second-hand goods shipped from other islands. Don't forget that this is a port, a transit station for nearby islands. Children's clothes here are much cheaper. He tried to pick some refurbished clothes that looked clean and tidy, 2 pieces for 1,000 alliance coins. There are also clothes sold by kilogram, but they are all messy, so he didn't buy them. At least the clothes he bought were refurbished and repackaged. He spent 50,000 alliance coins and packed 100 children's clothes of different colors, including 50 clothes and 50 pants. He spent another 10,000 and bought 20 elf dolls of various sizes. Then he spent 20,000 to buy a lot of snacks and candies in the second-hand mall. There are also many snacks and food here. After buying these 3 things, he felt that it was enough. When he was about to leave the second-hand mall, he suddenly saw a lot of books, including elf beginner books, some comic books, and children's books. Seeing the books sold by kilogram on the stalls, he spent 10,000 alliance coins and bought 20 kilograms of books. Among these 20 kilograms of books, the most were elf knowledge. After all, this is a world dominated by elves. As long as you learn elf knowledge, you can find a stable job in the future. After putting all the things he bought into a 50 cubic meter space backpack, he released the gull again and flew to the walking grass orphanage in the west of the city. They flew in the sky and saw the orphanage in the west of the city. The orphanage was a very conspicuous wooden building. He immediately guided the gull to land at the door of the orphanage. The curious children in the orphanage had long noticed the uninvited guests from the sky. When Yu-Hai landed outside the orphanage, some children had already gone to find the old director. Some children with elves came to the gate and stopped Yu-Hai in front of the gate with their elves to prevent him from entering the orphanage. After Yu-Hai landed, he did not force his way into the orphanage. He was still masked, but without a hood. However, he was also a suspicious masked man. It was not until he released the frog from the poke ball that the thin man who was blocking the door realized it and shouted, "Why is it you? What are you doing here? What? Not welcome." Yu-Hai raised his eyebrows. This guy seemed to be full of hostility towards him. He had never offended this guy. "Yes, you are not welcome here." The thin man held his head with both hands and turned his eyes away from Yu-Hai. If the stinky old man hadn't told him to learn how to breed frog from this mysterious man, he wouldn't have such a big prejudice against Yu-Hai. After all, it is a very unpleasant thing for anyone to be asked by their parents to learn from others for no reason. Isn't this just saying that they are not as good as others? He was very unconvinced at the time. He thought that the frog of this mysterious man was just a little stronger, not very good, and might not even beat his frog. Yu-Hai looked at the thin man and the other two older boys. Only the three of them had Pokemon here. They are the frog and parasol mushroom of the skinny, and the trumpet bud and walking grass of the other two children. That is to say, the strongest wild trainer here is the skinny. "Here comes the dean, please defeat the bad guy at the door." Hearing this, Yu-Hai's forehead was immediately filled with black lines. These little brats must have watched too many cartoons and call everyone a bad guy. However, he did not pay attention to the child's nonsense, but looked at an old man with a long beard who was leaning on a cane and holding a pipe in the other hand. His hair and beard were already grey, and he was wearing a cool short-sleeved shirt. The old man was followed by a parasitic mushroom. Although the parasitic mushroom was old, its eyes were still sharp and its steps were still steady. It was obvious that it was still very capable. Seeing this, Yu-Hai hurriedly greeted the old director, "Director, I am Ahai, I am back." Since he had to pretend to be a child in an orphanage, Yu-Hai immediately got into the role, put himself in the character of the orphanage child, and called the old man the director. "Ahai." The old director thought about it and couldn't remember that there was such a person in the orphanage. Therefore, Yu-Hai had to remind the other party, "I met the captain uncle when I came back. I rested at the captain uncle's place for a night. I got up this morning and came to see you. Oh, Ahai, you have grown up so much. I almost didn't recognize you. I am old after all." The old dean blinked his cloudy old eyes. The moment he heard the captain's code, he also entered the play in a second and cooperated with Yu-Hai. "Yes, I haven't been back for a long time. When I left, these little guys were only half a year old. They should not remember me." Yu-Hai cursed in his heart, "What an old fox." But he had to cooperate with the other party and continue this play. He was both emotional and melancholy, like a wanderer who had not returned home for a long time, suddenly missing home and his family. In fact, Yu-Hai was also emotional. He did miss his family, but not the family of this world. He had no family in this world. "Ahai, come in and sit down. You've been gone for several years. Come and tell me where you've been all these years." "Dean, I brought some snacks when I came. I'll share them with the children first," Yu-Hai said, taking out a bag of snacks and candies from his backpack. If there is anything that can capture the trust of children at the first time, it is undoubtedly delicious candies. The things are handed over to you. You, as the eldest brother, share them with the children. 2 bags of candies were stuffed into the thin man's hands, which confused him directly. Yu Hai could deceive other children, but not him. How could he not know when Yu Hai became a child of the orphanage? This guy was obviously a fake, but he said it as if it were real. He would not be deceived by this liar. Just when the thin man wanted to tell everyone that this person was a liar, he saw many children looking at him with eager eyes. The children were attracted by the colorful candies in his hand and looked at the candies in his hand eagerly. He found that he couldn't speak at all. If the liar is exposed, the younger brothers and sisters will have no candy to eat. He can't be so selfish and doesn't want the children to be deceived. Okay, Xiaoying, distribute candy to everyone. The old dean saw something strange and waved to the thin man, telling him not to worry, he can handle it. I know, Dean. The thin man saw the old dean waving his hand, and he no longer bothered about Yu Hai being a liar, and distributed candy to more than 30 children. Yu Hai was really afraid that this guy would expose him, and he would definitely beat him up at that time. Fortunately, this little brat didn't say it, so he didn't have to be beaten. He was able to get out of the encirclement of these children and followed the old dean into the orphanage. Under a pavilion, the old dean sat on a stone bench, preparing to pour a cup of tea that had been brewed countless times to entertain Yu Hai. The children all got candies and ate them happily. They didn't care about this. The old dean didn't need to pretend anymore. Instead, he asked directly, "Did the old drunkard ask you to come here?" He said, "You can help me complete the rest of the files." Yu Hai didn't pretend anymore and directly stated his purpose. Few people would come to this point. Why? The old dean asked Yu Hai curiously why he came here. He felt very strange. There were trainers like Yu Hai. He could count the number of people like this he had met over the years. Only some trainers who wanted to hide their identities would do this. Other trainers who were involved in gangster activities had temporary fake identities that could be abandoned at any time. They didn't care about the orphanage on the ID card address at all. Few people would come here and sit down to drink tea with an old man like him. I came from a faraway place, which is not under the control of the Alliance. It is a place where the weak are the prey of the strong and the law of the jungle prevails. I am tired of it, I am tired. Thanks, 500 book coins from I-7787. 188 Chapter 182, He is really an orphan. 188. I understand, the old dean nodded, and agreed to help Yu Hai complete the remaining identity files. But the old dean changed the subject and reminded, "I will complete the remaining files for you. If you go out and commit a crime, the orphanage will not admit it. Recently, there are too many fake certificate dealers who have stolen the name of the orphanage. I have reported it to Junsha." "I understand," Yu Hai nodded, acknowledging this, and then took out 500,000 alliance coins from his pocket, put them on the stone table and pushed them towards the old dean. "Director, this money is for the children. Buy them some daily necessities and hire a teacher to teach them knowledge about elves. When these children grow up, they can have a good life." Here, the old director looked at the money on the stone table and then at the children playing on the grass. The life in the orphanage was indeed very tight. Even the gate and roof of the orphanage were broken. It has not been repaired. Also, the children haven't bought new clothes for a long time. Basically, the older children wear them first, and then the younger children wear them. They are all patched up. In order to maintain this orphanage and the children's living needs, he has exhausted all his savings from his youth. He can persist until now because the old man in the tavern uses the name of the orphanage to make fake certificates, and he can take a commission from them to maintain it. Also, the old man in the tavern asked him to take care of his grandson and give him food expenses, but the stingy old drunkard was too stingy and couldn't afford it. Finally, it was some donations from the society and the city's funding that allowed him to maintain this orphanage until now. To be honest, he really needs this money, and the children and this orphanage really need this money. Aha, I'll call you this. These children really need this money. I'm here to thank you for your support on behalf of the children. The old dean stood up with a cane, accepted 500,000 alliance coins, and thanked Yu Hai. Seeing this, Yu Hai said nothing. The old director still knew how to thank him, at least on the surface, there was no problem. He was willing to give this money. No matter what the old man did with the money, he would not doubt the other party's intention. After all, this was the money donated. His intention had been delivered. He would not care about the series of subsequent events, nor would he ask about them again. What kind of changes these children will have because of this money is the business of this orphanage. This is the mentality that a sponsor should maintain. He will not vent his anger on the old man just because the money was not used on the children. If you are worried about such a thing happening, you can choose not to donate the money. These are all personal choices. Just like a news he saw in his previous life, a sponsored girl married a rich man after finishing school. The sponsor felt that the girl should have her own life, not to be a housewife and study to give birth to children for the rich. The sponsor regretted it later. If the sponsor knew this would be the result, he would not sponsor the money. In fact, this is the most correct choice for girls, and it is also the fastest way for a person to cross the class. If Joey and Juncha like him, he also wants to be a live-in son-in-law. But obviously, it is impossible. He has been to the elf center for several rounds, and Joey doesn't like him, which means he can't be a live-in son-in-law of these two families. Sometimes, there is really no need to think too much about doing things. As long as you are open-minded and feel happy, there is no need to care too much. If you have too many concerns, his suggestion is that it is best not to do anything, just sit back and watch the show. Dean, I see that some of the children's clothes are torn. I also bought some clothes for the children. You can give them to the children. Yu Hai said, taking out 100 pieces of clothes, 20 pieces of elf toys, 20 kilograms of books, and a large box of candies and snacks from his backpack and stacking them in the pavilion. Hey, this, Ahai, you bought so many things. The old dean saw the pile of clothes, toys, candies, and books, and was stunned on the stool, not knowing what to say. Dean, I bought them at the flea market. They didn't cost much. Give the clothes to the children first. Give each of them a toy. Save the candies and eat them slowly. Eating too much will cause tooth decay. These books can teach the children to learn about elves. Here, the old dean felt that the 500,000 yuan in his hand was very hot when he saw so many things. He had never met such a generous young man. The other party gave too much. Dean, give the clothes to the children first. The children are all here. Yu Hai saw that the old dean was slow to speak, so he reminded the old dean again that it was time to give things out. The children were jealous. Okay, aha, I'll give things to the children first. The old dean walked up, picked up the clothes and pants in the package, there was a whole set of clothes in the bag, and shouted to the children who came over, Children, these are the clothes Aha bought for you, everyone come and get the clothes, each person comes to choose a set of clothes you like. And you also have to say thank you to Brother Hai, understand? I know, Grandpa Dean, please give out the clothes quickly. The little girl couldn't wait any longer, and hurriedly urged the old dean to give out the clothes. They hadn't worn new clothes for a long time, and they wanted to wear new clothes. Okay, everyone line up first, come up one by one to get clothes. The old dean also used his cane to knock on some naughty boys who wanted to reach out, so that these boys went to the back to line up, and the girls chose clothes first. Yu Hai sat aside, watching these children with dirty faces and a lot of mud and weeds on their bodies. After coming forward to get the clothes, they happily thanked him, and he also smiled and nodded in response to the children. This is what he said. For the sponsor, being happy is the most important thing. As for the future, let him do whatever he wants. The sponsor and the sponsored are two unrelated individuals. Not disturbing each other and leaving only the beautiful hope of happiness for both parties is the best result for both. Of course, there is an exception among these children, that is the thin guy who is very unhappy with him. This stinky boy always looks at him with a squint and expresses disdain for his behavior. He kept muttering silently, "A liar is a liar. No matter how much he does, it is useless." His younger brothers and sisters were deceived because they are still young and ignorant. He will definitely expose this liar later. Seeing this, Yu Hai's mouth twitched helplessly, thinking that this guy is really a thorn in the side, and he can just get rid of him casually later. If the old man asked, he would tell the old man directly that you don't know what kind of character your grandson is. Hey, have no interest in being a troublemaker. After the children finished distributing clothes, they began to distribute toys, but he didn't have enough toys to distribute, so only girls could go first. Some boys didn't like the elf dolls, so the clothes and toys were basically distributed. Finally, it was books. The old dean asked the boys to move to the classroom. If there was time, he would also teach the children. There were also candies. The old dean didn't move them. He had to move them to the room himself to prevent these children from stealing them. There were at least hundreds of bags of snacks and candies, enough for these children to eat for several months. As the children went to the room to change their clothes and came out, they chased and played happily on the grass with their silver bell-like voices, just as happy as the new year, just like when he was a child. Seeing such happy children, the old dean wanted to talk to Yu Hai about the 500,000 yuan. He felt that he asked for too much and should return some. When he collected the money, he didn't expect the other party to buy so many things. Seeing the old dean's hesitant expression, Yu Hai waved his hand to reject the old dean, looking at the little girl running towards him, not knowing what the girl would say. "Brother Hai, are you also a trainer? Little sister is really smart, you figured it out." Yu Hai smiled and responded to the girl, and raised his hand to wipe the little girl's red smiling face, wiped off the dirt on the girl's face, and took away the grass on the girl's collar. "Brother Hai, can we let Frog play with us?" "Sure, Frog, you go, and Owl, you go too." Yu Hai let these two Pokemon play with the children, and took out the Pokeball to release Butterfree, Slowpoke, and Crab. The rest of the Pokemon were not released. The poisonous orb Silk Spider was not suitable, the Rhinoceros was too bulky, the Farfetch'd was too irritable, and the Waterless and Stupid Thing was not suitable. "Butterfly, Slowpoke, and Crab, go play with the children, don't hurt them." Yu Hai asked these 5 elves to take care of human children and let the elves see the horror of human cubs. Wow, Brother Hai has so many elves. Brother Hai has 6 elves, Frog, Slowpoke, and Crab. And Butterfly and Slowpoke, they are all so cute. Yobo Yobo, Frog had expected this scene when it was called, and it was already full of children. Beely Beely, Slowpoke opened its mouth, and some brave children opened its mouth and played hide and seek in its mouth. Kutisk, Crab crawled slowly, and a little girl was sitting on it. It didn't dare to move at all, for fear of hurting the child. Butterfree was much smarter. It was flying in the sky and taking the children for a walk, letting them chase it. The children were having a lot of fun. Ah dong, Slowpoke's stupid appearance made it more popular with the children. Its slow movements also attracted many children's laughter. From time to time, there would be bold children who would poke Slowpoke's soft body, thinking that this elf was too stupid. Looking at this group of laughing children, Yu Hai thought of what he said to Juncha 2 days ago, which was not completely deceiving. For this world, he was an orphan just like these children. He always seemed out of place and did not fully integrate into it. It may also be because he knew in his heart that this was just an animation, and he didn't know when he could adjust this mentality. Or because he had no relatives, no one remembered him, no one knew him, which was also the reason why he could not integrate into this world. Although he has the company of the elves, humans are social animals after all. They need friends, family, and lovers. He also has his own elf companion, but he can clearly feel that there is still a gap between him and this world. Not only him, but the elves are also influenced by him and are full of vigilance against the people and things in this world. But he is a mature adult. Faced with this situation, he will adjust his emotions, but the elves will not. The elves will follow his will. As the trainer of these little guys, he affects them all the time. He knows that this is not good, but he just can't control himself. Maybe he can change this situation when he meets someone he can trust in the future. It is impossible to change now. This kind of thing cannot be changed in a short time. He can only let it go. However, he can start to change from these little guys. After entering human society, the elves' curiosity, fear, and helplessness about this strange steel city can all be slowly changed. He wants to teach the elves to adapt to human society, adapt to elf battles, and learn many things from human society. Let the elves re-recognize this world and integrate into this new world, starting with this group of innocent children. Recently, I bought a footbath and I also have to jump rope to sweat, so I don't have much time to update. Sometimes 1 chapter, sometimes 2 chapters, if you want to raise more, and then read. Everyone should be more Buddhist. After all, life, don't be so irritable. 189 Chapter 183, he didn't read it wrong. 189. Brother Hai, can you have an elf battle with me? Looking at the children in a daze, Yu Hai suddenly heard a boy's voice. Who was his? One of the 3 boys blocking the door. The elf is a trumpet bud. Yu Hai came back to his senses, looked at the boy who asked timidly, reached out and patted the orb spider on his shoulder, let the orb spider jump down, and then responded to the boy, "Okay, I'll use the orb spider. What elf do you use?" "I only have 1 trumpet bud, I'll use the trumpet bud, and I'm ready, Brother Hai." The boy has already taken a fighting stance and formally challenged Yu Hai. "Okay, I'll let you attack first." Yu Hai waved his hand and let the boy attack first. He thought it was not bad to play with these children. "Okay, Brother Hai, be careful." The trumpet bud uses the vine whip. The boy shouted the attack order to the trumpet bud. "Orb spider, spit silk to knock down the vine whip." Yu Hai also ordered after the boy ordered. "Ee-to, hiss hiss." The orb spider's silk was very accurate, and the white silk thread spit out from its mouth wrapped around the trumpet bud's vine whip and stuck the vine whip to the grass. "Brother Hai, come on, come on! Brother Hai, come on!" As they started to fight, many children came over to cheer, but they were all cheering for Yu Hai. This place was like Yu Hai's home court. This was probably the charm of the fight. "Balala bud, take back the vine whip." The boy ordered the bud to take back the vine whip, but the bud's vine whip was stuck to the silk. No matter how hard the bud tried, it couldn't be taken back. The boy was also anxious like an ant on a hot pot, trying to find a way to solve the silk on the vine whip. Use the dissolving liquid to remove the restraint of the silk. Yu Hai saw that the boy had no way out, and his forehead was sweaty with anxiety, so he couldn't help but remind him. "Yes, why didn't I think of it? Thank you, Brother Hai." "Bud, use the dissolving liquid." The boy immediately ordered the bud to spit out the dissolving liquid to dissolve the white silk on the vine whip. "Ee-to." The orb silk spider couldn't help but look back at its trainer after hearing this, with a depressed expression on its face that was powerless to complain. It was speechless because of Yu Hai's command. How could he command others to beat his trainer? It would not fight again. "Orb silk spider, spit silk to seal its mouth." Yu Hai saw the helpless look in the orb silk spider's eyes when it turned back, and smiled awkwardly. There was no need to be so serious about bullying these children. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The orb silk spider also knew that the person on the other side was a child. After hearing Yu Hai's command, it spit silk again to seal the trumpet bud that had just been freed from the vine whip. Then, in order to prevent Yu Hai from giving blind commands again, the orb silk spider hurried forward and spit several more silks in a row, sealing the limbs of the trumpet bud, completely blocking all of the trumpet bud's actions. It only needed to knock the trumpet bud unconscious, and the trumpet bud would lose. But there was no need to knock him out, because the boy had already admitted defeat. "Ah, I lost, Brother Hai is so strong." It's obviously you who are too weak, another boy complained bluntly. The complaining boy also wanted to have a spirit battle with Yu Hai, so he asked out loud, "Brother Hai, fight with me." Just then, the thin man pulled the boy away and whispered, "Why do you call him brother too? Didn't I tell you he is a liar? What does it matter? He bought us so many delicious food, new clothes, and toys. Which liar would cheat like this?" The boy's rebuttal directly made the thin man speechless. If the boy had seen the fraud in his previous life, he would know how naive this idea was. The means of the fraud in his previous life were really hard to guard against. For example, what about high salary? Good benefits? Free overseas travel after joining the company? Just ask if you will go? No? Well, I will pay you half a year's salary first, and then give you a long vacation for team building and overseas travel. Will you go? Not going? That means you are not sociable. High salary and high welfare are not for you. One morning, your right foot will enter the office first, and you can pack your things and go home. This is a liar. Nowadays, liars don't cheat money, but give money. This thing can be prevented. But how should I deal with my bedmates, relatives, friends, besties, and other relatives? It's so unsolvable, as uncomfortable as eating a defense. Skinny has a deep understanding of this at this moment. To be honest, Skinny has never seen such a liar. How can a liar give money to the dean? Even the stingy old man in my family would not be so generous. But the skinny guy didn't care about that. He always insisted that he was right and stopped the boy from fighting with Yu Hai. Then you can't fight him. If you want to fight, I will fight. Only I can defeat him. The skinny guy was so confident. After all, he was a rookie trainer who had fought many Pokemon battles. Although it was an amateur battle, it was still a battle. Well, let's see how you win. The boy didn't think the skinny guy would win at all, and he didn't dare to refute the skinny guy. Who said that the skinny guy was the strongest trainer among them? I'll fight you. The skinny guy stood up and challenged Yu Hai. Yu Hai did not respond to the skinny guy's challenge. He didn't want to fight with this little thorn. Instead, he mentioned the agreement with the old man in the tavern and taught this little thorn guy to train the mosquito frog. Your grandfather mentioned you to me, so he should have told you too. I will teach you how to train a frog. Do you want to learn? Tisk, learn from you? What if you are not as good as me? Why should I learn from you? You are such a troublemaker, the thin man snorted disdainfully, and was very unhappy that Yu Hai spoke to him in the tone of an elder. And he rejected the old man at that time. He didn't need to learn from anyone. He could become stronger by himself and defeat all the opponents he met on the road of being a trainer until he reached the top. Conclusion: as a result, the thin man was beaten up by the stinky old man on the spot, and the mosquito-repellent frog could not beat the stinky old man's mosquito-repellent frog. Of course, he was very unconvinced and vowed to defeat the stinky old man's mosquito-repellent frog and prove to the stinky old man with his own strength that his mosquito-repellent frog could defeat the stinky old man's mosquito-repellent frog, starting with this liar. Okay, the dean, please testify for me. It's not that I don't want to teach him. Yu Hai helplessly spread his hands and looked at the old dean who was eating melons and watching the show. If the old man in the tavern asked, he would also have a witness. Okay, I'll testify for you, the old dean nodded repeatedly. He knew that Yu Hai and the old drunkard must have reached a deal about Xiaoying, but Xiaoying didn't cooperate, so the deal couldn't go on. It is estimated that the old drunkard had suffered a lot from this young man, and he was happy to see it happen. Who told the old thing to be so stingy? Hey, do you still dare to fight? The thin man asked loudly. No fight. Yu Hai shook his head and rejected the thin man. He also let the orb spinner come back and used the poke ball to take back the other Pokemons, leaving only the orb spinner, the frog, and the swan. He had almost finished looking at the orphanage, and he was going to go back to get the pendant, and then he would replan the training plan for the Pokemons. If you want to step into the circle of the top trainers, you can't do it without a step-by-step complete plan. However, in the eyes of the thin man, Yu Hai's refusal was because he was afraid of losing to him. He was a coward trainer who didn't dare to fight. He immediately laughed out loud. I think you don't dare to fight, are you afraid of losing to me? A coward is a coward. This kid. Yu Hai suddenly raised his head and looked at the thin man. The mouth of this little thorn was really poisonous. He was originally ready to leave, so it was like this. Mosquito frog, come here. After the mosquito frog came over, Yu Hai leaned over and whispered a few words in the mosquito frog's ear, and then patted the mosquito frog on the shoulder, asking the mosquito frog to accept the challenge of the thin man. Yobo, the mosquito frog bumped fists with the thin man's mosquito frog and hooked his fingers provocatively. It has trained so hard, but has not met an opponent who can fight well. It doesn't know whether the thin man's mosquito frog can make it happy. Dare to fight again. The thin man saw the mosquito frog stand up and sent out his own mosquito frog. Although he has a parasitic mushroom, he doesn't need the advantage in attributes. He wants to defeat this liar openly and prove to everyone that this person is a liar. Many children also realized that the atmosphere in the field was a little wrong, especially the always kind brother Yingzi, who was actually angry. The children did not dare to step forward, but looked at the old dean with pleading eyes. Everyone, get out of the way. We're about to fight. The old dean saw the pleading in the children's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He would not stop Yu Hai and the other two from fighting, but could only persuade the children to step aside and leave the empty space in the middle for the two to fight. Before the fight began, the old dean actually knew the result. He just hoped that Yu Hai would show mercy and teach Xiao Ying a lesson, and not hit her too hard. Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog could not defeat Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog. He could see that the two mosquito-repellent frogs were not of the same level at all. He just hoped that Xiao Ying would not lose too badly. I'll let you attack first. Yu Hai waved his hand, indicating that the thin guy could attack. Don't regret it. The thin man saw that Yu Hai dared to look down on him at this time, so he immediately ordered the mosquito-repellent frog, go up, use a series of slaps. Then, there was nothing else. Before the thin man's mosquito-repellent frog rushed over, Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog's feet immediately appeared spiral water flow, completely wrapping the entire right foot. The mosquito-repellent frog used the waterfall climbing technique. But Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog did not release this explosive power immediately. After the thin man's mosquito-repellent frog got close, Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog's right foot was once again surrounded by a layer of blue energy, and then it kicked the right leg heavily towards the thin man's mosquito-repellent frog. Bang bang bang! Just a million-ton heavy kick plus waterfall climbing, the thin man's mosquito-repellent frog was kicked out, flying backwards towards the gate, and even smashed the wooden door and wooden fence, and stopped when it hit the tree trunk at the edge of the forest. When the skinny man's mosquito-repellent frog slid off the tree trunk, it left a big hole on the trunk. The skinny man's mosquito-repellent frog could not even withstand a single blow and fainted directly. When the skinny man saw this, he hurriedly left the orphanage and ran to the edge of the woods to check the mosquito-repellent frog's injuries. Seeing that the mosquito-repellent frog killed the skinny man's mosquito-repellent frog with one blow, Yu Hai felt bored and did not plan to stay in the orphanage for long. Instead, he took out a box of fine water energy cubes and 10,000 alliance coins from his backpack. Putting the things on the stone table, Yu Hai stood up and said goodbye to the old dean. Dean, this box of food is for the mosquito-repellent frog. Here is 10,000 for treatment. Let him take the mosquito-repellent frog to the elf center and don't let the mosquito-repellent frog have sequelae. Okay, I will pass it to him. The old dean nodded, watching Yu Hai leave the pavilion and leave the orphanage. He was indeed not mistaken. That frog was indeed very strong, stronger than the old drunkards. Moreover, that kind of explosive power should be a combined attack skill. It looks very much like a million-ton kick, and I don't know where the old drunkard found the young trainer. This young man is not ordinary. It would be good for him to teach Xiaoying a lesson. Otherwise, this kid thinks he can be the king in the orphanage and doesn't know how to restrain himself when he goes outside. As Yu Hai left the orphanage, all the children watched from a distance. The thin man called Frog loudly under the tree. It was the first time for the children to see such a violent fight, were all scared and dared not speak. I didn't expect that such a gentle big brother could have such a violent side. Especially the other boy who wanted to challenge Yu Hai but was stopped, and the boy who failed in the challenge, all raised their hands to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Did you see it clearly just now? I saw it clearly. I defeated Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog with just one kick. Gudong, I actually challenged Brother Hai just now. Hehe, I actually wanted to challenge Brother Hai. It turns out that Brother Hai was just joking with me and was not serious at all. Well, even if he was serious, you couldn't catch it. Just look at Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog and you will know. The old dean did not pay attention to the children's discussions, but took the things left by Yu Hai and left the orphanage. In fact, Hai had already shown mercy. He gave 10,000 yuan for the treatment of the exquisite energy cubes that cost 5,000 or 6,000 yuan per box, and had already done his best. Besides, the other party also funded so many good things for the orphanage. For these children, he is already a good person. As for Xiaoying, she missed the opportunity to learn from a powerful trainer this time. She didn't know if she would have another chance to meet such a powerful and young trainer. Xiaoying, this is what your grandfather left behind. You should take Frog to the Pokemon Center as soon as possible. It will be bad if you miss the treatment time. The old dean put down 10,000 alliance coins and energy cubes, and turned back to the orphanage. Xiaoying, the old dean's name, is the thin man. He didn't care so much at the moment. Frog was unconscious. He immediately took the money and energy cubes and stuffed them into his backpack, and took a taxi to the Pokemon Center. When the old director returned to the orphanage, the children gathered around and asked the old director, "Director Grandpa, where is Brother Hai?" Brother Hai went to work. Your new clothes, delicious food and toys were all bought by Brother Hai's work. When will Brother Hai come back? He should come again tomorrow. The old director did not seem to be very clear. The walking grass orphanage was just a passerby for the young man. Director Grandpa, Brother Hai's mosquito-repellent frog is so strong. It defeated Brother Ying's mosquito-repellent frog in one go. Study hard, you can become so strong in the future. Everyone follow me to the classroom, the old director led the way in front. It was time to teach the children to learn about elves. Following behind, the boy with walking grass and trumpet bud looked at each other and walked into the classroom. For these children, elves can really change their fate. As for your knowledge, whether you study or not, you have to work for the boss. Unless you are the boss yourself, you still have to work for the boss. Today, there will be only one chapter. Next, there will be 2 chapters of the elf panel and the training plan. If you are interested, you can read them. I don't know what I missed. 190 Chapter 184, 3 Major Forces. 190. On the other side, Yu Hai took the goal and came to the courtyard of the old craftsman. The old master here had been waiting for Yu Hai for a long time. When the old master saw that it was Yu Hai, he continued to work and reminded Yu Hai, "Young man, you are here. The things you want are in the box on the tool table." Yu Hai came to the tool table, picked up 2 boxes and opened them. There were 2 brand new things inside. One was a megalodon pendant polished into a crescent shape, and the other was a blue wristband made of soft cloth. The crescent was polished to a white color, and the silver pendant buckle was carved into the megalodon's sharp teeth and big mouth, biting the crescent tail tightly. The megalodon's tail was also tied with a black rope, which was made of the same material as the wristband. As soon as he saw the pendant, he fell in love with it. He had to say that the craftsmanship of the master was really meticulous, and he could even carve out the physical features of the megalodon. There was another blue wristband in the other box. He also tried the fabric with a dagger, and it was indeed cut-resistant material, and it was a double-layer wristband. The place where the mysterious water drop prop was inlaid was on the first layer of the wristband. As long as you open the second layer, you can see it. There is also a plastic protective cover. He immediately took out the senior-level mysterious water drop, inlaid it on the wristband, and then covered it with a plastic cover to completely cover the mysterious water drop. He then took the wristband and looked at it. If you are not an acquaintance, you will not know that there is a mysterious water drop in the wristband. Even if you can guess it, you can't see it. There is no bulge on the inside of the wristband, which does not affect wearing at all. He released the mosquito-repellent frog and put it on his wrist for a try. The slightly protruding inside of the arm did not affect the training and combat of the mosquito-repellent frog. He was very satisfied with this wristband, and immediately took out 15,000 alliance coins and handed it to the master. Here is the final payment. I want to know if this wristband can still be used after the mosquito frog evolves. It can fit into such a big fist, so why can't it be used? The master was in a much better mood when he saw the money, and he even joked with Yu Hai. That's good, the money and goods are settled, goodbye. Yu Hai left the master's workshop and returned to the rented house by the sea. After a round, it was just noon, so he released the elves to have lunch. After lunch, everyone took a nap. After the lunch break, they returned to the familiar training session. Training also marked that life was back on track and the elves could become stronger again. Yu Hai also prepared to check the proficiency panel of the elves to see how much growth and change they have achieved after being lazy for some time, so that he could formulate a new training plan for the elves. After all, new food naturally requires a new training plan, and the training intensity will be greater than that of the deserted island. He first opened the proficiency panel of the frog. If there was a Pokemon he was most worried about, it would be the frog. Mosquito frog. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 50.01%. Level, 35.33%. Feature, moisture/16.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /14.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /14.21%. Ice Hockey /4.31%. New Look /17.11%. Water Gun /25.14%. Playing with Water /20.21%. Waterfall Climbing /15.22%. Praying for Rain /1.11%. Frozen Fist /4.31%. Million Ton Punch /13.82%. Million Ton Kick /11.45%. The potential of the mosquito frog has increased, probably because of the energy block. The increase is very small, but it's better than nothing. Energy blocks can indeed slowly improve the abilities of Pokemon. It seems that the shopping guide lady did not lie. Energy blocks are somewhat helpful for the overall improvement of Pokemon. Whether the energy blocks can really play their role depends on the trainer. In the past few days, for nearly a week, the frog has not been trained much, but the experience value has reached level 35. The skinny frog should only be in the 20s. It has just evolved and is not even level 30. Otherwise, it would not be so vulnerable. It was kicked away and fainted. Before kicking, he asked the frog to hold back a little. It could not stand the kicking of standing still. If it sprinted, it would probably cause internal injuries. The level is down to the characteristics. The moisture did not increase much, only 2%. I haven't practiced moisture perception recently. As for leisurely and free, it rained 2 days ago, and I ran in the woods for a day, and it increased by 4%. This characteristic is also much easier to brush than moisture. As long as there is a rainy day, it will be fine. By the way, he seems to have never seen the rain from the gulls. Could it be that the proficiency of the trait is too low to trigger it? We can try it later. If that's the case, let the gulls practice praying for rain and feed back the rain trait. The changes in the moves of the mosquito-scented frog are: the eye of the heart has increased by 2%. The ice ball has increased by 1%. A new look has increased by 2%. The water gun has also increased by 2%. Playing in the water has increased by 3%. Waterfall climbing has increased by 5%. Frozen fist has increased by 1%, which the mosquito-scented frog rarely uses. Million-ton punch has increased by 3%, and this move is basically used to beat far-fetch. Million-ton kick has increased by 2%. These are all the changes in the proficiency panel of the mosquito-scented frog. Generally speaking, the changes are not big. After all, there is not much training. It can't be compared with the panel that changes every day on the deserted island. The next training plan for the mosquito-scented frog will naturally not be water gun training. The core strength of the mosquito-repellent frog is still the water burst move of waterfall climbing, as well as moisture perception and the combined attack skills using waterfall climbing burst, which are the main training directions of the mosquito-repellent frog in the future. Waterfall climbing is the core tactic of the mosquito-repellent frog. Even without moisture perception, the mosquito-repellent frog can poke a hole in the sky just by practicing waterfall climbing, provided that its potential is high. With moisture perception and combined attack skills, the mosquito-repellent frog can sweep at the same level. Unless the mosquito-repellent frog is restrained, then it is another matter. It is not that such a mosquito-repellent frog is not strong, but that the restraint relationship is really unsolvable. If others restrain you, they can make countless mistakes, but you only have one chance. Once you are hit by the opponent, you are basically in a half-crippled state. So if you can avoid reversing the attributes, don't do it. Not everyone is Zai. There is a production team that gives Zai a cheat that reverses the attributes to win. Lu Bo in the animation is like this. He used the long-haired pig to reverse the attributes of someone else's duck-billed fire dragon, and then both were seriously injured. In the end, the long-haired pig fell off a cliff while looking for herbs for Lu Bo and disappeared. Lu Bo thought he was abandoned by the ivory pig. Since then, Lu Bo has been very strict with the elves. Even when training elves, he would keep a distance from the elves and not have a trusting relationship with them. This also created Lu Bo's cold personality, and he became the cold and ruthless Winter Lu Bo. These are the background introductions of the characters related to the animated version of Lu Bo that he had seen in his previous life. From this point alone, it is enough to see that unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not reverse the attributes to fight. Even a strong man like Lu Bo can't stand it, so he'd better not be stubborn and reverse the attributes. Fortunately, this is the animated version of the elf world, not the special version of the elf world. The special version of Lu Bo is an existence that can fight against the beast, which is outrageous and much stronger than the animated version of Lu Bo. Back to the mosquito frog. Since the training plan with waterfall climbing as the core has been determined, the mosquito frog's training plan, he also formulated 3 training methods that take waterfall climbing into consideration. First, use waterfall climbing to run in the morning, integrating waterfall climbing into running, just like the running circle training on the deserted island, and then consider adding rainy days and integrating it into the leisurely training. Second, in the afternoon, train moisture perception. This special training has only 2 functions, improving the hit rate and improving the dodge rate, and there are only 2 requirements, which is to instantly perceive the enemy and reduce the perception needs. In order to improve the hit rate and dodge rate, the mosquito frog needs to close its eyes and train with other elves. During training, it can also use the waterfall to improve the hit rate and dodge rate. Third, at night, train the combined attack skills with the waterfall as the core. Since the waterfall is a contact move, the combined attack skills that can be used with the waterfall are mostly direct burst punches and kicks. The long-range moves can only use the speed of the waterfall burst to pull at most, and the waterfall cannot be directly added to the moves. The above is the next training plan for the mosquito frog. In addition to the above training plan, the mosquito frog also needs to learn new moves, which is also very important. He flipped through the move pool of the mosquito frog and found a move with a power of 150, a fighting type physical attack move, the Chi Fist, which he had been coveting for a long time. If it can be charged while moving, this move will be the biggest killer of the mosquito frog. Only by learning this powerful move can he realize his idea of the high attack, high speed and high burst of the mosquito frog, ready to go, and kill with one blow. In addition, there are also absorption punches, bodybuilding, and belly drums. These moves that can restore physical strength and enhance attack and defense are all moves that the mosquito frog must learn. There are still many things to do, and there is a long way to go. The training plan of the mosquito frog was completed, and he looked at the giant crab that was training to lift its claws. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 59.99%. Level, 24.96%. Feature, super strength claw /17.22%. Hidden feature, force /5.53%. Mastered moves, arm hammer /2.22%. Stare /3.43%. Water gun /16.35%. Harden /15.14%. Metal claw /5.34%. Dig hole /11.54%. Mud shooting /6.24%. Pray for rain /1.04%. Recently, I have been traveling and dealing with things. The big claw crab has not been trained much except for lifting its claws, and its growth has slowed down. The potential of the big claw crab has not changed much, but the level has changed a lot, and it is almost level 25. It is still 3 levels away from the level 28 evolution of the big claw crab, which will happen within half a month. The increase in the super strength claw characteristic is also very large, with a 5% increase in proficiency. Whenever the crab has time, it will lift its claws to exercise. It seems that it has already remembered his words. The forced characteristic has also increased by 2%. As for the moves, the arm hammer has increased by 2%. The glare has increased by 3%. It seems that it often scares Farfetch. The water gun has increased by 3%. The hardening has increased by 5%. It seems that it has to harden before fighting. It has also been remembered. The metal claw has increased by 3%. The digging has also increased by 2%. The mud shooting has also increased by 2%. The above are all the changes in the crab's panel. Overall, it is not bad, and the training of the claws has not been neglected. His training plan for the crab is very simple, that is, the big claws and the crab shell. 1 spear and 1 shield are the core tactics of the crab. As long as the attack and defense are fully stacked, there is no need for so many fancy things. Just rush up and do it. You don't need to use your brain at all. As long as the big crab can master the spear and shield, it will be basically invincible in close combat, unless it encounters a Pokemon that restrains the big crab, a Pokemon with high special attack damage, a Pokemon that can kite and pull, or a Pokemon with a larger tonnage than the big crab. As for other Pokemon, they are all scum in front of the big crab, and the big claw can knock out an experienced baby in one go. The next training direction of the big crab is to continuously strengthen the spear and shield on its body. You can also learn new moves, such as sword dance that further enhances the attack power of the big crab, and iron wall that increases the defense power by 2 levels. At the same time, in order to avoid being kited and pulled, you must also learn high-speed movement to increase the movement speed of the big crab. The big claw and crab shell, high-speed movement, iron wall, and sword dance will be the next training plan for the big crab. As for supplementing the attack surface, first learn to play the spear and shield. The reason why he puts high-speed movement first is that speed is very important for a heavy warrior. If you only have high attack and defense but move slowly, you are just a reckless man with strong limbs, useless, and will only be exhausted by kites. And the big claw crab is about to evolve. He has prepared the water gem for the big claw crab, waiting for the big claw crab to evolve. After making a training plan for the big claw crab, Yu Hai looked at the proficiency panel of the armored rhinoceros. These 3 guys are his 3 main players in the future. Can they win the championship? Can they make a big splash? Can they get a big share of the league? It depends on the 3 main players, the mosquito-repellent frog, the big claw crab, and the armored rhinoceros. Iron rhino. Attributes: ground plus rock. Gender: male. Potential: 58%. Level: 21.98%. Features: hard head /18.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /14.17%. Mastered moves: double return /10.22%. Rocket headbutt /15.31%. Rock grinding /10.26%. Crushing /13.82%. Thunder fang /5.45%. Frozen fang /8.94%. Flame fang /9.91%. Rockfall /6.21%. Stomp /8.99%. Self-sacrifice charge /16.14%. Shoot down /7.37%. Stomp /9.17%. Horn charge /20.53%. Sleep /19.81%. Impact /21.21%. Dig /8.73%. The potential of the armored rhino has not changed much, and the level has not changed much, only increasing by 2%. Except for the week when it was abused by the armored Tyrannosaurus, this big foodie ate and slept and ate, and there was no way he could make any progress. After all, this guy can become stronger just by eating, but I don't know how much ore he needs to eat and how many years he needs to eat before he can evolve. Hard head and self-sacrifice, these 2 characteristics are also very suitable for the armored rhino, and each of them increases the proficiency by 2%. The reason why these 2 characteristics increase is nothing else, it is about the special hobby of the armored rhino. This silly guy likes to hit the tree with his head. If he doesn't hit it, his skin will itch all over. Only after hitting it will he feel comfortable, and his characteristics will also increase. That's why he said these 2 characteristics are very suitable for this fool. Among the remaining moves, the one that has changed the most is 191 Chapter 185, Hand Rubbing. 191. Rocket Headbutt increased by 2%. Sacrifice Charge increased by 1%. Horn Charge increased by 3%. Sleeping increased by 4%. Impact increased by 2%. The moves whose proficiency increased were only the impact moves, and the others basically did not increase. Sure enough, this fool is a big eater. Sleeping is still the move with the largest proficiency increase. He is also drunk. For this armored rhino, he doesn't need to add unnecessary details. The armored rhino has a rich move pool. He only needs to cater to its preferences and let the armored rhino master the moves it has learned. Since this fool likes to bump, his training focus will also be on moves related to bumping. He divided the training plan for the armored rhino into 3 directions. In the morning, he trained collision-type moves. This training direction does not require any technical content. He only needs to keep hitting. He only needs to tell the armored rhino when to hit and where to hit in order to maximize the power. The reason for choosing the morning is that this silly guy is the most itchy when he gets up in the morning. He can eat after hitting comfortably, and then continue to sleep. In the afternoon, he trained the stomping and stamping moves used by both feet. This is the second place that the armored rhino can use to attack besides the sharp horns on the top of its head. In the evening, he continued to practice collision. Don't silly guys like collision? In the future, he will hit every day and hit enough. Anyway, he will not be hurt. He can also take into account the training of dual characteristics. It is perfect. In the future, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, when the armored rhino eats, he must also use any kind of tooth-type moves such as biting, lightning teeth, freezing teeth, and flame teeth to eat. While eating, he can also train tooth-type moves, which is equivalent to eating mineral ice cream, cold drinks and mineral spicy hot pot. The above is the training plan he made for the armored rhinoceros. It is a customized training plan based on the 3 parts of the armored rhinoceros that can be used for attack. The sharp horns on the top of the head, the strong and powerful limbs, and the hard teeth that can chew stones are all the strongest and sharpest weapons of the armored rhinoceros. As long as the power of these parts of the body is fully exerted, the armored rhinoceros will not be much worse. He does not need to go far away. This is also a temporary training plan. When the armored rhinoceros evolves and walks upright, the forelimbs become 2 hands, and there is a long tail, there will be another training plan. When the evolved armored Tyrannosaurus will also stack the thickest armor and take the most poisonous blows. If it can fight, it will lose. The armored rhinoceros is his strongest meat shield, a heavy tank with high attack, high defense, and blood lock. His positioning of the 3 main forces is like this. If frog is a high attack and high speed assassin, crab is a high attack and high defense warrior, rhino is the thickest tank, a heavy tank that can output. I really don't know what it will be like when these 3 little guys really grow up, and where will he be at that time. It's really fascinating. After formulating the training plan for these 3 main elves, Yu-Hai looked at the gull that was soaking in the water. This guy will be the core of the 3 main forces and the core of the rainy team. It will be harder. Although other elves can also rain, this guy will double the rain when he appears. Unless the opponent is much stronger than the gull, it will not be able to take away the double rain weather. Rainfall is also the next training direction of the gull. Big build gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69%. Level, 28.57%. Feature, rainfall/1.39%. Mastered moves, wind/10.59%. Feather perch/14.01%. Water flow ring/9.23%. Water gun/21.49%. Lightning flash/9.29%. Wing attack/9.58%. Water wave/4.87%. High speed movement/10.37%. Pray for rain/3.17%. Tailwind/4.11%. Big build gull has not been trained much since it evolved. At first, it was squatting on the mosquito-repellent frog, and then it carried him away from the deserted island, so Big build gull had no time to train. Big build gull's potential has not changed, and its level has only increased by 2%. The proficiency of the rainfall feature has not changed either, with only 1% proficiency. It would be strange if it could rain. The focus of the next training will also be on rain and praying for rain. The remaining moves change. The wind rose by 2%. Feathers has increased by 5%. He often flies with yokai on his back and needs to restore his physical strength. Water gun has increased by 2%. Wing attack has increased by 2%. High speed movement has increased by 9%, which is also the move with the highest increase. It is often used when traveling. Also, tailwind has increased by 3%. The above are all the changes in the panel of Otter. His positioning of Otter is still mainly auxiliary. First, he needs to brush up the proficiency of rain, pray for rain, and tailwind before talking about other things. There is another move that Otter must learn, which is the rapid return. As the core of the rainy day team, if he is dead as soon as he comes on the field, what is the point of playing the rainy day team? Otter must be able to assist, and at the same time, he must have flexible self-protection ability and good combat effectiveness. In this way, Otter's training task is very heavy. It is still a great pressure for the trainer to let an auxiliary Pokémon have good combat effectiveness. Fortunately, his gulls have good talent and potential. When they learn to use storms in the future, it will be time for them to perform. After formulating the training plan for the gulls, Yu-Hai looked at Butterfree, who was drinking honey water. This guy was very leisurely and was basking in the sun. After leaving the deserted island, he didn't have too many requirements for Butterfree. The mission of this little guy had ended. They didn't need to survive on the deserted island and didn't need to work so hard. For this Butterfree, he was very grateful for its help on the deserted island. Since Butterfree followed him, he would let Butterfree have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life, as a reward for Butterfree. Butterfree. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 25.56%. Feature, compound eyes /15.21%. Hidden feature, colored glasses /3.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /18.14%. Silk spinning /13.15%. Wind /8.13%. Insect bite /3.29%. Ultrasound /2.11%. Poison powder /6.13%. Paralysis powder /15.52%. Hypnotic powder /15.35%. Illusion ray /2.11%. Electric grid /5.34%. Butterfree's level has reached 25. Since Frog went to the island for special training, Butterfree has not trained much and has been lazy, so the level increase is not large. The compound eye feature has increased by 5%, and the colored glasses have also increased by 3%. Telekinesis increased by 4%. Butterfree has gotten used to it and feels that it is very convenient. He is too lazy to do anything and often uses it to get things. Silk spinning increased by 3%. Wind increased by 2%. Insect bite increased by 2%, which is caused by eating fruits and food. Poison powder increased by 1%. Paralysis powder and hypnotic powder both increased by 3%, which is also caused by frequent use. And the electric net increased by 2%. When using silk spinning, the electric net will be added from time to time. The above are the changes in Butterfree's panel. Although the growth is very slow, he will not let Butterfree lie down. Now is not the time to lie down. Even if Butterfree's training tasks are not as heavy as other Pokémon, he still has to participate in the training. Butterfree's training plan remains unchanged, and it still focuses on telekinesis until the telekinesis can no longer be improved. Slowpoke and Butterfree have the same training plan. The two Pokémon with telekinesis can also discuss the use of telekinesis together. There is also a training plan for Orb Silk Spider. Although he does not intend to subdue this guy, since he is following him, he must also participate in the training. Except for the unsubdued Farfetch'd, Magikarp and Squidward, all Pokémon must participate in the training, but the difference is the intensity of the training. The training plan for Orb Silk Spider does not require too much thought. Orb Silk Spider only needs to practice the hit rate of the moves, such as the hit rate of the Poison Needle, the hit rate of the Silk and Net, which is basically the same. Orb Silk Spider is different from Slowpoke. If Slowpoke wants to evolve, he also needs to prepare a shelter or a King's Proof item for Slowpoke. For the two evolutionary directions of Slowpoke, he actually prefers Hippopotamus rather than Slowking. If he wants to cultivate Slowpoke into a main Pokémon, he must have a shelter with Quasi-King potential to combine with Slowpoke to evolve, and feed back Slowpoke's already low potential, so that Slowpoke can go further. If Slowpoke is just a pet, then it doesn't matter what it evolves into. They are pets anyway, not for fighting. For these two directions, we will wait and see later. There is no rush now. From this point of view, there are not many Pokémon that he can play in professional games, only one Pokémon. Crab is barely okay, and Rhino is not yet formed, forget about the rest. It's okay to play amateur Pokémon battles, but he can only be abused in professional battles. This is the difference between professional players and amateur players. Just like playing games in his previous life, he knows very well how big the difference is between professional players and amateur players. Don't use your own hobbies to challenge other people's professions. This sentence is not a joke, which is enough to reflect the real gap between the two. After formulating the training plan for the Pokémons, he also has to plan his own training plan. Running and exercising every day is a must, and the second is to make up lessons. Learn the basic knowledge of Pokémon cultivation, at least understand the basic knowledge of water Pokémon cultivation, and give Pokémon massages. Then there will be no need to ask other breeders to massage, and it can also be used for however, that is something that will happen after you have strength. For a strong trainer, no matter what others say, they have to think twice. If a child discovers the fairy type, others will probably just laugh it off. If a superstar discovers the fairy type, others will seriously refer to it and practice it to verify its authenticity. This is the influence of a powerful trainer, and it is not limited to this. As a powerful trainer, should he learn to make energy cubes? And other energy foods for elves? He felt that it was not necessary. If he knew where the energy cubes in his hand came from, he probably wouldn't have the idea of making energy cubes by himself. After all, they are all industrialized, automated, and mass-produced on assembly lines. Are you still rubbing them with your hands? Are you kidding me? Do you know what industrialization is? The agricultural society was ruined, and the only thing that could be forced to learn was industrialization, and automation gave industrialization a big upgrade. There are still people who want to rub energy cubes with their hands? There are so many bumps on your head, are they all swollen? If you run a small workshop, you can't compete with the big factories and will be squeezed to death. It's better to wait for scientists to invent a miniaturized energy cube production machine. You only need to adjust the parameters and throw the fruit into it according to the ingredient list, and the machine can automatically make energy cubes. Isn't this thing more convenient, faster, more precise and faster than rubbing by hand? It's obviously an industrial society. When the machine is turned on, the fruit goes into the feed port and the energy cube comes out. Why do you have to make it so primitive? Often at this time, someone will say that such energy cubes have no soul. Simeon wants to eat souls? This good guy, even more perverted than him, just like the ghost elves, actually wants to eat souls. This is a bit too much. He even doesn't let go of people's souls. He is not a dementor. Why does he suck people's souls? He also wants to make people's souls fly away and never reincarnate. This is really too much. Anyway, he is not such a person. He only wants his body, not his soul. He is already very satisfied with the industrialized energy cubes, and he will not be stupid enough to rub the energy cubes by hand. Just like the little broken ball in the previous life, isn't the lesson of modern history that countries were forced to industrialize enough? Aren't they crushed by industrialization enough? Anyway, he will not rub the energy cubes by hand. When the time comes, he will buy a small energy cube making machine and can make as many energy cubes as he wants. By then, the expensive ones will become tree fruits and energy cube formulas. Just like the production of Pokémon balls, now it is basically mass-produced on assembly lines, and there are too many consumables like this. Speaking of many consumables, why is it so expensive? In fact, it has something to do with the fact that this is an island city. Just think about the watermelons in daily life. Also, if there is too much production, prices will be depressed, which is something that capitalists do not want to see. All we can say is that those who understand will understand. For those who do not understand, no matter how much you say, it is useless. As for whether someone will engage in miniaturization, there is no need to worry at all. Don't forget the rockets. These villain organizations can be called the light of mankind in breaking the monopoly. Since your alliance does not allow me to do business, then I will turn the table over to show your alliance. This is probably the reason why the rockets can become a cross-regional listed company. Without such an indomitable and tenacious spirit, well, sometimes if the alliance can be a person, the rockets can become bigger, and it is not enough to just draw pie in the sky. For the above problems, the only thing he needs to do now is to make money, improve strength, make money again, and then improve strength again. When a person's strength is strong to a certain extent, even if you don't want some things, someone will rush to give them to you. And if you need something, you only need to wave your hand and open your mouth, and others will respectfully send things to you. This is the influence of a strong man. Energy cubes, rare Pokemon, precious resources, all are just a matter of waving your hand. That's why people are so crazy and desperate for money, power, and status. Whenever he thinks of this, he can't help but sigh slightly, and he really wants to take a few deep puffs of a cigarette, so that he can feel better. This is also the reason why trainers quarrel. When he thinks about him getting involved, his head hurts. But this is something that cannot be avoided. It's useless to think too much. He doesn't think about it anymore, and takes one step at a time. He plans to call the Pokemons who are training randomly to come over and arrange training plans for them one by one. 192 Chapter 186, Frozen Teeth. 192. Mosquito Frog, come here. Yu-Hai sat on the folding bed and waved to the mosquito frog who was running around the swimming pool. Yobo! Yobo! The mosquito frog stopped running and stood in front of Yu-Hai, not knowing what Yu-Hai wanted him to do. Mosquito frog, it's afternoon now, you have new training. Yu-Hai looked at the training plan in his hand. The mosquito frog will be training on moisture perception in the afternoon. The air in the afternoon is very dry, which is just right for moisture perception training. He needs the mosquito frog to meet two requirements for moisture perception, instant perception. And reduce the need for perception. Dry air is just right for training these two abilities. In relatively dry air, you can train to instantly perceive the enemy. The need for perception needs to be reduced slowly, not instantly. There is always an adaptation process in between. But other elves have their own training and cannot train the mosquito frog to perceive moisture. He needs to create an environment that can attack the mosquito frog but is not fatal, so that the mosquito frog can train to improve its dodge rate. He quickly thought of a way to move 6 clothes drying poles from the house and find some ropes in the house to hang up empty bottles of moo moo milk. If there are not enough empty bottles, use bottles with milk. When you drink the milk tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, there will be empty bottles. There are 6 bottles hanging on each clothes drying pole. Put one end of the clothes drying rack on the wall and the other end on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the house. The 6 clothes drying poles form a training ground for training moisture perception and dodge ability. When the elves saw this scene, they all gathered around curiously, wanting to see why Yu-Hai hung so many empty bottles. Could it be related to the mosquito frog? The elves will soon know. Mosquito frog, do you see these bottles? Yu-Hai knocked the plastic bottles on the clothes drying rack with a stick, making a dong 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 sound, and then knocked one bottle into another, and the other bottle hit the next bottle. The bottles hit each other, forming a chain reaction, and began to become irregular. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito frog nodded and looked at the bottles, not knowing what Yu-Hai was going to do. Could this be a new training? Mosquito frog, attack the bottles with water guns to wet the surrounding air. Yu-Hai asked the mosquito frog to attack, and looked at other water elves and shouted, you also attack the bottles with water guns. Then the 6 water elves spit out water guns one after another, hitting the bottles and shaking them randomly. After feeling the humidity in the air, he asked the elves to stop the water guns. Okay, everyone stop the water guns. Yu-Hai raised his hand and patted the mosquito-scented frog on the shoulder, explaining to the mosquito-scented frog, Mosquito-scented frog, you will practice moisture perception in the afternoon, that is, swimming in these bottles, and you can't be attacked by the bottles. This requires a high degree of concentration. Use the eye of the heart to feel the moisture, understand? Yobo Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog nodded seriously, and just as he was about to enter the bottle training ground, Yu-Hai called the mosquito-scented frog again. Mosquito-scented frog, you don't need to close your eyes at the beginning, you should adapt to the environment first, and practice with your eyes closed when you are confident. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog walked straight into the training ground and nodded to show that he understood. As soon as the mosquito-scented frog entered the training ground, it was hit by the bottles. The distance between these bottles was half a meter, and 6 bottles were 5.5 meters. 36 bottles were a square training ground of 2 meters and 5 cubic meters. It was just enough for the mosquito-scented frog to cross the gap horizontally. When the mosquito-scented frog was familiar with it, it would not be too late to reduce the distance. Mosquito frog, don't be anxious. Practice slowly. Use your eyes and moisture perception to feel the trajectory of the bottles shaking around you, just like the shaking of the floating ball. First adapt to the training and then increase the difficulty. As the mosquito frog fell into the state in the humid air, Yu-Hai came to the side of the swimming pool and told the carp and tuna who were playing in the swimming pool, "Carp, tuna, when the bottle stops shaking, use the water gun to attack the bottle, understand?" "Kalu kalu," the carp looked at the mosquito frog and nodded to Yu-Hai. "Woo woo," the tuna also nodded. After all, there is delicious food, but also some work to do. This can be regarded as a waste utilization. It can not only let these 2 stupid fish train water guns, but also help the mosquito frog train moisture perception, and save him a lot of trouble. It is really the best of both worlds. This was the only way he could think of to get these 2 stupid fish to move. If it was training, there was nothing to train these 2 stupid fish. No matter how they were trained, they would still be weaklings, unless stupid things could evolve. After rearranging the training plan for the mosquito-repellent frog, Yu-Hai raised his hand to call the big clawed crab, "Big clawed crab, come here." "Quack, quack, do I have one too?" The big clawed crab excitedly crawled to Yu-Hai's feet and raised its big claws. It was a little impatient. "Big clawed crab, you still need to raise your claws for training." Yu-Hai had just finished speaking when he saw that the crab looked a little disappointed. He hurriedly said, "But to increase the difficulty, you need to raise your big claws and run around the swimming pool." "Quack!" The big clawed crab turned and looked at the swimming pool. Could it be that running laps was its new training? "Big clawed crab, do you still remember the high-speed movement that you couldn't learn on the desert island?" Yu-Hai patted the big clawed crab on the back and asked out loud. "Kui," the crab nodded. "How could it forget?" "It's good that you still remember," Yu-Hai nodded secretly, and continued, "You can also hold your claws up for 2 or 3 hours now. At this time, you need to train your speed. Train your speed with your claws up. When you run faster and faster, it's time for you to learn to move at high speed. Kui, this move is very important to you. It determines whether you will be beaten or beat others in the future, so you must learn this move, do you know?" "Kui," the crab nodded heavily. It didn't want to be beaten. It had enough on the deserted island. It vowed to beat others instead of being beaten. After shouting twice to cheer itself up, the crab started to lift its claws and run. It must learn to move at high speed, as Yu-Hai said. Watching the crab start running in circles, Yu-Hai reminded, "Kui, stop and rest when you are tired." The crab and the mosquito frog are both very self-disciplined elves. There is no need to worry at all. It's hard to say about other Pokemons. Especially the big foodies. "Iron Rhino, come here." Who, the Iron Rhino was called and ran over excitedly, sticking out his big tongue to lick Yu-Hai's palm. "Stop, Iron Rhino, you're going to start training too." Yu-Hai quickly pushed away the Iron Rhino's big tongue. This guy's enthusiasm is really unbearable, and he always makes him drool all over. "Woohoo woohoo," the Iron Rhino stopped licking Yu-Hai when he heard that he was going to train. He had seen the training of the frog and the crab, and he also wanted to try what training was like. He was bored to death eating and sleeping all day. "Don't you know how to grind rocks? Use the rock grinding to run." Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed to the edge of the swimming pool. The crab ran in the inner circle, and the Iron Rhino ran in the outer circle. The mosquito frog's moisture-sensing training ground is in the corner, and the 3 Pokemons will not affect each other. "Woohoo!" the armored rhino turned its head to look at the swimming pool. Seeing Yu Hai pointing at the giant crab, it knew what its training was, and immediately went to run by the swimming pool, running faster than the giant crab. Don't just run, armored rhino, you have to use rock grinding to run, Yu Hai reminded beside him. Hoo, the armored rhino heard Yu Hai's call, and while running, its body suddenly became shiny. That was the special effect that appeared when the rock grinding was activated. It seems that the armored rhino listened to Yu Hai's words. The armored rhino using rock grinding ran faster and faster. The giant crab only ran 1 lap, while the armored rhino ran 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. Then, the armored rhino soon fell down in front of Yu Hai, sticking out his big tongue, looking like he had no desire to live. He didn't even have the strength to look up at Yu Hai. Running was too boring and tiring. The rhino didn't want to run anymore. Seeing this, Yu Hai felt helpless and wanted to laugh, but he still held back, poured out more than 10 kilograms of ore from his backpack, and took out a mineral lure ball and put it on the nose of the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros, smelling the scent of the mineral lure ball, immediately jumped up from the ground and surrounded Yu Hai to ask for the mineral lure ball. There was no longer the weak limbs and exhausted look just now. Yu Hai knew that this guy was pretending, and he did not expose him, but coaxed him, "Do you want to eat?" Wow, the armored rhinoceros nodded quickly, indicating that he wanted to eat very much. You have to run a circle before you can eat, Yu Hai pointed to the big claw crab, letting the big foodie take a good look. The big claw crab is still running, you want to eat now, how is it possible? Hoo, the armored rhinoceros turned his head and saw the big claw crab, and his head drooped down. He also knew that this was not good, but he just wanted to eat. What can he do? Then he saw more than 10 kilograms of ore on the ground, and it was okay to eat this first to relieve his craving. Ironclad rhino, try using frozen teeth when eating ore. Yu Hai saw this guy eating like this, so he asked the ironclad rhino to try the frozen ore to see if it tasted good. Hoo, the ironclad rhino did it when he heard it. When using frozen teeth, the fangs in his mouth turned blue, and a trace of cold air seeped out. Even Yu Hai felt the cold air, and his body shivered subconsciously. Shivering on a sunny day, he might be a little weak. Crack, crack. The ironclad rhino bit the frozen ore, chewed it in his mouth, and enjoyed it. Why didn't it realize before that ore could be eaten like this? Eating iced ore on a hot day is much cooler. Seeing this, Yu Hai let the armored rhino eat. When the armored rhino finished eating the ore on the ground, he asked the silly rhino, "Go for a run. Remember to grind it with rocks. You can eat this ore lure ball after running 100 laps." Woo! Really? After eating the ore on the ground, the armored rhino looked up and sniffed the ore lure ball in Yu Hai's hand. It was really fragrant. It was really too fragrant. It was the first time it smelled such a fragrant food, which was more tempting to the rhino than honey. It's a pity that Yu Hai didn't give it to it, and it had to run. It immediately went to run. It was just 100 laps, and it could finish it easily. The armored rhino, which was polished with rocks, ran very fast. It finished 100 laps in half an hour. When it stopped in front of Yu Hai, it was still very energetic, without any weakness or limp appearance. Yu Hai also kept his promise and threw the ore lure ball to the armored rhino, which was caught by the armored rhino in its mouth. But the armored rhino did not chew up the ore lure ball and swallow it immediately. Instead, it put the ore lure ball on the floor and used its frozen teeth to freeze the ore lure ball into an ice ball before chewing it up and swallowing it. Suddenly, a cold air cooled from the mouth to the stomach. It was so comfortable on this sunny day. It was so comfortable that the armored rhino slowly moved to the edge of the swimming pool, fell in with a plop, and started soaking in the pool. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai smiled helplessly and ignored this guy. The armored rhino had just started training, and the intensity should not be too high, otherwise it would have a resistance mentality and it would be difficult to reverse it. It is better to play, eat, and practice at the same time, and change slowly and step by step. Then, he turned his attention to the big-mouthed gull. The training plan for the 3 main players has been arranged, and it is time for the core assistant on this rainy day. Big-mouthed gull, it's your turn, come here, Yu-Hai waved to the swimming pool, asking the big-mouthed gull splashed by the armored rhinoceros to come ashore. He wanted to arrange a training plan for the big-mouthed gull. Bile, the big-mouthed gull came to Yu-Hai's side and waited quietly for Yu-Hai's arrangement. Big-mouthed gull, can you use the rain-making spell? Yu-Hai touched the big-mouthed gull's head. He didn't know if the big-mouthed gull could make a little rain, but he didn't expect a heavy rain. Bile, the big-mouthed gull tilted its head, flapped its wings and flew into the sky. It flapped its wings under the scorching sun, circled around the house, and kept calling, Bile. As the big-mouthed gulls called, the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. In fact, there was only a small piece of dark cloud, which only covered the house where they lived. It was not as large as the rain praying on the deserted island. Even if the rainfall range was a little small, it was already very good for the big-mouthed gull to use the rain praying. His requirements were not high, as long as the big-mouthed gulls could use it, they would just practice slowly. As the sky began to drizzle, the big-mouthed gulls also landed on the courtyard wall, and all the elves stopped training to feel the sudden drizzle. The drizzle did not last too long, it only lasted a few minutes, and then the drizzle stopped. As the rain stopped, Yu-Hai waved again, signaling the big-mouthed gulls to come down. Big-mouthed gulls, come here. Bile, the gull landed on Yu-Hai's folding bed and shook off its wet feathers. Big-mouthed gull, this is your future training. You must learn to pray for rain anytime and anywhere, and you must be able to attract heavy rain and control the size of the rainfall. Yu-Hai did not mention the characteristics. Even if he did, the gull might not understand. Instead, he let the gull train to pray for rain first. When the gull's rain praying proficiency is high, praying for rain will feed back the rainfall characteristics, and then the gull can learn to control the rainfall characteristics. With the experience of praying for rain, it should be a very simple thing to control the rainfall characteristics. There will be rain when it is needed, and there will be no rain when it is not needed. Otherwise, it will rain every time the gull is released, which is too embarrassing. 193 Chapter 187, Breeder. 193. Actually, the characteristics can be put away. Those who have watched the animation know that Xiao Gang in the animation has captured a megalodon. Xiao Gang once mentioned that the dominant characteristics of Pokémon can be put away. For example, the rough skin of megalodon can be put away when Xiao Gang touches it, so that it will not hurt its trainer. Since the rough skin of megalodon can be put away, the rain of the gull should also be able to be put away. Just like the rain-seeking move, it will only rain when it is used. Bile, the gull nodded. It understood its training plan and flew to the wall of the courtyard to pray for rain again. But this time, after calling for a long time, there was no rain in the sky, and it didn't know what was going on. Yu-Hai knew the reason and hurriedly reminded, Gull, it just rained, the water vapor in the air has decreased, and it is difficult to rain again. You need to increase the humidity in the air. Bile, the gull understood, and quickly raised his head to spit water guns at the sky, praying for rain while spitting, and the drizzle fell again. It rained twice, which made Butterfree, who was basking in the sun, very irritated. It was sunny for a while, and it rained for a while. Who can stand such capricious weather? Butterfree found Yu-Hai, rubbed Yu-Hai with his head, and acted coquettishly to Yu-Hai, wanting Yu-Hai to arrange for the gulls to go to a farther place to train and pray for rain. It's Butterfree, you're just in time. From today on, you should continue to practice your telekinesis. Yu-Hai reached out and touched Butterfree's little head, with a slight smile on his face. Since Butterfree had fallen into the trap, he would not be polite. When Butterfree heard about practicing telekinesis, it was stunned on the spot. It would have been fine if it hadn't gotten any benefits from acting cute, but it actually got itself involved. Just when Butterfree was about to pretend nothing had happened, it got up from Yu-Hai's body, passing by Yu-Hai, just as if nothing had happened. But Yu-Hai reminded Butterfree again, you and Slowpoke both have telekinesis, you two can train together, lift each other up with telekinesis to exercise telekinesis. Butterfree heard this and turned around to act like a spoiled child. It didn't want to exercise telekinesis, it wanted to bask in the sun and drink honey water. Okay, have you forgotten about Megalodon? If you are too weak, you will be the shark ate it, Yu-Hai comforted and reminded. Butterfree was reminded and remembered the Megalodon on the deserted island. It was really a powerful enemy. If they didn't have so many Pokemon, they would probably be eaten by the shark. Every time she thought of that scene, Butterfree stopped acting like a spoiled child and came to the swimming pool to convey Yu-Hai's words to Slowpoke, who was fishing with its tail. We have to train telekinesis together. Yadong? Is that so? Slowpokemon's eyes glowed blue as he looked at the pool, and he used telekinesis to fish out the stupid thing in the pool. That's fine too. Butterfree saw this, and its red compound eyes also glowed blue with telekinesis, and it fished out another stupid fish, the Weepy. Kalu Kalu, Magikarp fluttered in the air, and with a little effort, it broke free from the restraints of telekinesis, and spit out a water gun at Butterfree, saving the Weepy. After the Weepy fell into the water, the two stupid fish hid in the water and confirmed their eyes. They understood that they had a common enemy. Although the tail was very fragrant and tempting, they were not toys, and they would fight back. Seeing Butterfree and slow Pokemon, Magikarp and Weepy, ready to fight, Yu-Hai did not stop them and let them go. Finally, he looked at the fish hanging upside down. The orb silk spider under the eaves made a target for the orb silk spider, and tied a lot of plastic bottles on the clothesline for the orb silk spider to practice the accuracy of its moves. Orb silk spider, your training is to use poison needles and spit silk to hit these bottles. When you can hit the moving target at a long distance, I will arrange other training for you. Eetu, the orb silk spider hung upside down and spit out poison needles. It felt that hitting the bottles was quite interesting. It didn't hurt to practice. After all, everyone was training. If it didn't train, it would be too strange. Let the mosquito frog train moisture perception, let the crab learn high-speed movement, let the big foodie train rock grinding and running, and the big-mouthed gulls practice praying for rain. Butterfree and Slowpoke practice telekinesis, the two stupid things practice water guns, and the orb silk spider practice accuracy. For the last Onion Duck, he didn't arrange a training plan. Onion Duck was sitting under the eaves, looking at everyone busy training, and only he was sitting under the eaves, nothing. The Onion Duck twisted its neck and looked at Yu-Hai on the folding chair. It saw that Yu-Hai also started running circles. It had nothing, just sitting there, watching everyone getting stronger. It was impossible for it not to be anxious. But it didn't know how to train itself. Even if it wanted Yu-Hai to help, it couldn't open its mouth. After all, it wanted to chop Yu-Hai before, and now it wanted to ask for help. It couldn't open its mouth. Finally, the Onion Duck had no choice but to train on its own. It walked out of the busy courtyard and went outside to train running. It saw that everyone was basically running, and thought that running should also make it stronger, so it ran around the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai didn't say anything and followed the Onion Duck. Before he completely conquered the Onion Duck, he wouldn't care about the Onion Duck. As everyone was busy with training, Yu-Hai took a break when he was tired of jogging, and then continued to run. He must first improve his physical fitness, so that it would be easy in the future. If you don't have physical strength, it's useless to say anything. If you get tired just by commanding the Pokemon to fight, then you're just a trainer. Wouldn't it be better to go to bed early? The time of busy training passed quickly, and it was soon evening. Yu-Hai stopped running in advance and prepared dinner for the 10 Pokemons, lining them up in order. Among them, Rhino had the most food, with 70 to 80 kilograms of ore, like a small mountain. Next were the energy cubes of 6 Pokemons, Frog, Butterfree, Slowpoke, and Orb. Then there were the food for Magikarp and Squidward, and Yu-Hai threw all the food into the pool. Finally, there was his food and the food for Farfetch'd, but Farfetch'd was still training outside the door, so he asked Frog to call Farfetch'd. Frog, call Farfetch'd back for dinner. Yo! Frog saw that Rhino had already started eating, and hurried to the door to call Farfetch'd. Quack! As the onion duck sat down, dinner was ready. I didn't expect that everyone was waiting for me. Onion duck never felt that I was so important to this big family. But I just ate my share of food silently. I still couldn't bring myself to say anything to Yu-Hai, the owner. However, I didn't hate this human and the elves around me as much as I did at the beginning. I also knew that humans were different from humans. Everyone can eat now. Have a good rest after dinner and continue training tomorrow, Yu-Hai called the elves to eat after seeing that all the elves were there. As for Han, he couldn't help it anymore, and he was too lazy to watch. And the food he ate was different from the elves. He used the vegetables he bought yesterday to cook himself a dish of home-cooked green pepper and meat, and a big bowl of rice. After nearly 2 months of traveling, he finally ate a normal meal and finally realized the freedom of seasoning. He could eat as much chili as he wanted. He didn't know how he survived without chili. As dinner was over and the sun had not yet set, he used the landline in the living room to call the real estate agent and found a breeder in the city who was willing to take on the massage service business. He called to find a female breeder, and emphasized that he wanted a breeder who understood the water system to give massages to the elves. The cost was reimbursed for the round-trip taxi fare, 2,000, and each elf was massaged for 2 hours, 10,000 alliance coins. He spent a total of 12,000 and invited a female breeder to massage the elves to relax the fatigue accumulated by the elves from long-term training. The breeders who were willing to take on this kind of work were all breeders in some small shops, or breeders who took private jobs in the 7 major breeding houses. They generally lived in a tight situation and were not famous breeders. Famous breeders not only needed to be proficient in the massage of various elves, but also had to be able to study the formula of energy blocks, and could also make elf healing potions, antidotes, and the like. It was really not an easy thing to learn. He just wanted to learn massage, and other things were too time-consuming. In fact, Miss Joy in the Elf Center is basically a breeder, and she also knows how to treat elves. It is very good to find a Miss Joy as a wife. But the Joy family probably doesn't like him as an orphan, so in the end, he can only think about it. When the breeder girl took a taxi to the door of the villa, they had almost finished their dinner, so he went out to greet the beautiful breeder. The visitor was a young woman dressed simply, with a white t-shirt on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, short black hair, and a brown shoulder bag on her back, and she was followed by a meow. Yu-Hai hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand greeting, "Hello, are you the breeder of Huizi?" "Yes, are you Mr. Hai?" Huizi also stretched out her palm, shook hands with Yu-Hai, and asked, "By the way, the elves have been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me." Yu-Hai let go, turned around and took Huizi into the courtyard, pointed to the elves by the swimming pool, and said to Huizi, "That's them, please give them a massage, Miss Huizi, to relax their tired bodies after training." "Mr. Hai, which elf do you want to massage?" Huizi saw 10 elves and swallowed secretly. "This is a big business. Your store charges 10,000 for 2 hours. You can massage the mosquito-repellent frog for 1 hour, the big-mouthed gull for half an hour, and the butterfly and the Farfetch'd for 15 minutes. The butterfly needs a massage on the head." Yu-Hai looked at the elves and began to arrange the massage time. The giant crab is an arthropod elf and does not need a massage at all. The crab is all hard, and he will use a brush to brush it later, which can be regarded as a massage to relax it, or a sand bath will also work. The same is true for the armored rhinoceros, whose keratin layer is very thick, and a brush may not work, so it can only be rubbed on the bark. There is no need to massage the orb silk spider and the slow-wit beast, and the other 2 stupid things. One is an insect, one is too lazy to move, and the other 2 are in the water, so they don't need to be massaged. The main purpose of asking the breeder to come here is to serve the mosquito-repellent frog. Today, the mosquito-repellent frog has just practiced moisture perception, but it has been hit by a bottle and is almost knocked unconscious. It's 5:58 in the evening now, and the massage will last until 8 o'clock in the evening, which is exactly 2 hours. Yu Hai looked at the watch on his wrist and calculated the time for him. Then he took out another 12,000 alliance coins, put them on the wooden table, and pushed them towards Miss Huizi. Here is the massage fee, you take it first. Okay, sir. Huizi saw the money and had no objection to the customer's arrangement. Anyway, it was 2 hours, so she just did whatever the customer arranged. She glanced at the lady's watch on her wrist and confirmed that it was 8 o'clock, so she immediately started her work, let the mosquito-repellent frog lie on the folding bed, and began to massage the mosquito-repellent frog. Meow, it's time to start working. Meow, meow, meow is Huizi's partner and bodyguard, and will massage with Huizi. This is equivalent to hiring 2 breeders for 12,000, which is quite cost-effective. Yobo yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog lay on the folding bed. At first, it was a little reluctant, and it was a little embarrassed to be watched by other curious partners. As Huizi's skilled massage technique continued to press and knead, the mosquito-repellent frog gradually relaxed, began to close its eyes and enjoy it, and hummed from time to time, and even fell asleep unconsciously. Yu Hai saw that the mosquito frog was enjoying himself so much that he wanted to lie down and enjoy it for the mosquito frog. But he couldn't lie down yet. Instead, he took the huge brush used to brush the swimming pool and brushed the body of the armored rhinoceros by the pool. From time to time, he would let the crab use a water gun to wash off the cuticle that was brushed out. The armored rhinoceros also hummed comfortably. After brushing the whole body of the armored rhinoceros, including the abdomen, soles of the feet, and toes, Yu Hai started to brush the crab, cleaning the dirt on the crab's joints, cleaning the crab's mouth, and the dirt on the big claws. After he finished cleaning, only an hour had passed, and the mosquito frog also fell asleep comfortably. Keiko was on another folding bed, massaging the gull, and then Butterfree and Farfetched. Farfetched is still recovering from her injury, you have to massage it gently. Yu Hai saw that it was Farfetched's turn, and couldn't help but remind Keiko not to be too heavy-handed. I understand, Mr. Hai, but this onion duck doesn't seem to let me touch it. Huizi waved to the onion duck in the corner, asking it to come over, but it ignored Huizi. Onion duck, come here and let Miss Huizi massage you, so that you can get better quickly and become stronger faster. Yu Hai didn't know if his words would work. But he knew what Onion Duck wanted most, which was nothing more than strength, strong strength. 194 Chapter 188, Silly Explosion. 194. Quack, Onion Duck looked at the elves who were watching, stiffened his neck, and refused to go over. In the end, Yu Hai kicked Slowpoke, and Slowpoke pulled Onion Duck over. Slowpoke pulled Onion Duck to Huizi and didn't let go. It kept pulling Onion Duck and took the onion off Onion Duck's wings. Slowpoke knew that Farfetched hated humans, so it had to do this to prevent Farfetched from hurting the woman who was giving it a massage. Seeing this, Yu Hai saw the confusion on Keiko's face, and hurried over to pat Farfetched's head, but Farfetched raised its wings to pat it away. He smiled and explained to Miss Keiko, sorry, Farfetched is in a bad mood. There are still 15 minutes left. You can just give this little guy a massage. I understand. Keiko nodded sympathetically and began to massage Farfetched. Farfetched did not resist and quietly lay down to enjoy it. Just now, Farfetched saw other elves being massaged and they all looked very comfortable. Of course, it wanted it too, but it couldn't say it. I didn't expect Yu Hai to arrange for it to experience it for 15 minutes. Even Slowpoke didn't have such an arrangement. It couldn't help but feel that this human wasn't that bad. After all, this wasn't the treatment that food deserved. Seeing that Farfetched didn't mean to hurt anyone, Yu Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was testing Farfetched's attitude and breaking Farfetched's bottom line little by little. The Farfetched was much better now than before. It didn't want to kill anyone the moment it met him. It knew how to endure, how to hide its shortcomings, and how to accept. Why didn't Yu-Hai let Farfetch'd go or eat such a Farfetch'd? Why did he have to subdue such a disobedient Farfetch'd? After all, its potential wasn't very high. In fact, the reason was very simple. If he had a free 3 great families in front of him, he would have subdued them, not just Farfetch'd. The reason he subdued Farfetch'd was because he saw Farfetch'd's persistence. Even if Farfetch'd didn't have a high potential, Farfetch'd's persistence was worth his subduing. After training, Farfetch'd will be a quasi-king Pokémon in the future, and a die-hard Pokémon. For Farfetch'd's persistence, he only needs to transfer this persistence to him. This is true for Butterfree and Farfetch'd. If you want to conquer these Pokémon with problems, you can only win their hearts with routines. As Farfetch'd slowly accepts his existence and the existence of the Pokémons, it should let go of the past. 15 minutes passed quickly, and Miss Keiko's massage ended. Keiko, the breeder, also packed up and left with Meowth. Farfetch'd also fell asleep on the folding bed. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Yu-Hai did not disturb Farfetch'd. Instead, he put on his space backpack and took Frog, Rhinoceros, and Crab to go out for special training at night. Frog needs to be trained to use the combined attack of waterfall climbing and bursting. Crab can also run freely on a wider beach. Rhinoceros needs to hit a tree at night, otherwise it will not be able to sleep later. These trainings are quite noisy, so it is not suitable to do them in the small yard. They can only be done in the wild. Other elves did not have night training, so he did not arrange it, and asked other elves to stay in the yard to watch the house. The house was close to the wild, and they did not walk for long before 1 person and 3 elves came to the edge of the woods by the sea. In fact, there are street lights here, extending all the way to the edge of the woods before stopping, and Yu-Hai is going to train elves here. Mosquito Frog, do you see the trees by the sea? Tonight's training is a combined attack, which is the one you used in the orphanage. Let's practice boxing first today. Yu-Hai pointed to a tree at the edge of the forest, wanting to see how strong the mosquito frog is when it bursts out with all its strength. He has no idea of how powerful the mosquito frog is, and it is difficult to grasp the severity when fighting. Now that he has a chance, he took out a flashlight and shone the light on a big tree as thick as a basin, wanting to see how strong the mosquito frog is when it bursts out with all its strength. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito frog called twice and raised his fist to show that he is very strong. Okay, I know. Now I'll try to attack the tree with all my strength. Yu-Hai knew that the mosquito frog was very strong, but he didn't know how strong it was and whether it could break the tree. Yobo, the mosquito frog saw the tree trunk illuminated by the flashlight, and immediately adjusted the distance between itself and the tree, stopping about 5 meters away. Then it began to accumulate power, with its feet and fists surrounding the water flow, but the light was too dim and Yu-Hai didn't see it. Until the white light on the mosquito frog's fist lit up, Yu-Hai realized that the mosquito frog had already jumped out, and the fist with a blazing white light hit the tree trunk illuminated by the flashlight. Crack, crack! The tree trunk was hit by the mosquito frog's fist, and the tree immediately made a strange crackling sound and fell backwards immediately. Fuck, is this true? The mosquito frog can even break this. Yu-Hai hurried to the broken tree trunk and carefully examined the broken tree trunk. The power of the mosquito frog's punch was quite strong. After experiencing the KO in the tavern, he knew that the mosquito frog had grown a lot and became much stronger, especially during the week of special training on the island. But he didn't expect that the mosquito frog could break a big tree with one punch. This big tree was at least the size of a wash basin. Such a big tree was actually broken by the mosquito frog with one punch, which was a bit exaggerated. You should know that the mosquito frog is only at the elite level now. If it is senior level, king level. He has seen the destructive power of the king level. A storm from the overlord Pidgeot can flatten large tracts of forests. This is probably the strength of the king. It's like a lawn mower. At least dozens of big trees were cut off with a storm. He can feel the knife-like wind from several kilometers away. It's not surprising that an elite-level frog can break a big tree, after all, it's at full power. However, now is not the time to explore this. Knowing that Frog has such great destructive power, he won't let Frog try here, and he can't train Pokémon at the edge of the forest. If they are found out and accused of destroying the greening of the road, they will probably have to pay again, so they can only continue to walk into the forest. Frog, crab, rhinoceros, let's continue to walk into the forest. Yu-Hai crossed the fallen tree and walked along the seaside into the forest. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they came to a relatively flat beach. He said to Crab, "Crab, practice running with your claws raised on the beach by yourself, and learn how to move at high speed as soon as possible, do you know?" Q-u-u-u-u-u, the big crab raised its big claws to show that it understood, and then ran on the beach. This flat beach is very long, at least 2 kilometers of flat sand, enough for the big crab to practice. There is also the armored rhinoceros. This guy has already started to hit the tree without Yu-Hai saying anything. However, Yu-Hai was also very curious about how powerful the armored rhinoceros would be when it burst out with all its strength, so he shouted to the armored rhinoceros, "Iron armored rhinoceros, use the self-sacrifice collision, and hit the big tree in front with all your strength." Hoo, the armored rhinoceros heard this and began to dig the ground with its forelimbs, emitting a yellow breath from its body surface, and with this breath, regardless of its own injuries, it rushed out in an instant, fiercely towards the tree rushed forward, making a loud thump. This tree was about the same thickness as the one that the mosquito-repellent frog broke, but the tree only lost many leaves and a green caterpillar, and there was no sign of breaking. Seeing this, Yu-Hai threw the ball first to subdue the green caterpillar, and shouted to the armored rhinoceros again, "Iron armored rhinoceros, hit it again, sacrifice yourself to hit it, and burst out with all your strength." Hoo, the armored rhinoceros shook its head. Although it didn't hurt it back, it still made it a little dizzy, and it needed to slow down. Then, the armored rhinoceros dug the grass with its forelimbs again, and rushed towards the previous tree again. After a loud thump, the tree also made a crackling sound, but the tree still didn't fall. This? Yu-Hai went forward with a flashlight to check the tree and found cracks on the trunk. He only needed to hit it once more and it should be able to knock it down. But 3 times of 120 power self-sacrifice collisions, plus the self-sacrifice feature, is 140 power, and it took 3 times to knock down the tree. The armored rhinoceros is a bit lame. You know, the mosquito-repellent frog only used 80 power waterfall climbing, plus 80 power million-ton punch, and the same attributes and props bonus, and a combined attack broke the tree. Is the power of the combined attack really that great? Or is it the level? Influence? Or attribute consistency and props? Attribute consistency: when the attribute of the move is consistent with the attribute of the elf itself, the damage caused by the move is times 1.5. Mysterious water drop: the power of water attribute moves is increased by 20%. With the addition of attribute consistency and props, the power of waterfall climbing will reach 140, which is equivalent to the self-sacrificing collision of the armored rhinoceros. But the gap between the two is so big. Yu-Hai turned the beam of the flashlight and shone it on the horn on the top of the armored rhinoceros's head, walked over and touched it, and asked the armored rhinoceros, "Does it hurt?" Huff, the armored rhinoceros shook its head and licked Yu-Hai's fingers with its tongue. It didn't look painful at all. It seems that the characteristics have worked. Self-sacrifice increases attack power, and the hard head will not be hurt. The two just offset the side effects of self-sacrifice collision. Touching the head of the armored rhinoceros, Yu-Hai also thought of the way the armored rhinoceros and mosquito-repellent frog burst their power. The mosquito-repellent frog is a single-point burst of fists under the blessing of waterfall climbing. The armored rhinoceros is a unicorn impact caused by running. The faster the speed, the greater the power. In other words, running training with rock grinding is feasible. In addition to combined attack skills and the influence of level, the armored rhinoceros and mosquito-repellent frog attack the tree trunk at different positions. This should be the biggest difference. The mosquito-repellent frog attacks the upper part of the tree trunk, and the armored rhinoceros hits the lower part of the tree trunk. It's like chopsticks. If you break them, if it is broken, it must be easier to break in the middle, not at both ends. It is difficult to break at both ends unless you bite with your teeth. In order to test whether this reason affects the power of the armored rhinoceros' self-sacrificing collision, he directly asked the mosquito frog to break the tree. Mosquito frog, break the tree. Yobo, the mosquito frog jumped up and punched again, hitting the tree trunk hard. This time the mosquito frog did not burst out with all its strength, and the tree quickly broke, falling backwards with a click. Then Yuhai asked the mosquito frog and the armored rhinoceros to bite or break the branches of the tree, leaving only a bare trunk broken from the root, which was also 10 meters long. Then move the trunk in front of the two big trees, use the two big trees to clamp the trunk, and then he shouted to the armored rhinoceros again, "Iron armored rhinoceros, rush over from a distance, use rocks to grind a few more times, and then use self-sacrificing collision to hit this tree trunk with all your strength." Hoo-hoo, the armored rhinoceros looked at the center of the tree trunk illuminated by the flashlight, nodded to Yuhai, turned around and ran to the beach, at least 100 meters away from the tree trunk. Seeing this, Yuhai and the mosquito frog retreated, leaving only the mark of the flashlight shining on the center of the tree trunk. As they felt the ground begin to shake, it was the armored rhinoceros running, and flashes appeared on its body surface, and a light yellow airflow wrapped around its whole body, and it crashed straight into the tree trunk illuminated by the flashlight. Boom boom boom! The armored rhinoceros did not stop at all, and directly broke through the tree trunk, rushed through the tree trunk, and crashed into it, stopped only after it broke a big tree. Seeing this, Yuhai hurried forward to check on the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros stood up, shook its head, and licked Yuhai's hand. Yuhai was relieved to see that the silly thing was fine. It seemed that his guess was right. It was the position where the armored rhinoceros hit that affected the power of the self-sacrificing collision, and it was also related to the speed and running distance. You should know that the armored rhinoceros is also an elite level elf. Although it is just a beginner, it is also considered to have entered the elite level. According to the rating standards of the Alliance, the armored rhinoceros needs to be level 42 to evolve. Is it considered an elite elf? Is this a bug? Also, the battlefield is so small, there is no time and distance for the armored rhino to charge up for running. When the armored rhino runs to the opponent has already run away. However, the explosive power brought by the armored rhino's sprint is much stronger than that of the mosquito-repellent frog. It actually broke two big trees, but it is not very useful unless the opponent stands still. If the armored rhino wants to break the big tree in an instant like the mosquito-repellent frog, the armored rhino can only jump up and hit it, or hit it several times, or learn a burst move as the core of the tactics. General type move rock climbing. Yuhai saw this move in the armored rhino's move pool. Rock climbing is very similar to waterfall climbing, but rock climbing is a move used to climb rock walls. It can increase the grip of the limbs and allow the armored rhino to run on steep rock walls. This move is very good, but he has his eyes on another ground-type move, 100,000 horsepower, which is also a burst move. 100,000 horsepower, use all your strength to attack the opponent. Rock climbing, use all your strength to attack the opponent, sometimes confusing the opponent. The introductions of these two moves are similar, and they are both burst moves, but he prefers ground-based moves, 100,000 horsepower. Because the Iron Rhino has a ground-based system, using ground-based burst moves can have attribute consistency bonuses, and the power that the Iron Rhino can burst out can be greater. But 100,000 horsepower is a move from the 7th generation. He is in the Orange Islands. Although this move is in the panel move pool, where can he find a teacher to teach the Iron Rhino to learn this move? There is not even Lucario here, and I don't know if there is a disc with this move. If there is, you can buy it to learn and study it slowly. After all, the iron rhino has such high potential and strong talent, it should be able to comprehend 100,000 horsepower by itself. The bonus is calculated using the following formula: bonus equals attribute consistency bonus times multiplier caused by attribute restraint times multiplier of hitting the vital point times other bonuses excerpted from the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Other bonuses refer to the product of characteristic bonuses, item bonuses, weather and status bonuses, target number bonuses, etc. 195 Chapter 189, The Clown is Actually Me. 195-06. If I really can't learn it, I will spend money to hire a teacher. The Pokemon that can learn this move are basically ground-type Pokemon. Ground-type Pokemon are restrained by water-type Pokemon here. He rarely sees trainers breeding them. Most trainers breed ground-type Pokemon to restrain electric-type Pokemon. But electric-type Pokemon are more expensive, and not many trainers use them, so few trainers breed ground-type Pokemon. Although there are few trainers who breed ground-type Pokemon, there are still trainers who breed them. It should be possible to get it by spending some money. Next, he arranged for the armored rhino to find a tree to hit itself. He was not paying attention to this silly one, but focusing on the mosquito frog. Mosquito frog, in the future, in front of others, if I don't let you burst out with all your strength, you should not burst out with all your strength, understand? Yu-Hai sat on the broken tree trunk and whispered to the mosquito frog. Yobo yobo, the mosquito frog nodded and took note of Yu-Hai's instructions. Okay, you continue to practice your fist and kick moves, and practice the freezing fist more. Remember to use the waterfall climbing. Yu-Hai patted the mosquito frog on the shoulder, and came to the seaside to blow the cool sea breeze at night, accompanying the elves in special training. Yobo, the mosquito frog also came to the seaside, not far from Yu-Hai, with ice crystals and water flowing on its fist, and swung its fist at the tree, hitting out ice crystals. Yu-Hai sat quietly by the sea, built a bonfire, and watched the special training of the three elves. The reason why he didn't want the mosquito-scented frog to be exposed was because the mosquito-scented frog seemed to be extraordinary. The mediocre tadpole before was gone. The tadpole that could miss the target with a water gun, was slow to learn, and couldn't even find food had disappeared. The tadpole had completed its transformation. The mosquito-scented frog's explosion just now also scared him. The mosquito-scented frog actually completed it ahead of time. He took waterfall climbing as the core of the tactics and practiced the idea of high attack, high speed, and high explosion. He thought about it. The mosquito-scented frog could have such a big change. It should be that it learned something in the center of the deserted island, not just 3 simple fist and foot moves. Just a trip to the center of the island completely integrated his idea of the future of the mosquito-scented frog. Could it be that there are masters on the island? Yu-Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt it was unlikely. After all, how could wild Pokemon in the wild use combined attack skills? Unless there are Pokemon released by trainers on the island, and then the Pokemon of the trainers pass on their fighting skills to the next generation, and then pass them down from generation to generation, and then the mosquito frog learns them. Now the mosquito frog can already burst into waterfall climbing within 5 meters, and the distance he imagined is within 1 meter, or even within 1 inch. Before in the orphanage, it was just a waterfall climbing that burst out on the spot, which can be considered within 1 inch. However, the mosquito frog cannot move. If it moves, it will appear 4 meters away, so the mosquito frog can only attack on the spot and unload the charge. The distance of 4 or 5 meters is the weakness of the mosquito frog. If it cannot make up for the weakness, the opponent will catch the weakness of 4 meters and it is likely to lose. Only if it bursts within 1 meter, it can be released and retracted freely. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 10 meters, it can be released at will. Only by being able to burst out waterfall climbing at any distance can he achieve his idea of the subsequent training plan for waterfall climbing. This is the training method he came up with when he thought of the inch punch of a martial arts master in his previous life. Inch punch and inch force, the so-called inch force, refers to the short, crisp burst of force emitted by suddenly accelerating the contraction of muscles when the distance to the target is very close, or the moment when the action is about to be completed. Inch force is the representative of the body's strength. On the surface, it is the contraction and release of local strength, but in fact it is the coordinated force of the whole body. To put it simply, it is to coordinate the strength of the whole body, concentrate the strength of the whole body, and burst the strength of the whole body at one point, which is similar to the lethality of a bullet. This requires compressing the burst limit of waterfall climbing. The burst of waterfall climbing can be used at any time within 1 meter, even instant dodge, as long as such burst skills can be practiced. Mosquito frog is no longer mediocre, but a very hard-working and diligent mosquito frog. Only by working very hard can the mosquito frog achieve his subsequent training plan and complete the real transformation. Now there are still 4 meters to 1 meter. As the mosquito-repellent frog becomes more and more proficient in controlling its body strength, coupled with the assistance of the fine water energy block, the mosquito-repellent frog's talent in water attributes has been improved. He believes that the mosquito-repellent frog can achieve explosive waterfall climbing within 1 meter, it is just a matter of time. There is also the armored rhino, although both are combined attack skills with explosive moves as the core tactics. But the armored rhino is different from the mosquito-repellent frog, and 100,000 horsepower is different from waterfall climbing. Even if it is rock climbing, the role is different. Only waterfall climbing can be played like this. The main performance of rock climbing is still in grip. 100,000 horsepower adds momentum to the charge. Those who have watched the animation should know the characteristics of these moves. The armored rhino learns 100,000 horsepower only to cooperate with the armored rhino's impact moves, just like rock grinding, to increase the explosive power of impact moves. After the armored rhino evolves, it can also use 100,000 horsepower in conjunction with fist and foot moves, and inch power can also be practiced. He felt that the iron rhino should prefer big and powerful punches, and like to attack with every punch, in other words, just rushing forward. However, with the burst of 100,000 horsepower, the power of punches and kicks can also usher in a high burst, and the grip of rock climbing is also very suitable for wrestling. It seems that both of these moves must be mastered and trained. Sitting on the beach and enjoying the evening breeze, Yu Hai thought a lot, basically about the future plans for the frog and the iron rhino. After the elves practiced until 11 o'clock, he called the elves back to sleep. On the way back, he also opened the panel of the crab and saw that the crab had not learned to move at high speed, so he could only do it slowly. There are also adjustments to the training of the iron rhino tomorrow. It will use rock climbing and rock grinding running training, and it will take time to learn 100,000 horsepower. The training of the frog and the crab remains unchanged. According to the training plan he made before, it is enough to train as usual. There was also the caterpillar that he had captured by accident tonight. He also looked at the proficiency panel. It had a potential of 46 points and had no inherited moves. It was already a very good initial Pokémon here. It would be nice to go to the orphanage tomorrow and give it to the children in the orphanage. Then he would buy some delicious fresh meat to improve the children's lives. Back to the rented house by the sea, it was almost 12 o'clock. The Pokémons were still awake and waiting for them. As they came back, they woke up Farfetch. After seeing Yu Hai coming, Farfetch turned over and continued to sleep. After coming back, he took a bath first. The 3 little guys who had practiced extra at night also jumped into the swimming pool to take a bath. Before going to bed, he closed the gate of the small courtyard, held Slowpoke in his arms, and slept on the sofa in the living room tonight. Many Pokémons slept in the living room, including Butterfree, Orb Silk Spider, Frog, and Crab all slept in the living room. As the Pokémons gradually fell asleep tired after a day of training, Yu Hai was also ready to sleep. But he thought of his own little money again. He had spent a lot of money today. Children's clothing 50,000, toys 10,000, books 10,000, candies and snacks 20,000, elf massage 12,000, orphanage 500,000, and skinny mosquito frogs treatment fee 10,000. Total, 562,000, 562,000. The last balance was 1,011,000. The current balance is 449,000, a little short of 450,000. Before, he said that it was enough to spend for a few months, but he really slapped his face. 196 Chapter 190, Butterfly flapped its wings. 196. After Yu Hai fell asleep, things related to him were still happening in the elf center. Xiaoying, have you seen that person? The old man in the tavern received a call from the director of the orphanage. He came here after finishing his business in the store and closing the store in the evening. He saw Xiaoying sitting alone on a bench outside the Pokemon Center with her head down, so he came to sit next to her and put his hand on Xiaoying's shoulder to pat her, but Xiaoying shook his hand off. Xiaoying was abused badly today, so he didn't want to bother with this stinky old man, not to mention that the trainer who abused him was hired by this stinky old man. Xiaoying, I've heard everything. The old man knew that his grandson was strong, and that all orphans were like this. He was just a grandfather and couldn't give his grandson too much affection. He could only give his grandson the last care with all his heart. If he had been on that cruise ship, his grandson's parents, his son and daughter-in-law would not have died in the pirates. When he got the news, his son was only left with his last breath. He forced himself to hand his grandson to him and left this place completely. World. With the departure of the two, how can this grey-haired old man face a 3-year-old child? In the end, there was really no choice but to leave his grandson in an old friend's orphanage, where there are many peers, which should make the child happier. But things are not as simple as he thought. He knows very well what will happen to a child without a father or a mother. He has been in the black market for many years and has become the gatekeeper of the black market. His grandson is still young and not suitable for contact with these. Originally, he wanted to work for a few years and retire, and then teach his grandson personally, at least to make his grandson a senior trainer. After he left, his grandson could live well in this world, and he would be satisfied. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes. The unexpected intrusion of the young man made him change his mind. In the subsequent interactions, he felt that the young man was not simple. In the future, he would definitely grow up to be more than a senior level, and even a quasi-king or a king trainer. In order to make his grandson a top trainer, he sold fake wine and extorted money for years just to hire a powerful trainer as a teacher for his grandson. The appearance of the mosquito frog changed the old man's plan again. Yu Hai, who could train the mosquito frog, was soon considered by the old man. Compared to spending money, the old man prefers to get something for free. The old man also knows that Yu Hai will definitely find him again, and then it's time for him to make a request. The result was the same as he thought. Yu Hai readily traded the breeding method of the mosquito frog. He was very satisfied with this result. Even if the grandson could learn a little from Yu Hai, he would not say that Yu Hai was giving up and not teaching. But the problem lies with the grandson. Not only did the grandson offend others, but he was also beaten up, and now he is angry with him. You should know that the treatment fee of the mosquito frog was paid by others, and the exquisite water-clear energy cubes at the department store at 6,000 yuan a box were also given by others. Whether he cheated or not, the old man admitted it. But the other party has done this, and there is nothing he can do if his grandson does not cooperate. Now he can only try his best to find a way to make up for it, and he needs his grandson to take the initiative to admit his mistakes. He has been with the other party for so long, and he has figured out his temper. The other party is unlikely to care about his grandson's nonsense. As long as the grandson is willing to take the initiative to admit his mistakes, the agreement can continue to be fulfilled. He also has something that can make his grandson take the initiative, but he does not want his grandson to know about it, and does not want his grandson to live in hatred all his life. But if he does not let his grandson know about it, and his grandson continues to be like this, the grandfather and grandson will not be able to communicate, and they will not be able to remedy the relationship. Although he does not know what his grandson can learn from the other party, he will learn as much as he can. If there is anything missing later, he will ask the teacher to teach him. It is not easy to meet a trainer who specializes in frog, and he does not want to miss that young man. So, he finally spoke up, "Xiaoying, do you want to know how your parents died? Stinky old man, will you tell me?" Xiaoying has always been closed, always lowering her head, unwilling to communicate with the old man. Until the old man mentioned the death of his parents, Xiaoying looked up at the old man and said the first sentence after the two met. "I can tell you, but you are too weak now. You can't do anything. What's the point of telling you?" The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not that he didn't want to tell Xiaoying about his parents. It's been so long since the incident, and he didn't find out who the pirate who killed people was. It may be the pirate leader or the pirate's lackey. After so many years, it's unknown whether the pirates are still there. If you care too much, it will only increase your sadness. Even you can't do it. Xiaoying was successfully aroused by curiosity and asked the old man. "It was okay when I was young, but I'm old now." The old man nodded first, then shook his head, and his wrinkled face was full of helplessness. "Then tell me, I can do it," Xiaoying urged. "You are even worse, you can't even beat me." The old man squinted at Xiaoying and refuted Xiaoying rudely. "Stinky old man, you know you can't beat me, but you still say it, and you don't tell me after you say it. I won't pay attention to you." Xiaoying turned her face away and decided not to pay attention to this stinky old man, which would only whet people's appetite. But the old man's goal has been achieved. As long as Xiaoying is willing to speak, things will be much easier. Not telling you now does not mean that I won't tell you after you become stronger. If you can't beat me for the rest of your life, it's useless for me to tell you. I will become stronger, stinky old man, Xiaoying said stubbornly with her neck stiff. "I know, don't you want to become stronger faster?" The old man cautiously spoke out to test. I will, Xiaoying said, and then fell silent. He also knew that it would be difficult for him to become stronger by himself without resources and no one to teach him. Ordinary people in the elf world are different from time travelers. Even if time travelers don't have plug-ins and develop from a god's perspective, they won't do too badly, but ordinary people in the elf world can't do that. Just like ordinary people in the previous life, they can't move forward, not just on the road under their feet, but throughout their lives. After a long silence, Xiaoying took the initiative to speak for the first time. "Stinky old man, where did you find the trainer? Is he very strong?" The old man finally smiled on his wrinkled face. His grandson took the initiative to speak. "It seems that things have become a big deal. Only assists are left." "Stinky old man, how dare you say that?" Xiaoying kicked the stone beside his feet, recalling the battle this morning. He had no power to fight back, and was defeated by that man in one blow. It turned out that the man was not serious at all in the previous battle. Once he got serious, his frog couldn't take a single blow. The first time that guy appeared in the tavern, the frog also hit a senior trainer seriously, the old man boasted, but if he didn't brag a little more, how could he arouse the curiosity of his grandson? "One hit? Seriously injured?" Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, one hit seriously injured both the Pokémon and the trainer, and even broke through the wall of the tavern." The old man nodded gently, further confirming this statement. "Stinky old man, why didn't you say it earlier, and caused the frog to be beaten?" Xiaoying complained with a pout. "I didn't expect you to challenge him. If I knew my grandson was so stupid, I would never ask him to teach you," the old man finally said. His ultimate goal was to let his grandson learn from Yu Hai how to cultivate mosquito-repellent frogs. Stinky old man Xiaoying was silent, whispered, and then stopped talking. He knew why the old man said so much to him. It is very difficult to get a child of this age to take the initiative to look for others to learn, not to mention that he had offended the other party before. Xiaoying, if you really want to become stronger, go find him again. I have already found him. He will teach you. The old man was just talking nonsense. He had never found Yu Hai. The old man made something that was not related to him become true. However, such a clumsy lie was enough to deceive his grandson. Stinky old man, stop meddling in other people's business. Xiaoying's reaction this time was not too strong. Instead, he left the bench and entered the elf center to check the injury of the mosquito-repellent frog. If he is almost well, he will return to the orphanage. When he came out of the Pokemon Center with the Pokeball of the frog, the old man on the bench had already disappeared, leaving only a paper box on the chair. He went forward and opened the paper box. There were energy blocks in the box, all of which were fine energy blocks, including grass-type and water-type energy blocks. He took more than 10 boxes of energy blocks, and there were 100,000 alliance coins under the box. He put them all into his backpack and took a taxi back to the orphanage. He knew that the money and energy blocks were left by the old man for himself. He needed a lot of money to cultivate Pokemon, so he accepted the money. The old man hiding in the distance saw his grandson take the paper box and get in the taxi, then turned around and returned to the tavern. The nightlife has just begun, and his tavern is still open. 197.